Yeah, I'll make sure that. So let me
A very good morning and you're welcome to our live coverage of the dual Donegal International Rally 2017. Donegal Daily and Donegal Sport Hub are delighted to be able to bring you this live coverage over this weekend, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, of 20 special stages here on the Donegal International Rally. We're expecting this to be a highly exciting event, and if it's half as exciting as last year we're in for a gem of a weekend. It'll be very competitive right through the field, of course. And the first action of this morning, of course, is the first stage over Trenta. That will be followed by Letter League and then Corradui. And then after service, the crews will loop those stages again. This morning started off with the drivers' briefing on Greenland Theatre here in Letterkenny. A very important start for the event, where the drivers are talked through the event and, of course, the safety aspect of it. We're delighted to be able to go live now to Greenland Theatre, where one of our reporters, Chris McNulty, who will be joined by Tony Kelly over the weekend, reporting back from stage ends, is at Greenland Theatre, and he has the reigning champion, Manus Boyle, as his first guest this morning.
In around 3/4 of an hour, the first of the 150 crews will roll off the start ramp at the bottom of the Port Road to signal the start of the 2017 Dual Donegal International Rally. We're here at Greenland Theatre, where the crews in fact have just had their drivers briefing, and that's the first of 3 mornings of action in the Donegal International Rally. We have an oversubscribed entry field which shows the popularity of this event. All the top crews from across the county, across the country and indeed beyond will take to the 20 special stages. The first of them this afternoon at Trenta. Well, the first of the crews off that ramp this morning will be the defending champion, Manus Kelly. No stranger to this event, Manus, but a different feel to it this morning. Number 1 in the car.
It's a privilege, Chris, to be honest. I haven't thought much about it all week or that, but just seeing the car sitting there at the start ramp now, number 1 with number 1 in the car is lovely in your home event, and looking forward to getting out and on the stages.
How is the feeling this morning?
I'm feeling great. I am in great form. A lot of prepping under the event, and look, the day has come now to go out and deliver on the stages, and I'm hoping to get the best out of the car myself now, and myself and Donegal jail, and have a good weekend and see where that takes us.
Does it feel different?
I suppose coming in as champion from last year, it does. Last year, it was about coming in and competing, and it was a very exciting event to be in a WRC car for the first time in my home event. But this time, we've had a bit more time in the car, and we want to go on and see where we're at and see what our measure is, and take it from there.
And you see the crews around you and stuff this morning, expecting a big battle over the weekend?
Indeed. Look at that's the thing about Donegal. That's the thing about Ireland. The drivers are superb, and no more than the drivers that are queued up here. These lads are top class at what they do, and I'm looking forward to going out and competing against them and see how we get on.
And how do you as a crew now prepare yourself between now and between the start of Trenta?
Well, I suppose today it's more, Chris, about tyre choice, and the car is very well prepped and everything, so if we're in great shape that way. So I'm just looking forward now to see what decision we're going to make on tyres. Was a bit the rain's kind of drizzling a bit there, so that'll be the decision, I suppose, for everybody this morning.
Okay, we're joined by a few of the top crews, and Tony Kelly is joined now by another Donegal man.
Donegal man is right. The bonnet is looking very well in your car this morning, Donna. Donegal proud, and I mean, it means an awful lot to a lot of people competing here, but to be in the top 5 and to be kind of chomping at the tail of everybody else, like, what are the nerves like, or what is the excitement like this morning?
Yeah, probably excited more than nervous. Actually quite relaxed. We've done the work. We put a huge amount of effort into the pre-event, so there's nothing more we can do in that regard. Nothing to be nervous about, and it looks like it's going to be dry. It'll be great to get a dry start anyway, and just can't wait to get at it.
And you've obviously proven yourself as a driver, like you're absolutely 110% able to compete with the best of them. So what sort of plan of action do you have in your mind for this weekend?
Well, I think the plan in Donegal is quite simple. You got to go flat out. It's a sprint, and as much as it's the longest event in the country, you look at the times, everybody goes flat out, and you can't afford to have this bedding in period that people talk about. You've got to go flat from the start, and be in contention. If you're not, your race is going to be done.
If we're talking about tyres there a second, Chris and Manus, what are you thinking already?
I'm probably thinking more of the harder slick there now this morning. If it stays like that, it's very warm. But unfortunately, if you get any dampness with that hard slick, it doesn't work at all. So, but it's looking, we've a lot of guys out. We have a big weather team established this weekend to get information back to us so that help us make the correct choice.
And the car's feeling good and everything, and obviously the recce and the test and everything went well?
Yeah, the car's great, I actually fifth Donegal in the car, it's been such a good car to me, and yeah, I'm well prepped, just down now to do a bit of driving.
Thanks a million for talking to us, Donna.
We have a former Donegal winner, not a Donegal man, Sam Moffat. Always good to be back here.
Yeah, it's great to be back and really looking forward to it. So in Donegal, 3 days of rallying, so couldn't be better.
You're coming in here as the Tarmac Championship leader, Sam. Is your aim to get a victory in Donegal, or is it about championship points?
Well, it's about championship points. There's been a lot of questions this week if we take the WRC car, and we came in the R5. There's a great championship there, and we're sticking with it. We're leading it at the moment, and there's all to play for. There's 4 or 5 drivers here trying to get back at it, so it'll be good to see how it goes.
How close were you to coming in the WRC?
Championship was very priority. When I got here, I really wanted to take it, but yeah, I have to think of the championship. Although I'd love to try and win it again. There's stiff competition no matter where you go in the class, right down to the juniors, modifieds and everywhere. So we're happy to race in our class as it is.
You had the edge on Donna a few weeks ago. How difficult is it, or how big of an ask is it for you boys in the R5 machinery to stay on the pace with the WRC men?
Yeah, it's not going to be easy to get close to them. All them boys are in a very big pace, and maybe the odd stage we can get close to them just if they're tight and twisty, but on any big open stage it'll be a big ask, maybe in the wet.
You've had the experience of winning here 4 years ago. How is that? Compared to winning, you've won a lot of rallies over the years. How does Donegal compare?
Yeah, well, it's the one everybody wants. There's national rallies, there's international rallies, but this is its own Grand Prix in its own. Everyone wants that one Donegal. It's not one that you think you'll ever win twice. It's the one you only ever want to win once, and we've ticked that off, and it'll be a dream to try and go back and try and do that again, but it definitely doesn't come easy because you're looking for every single second for 3 days. It's not easy.
Yeah, it's a long time between you go off the start ramp here, get on the finish ramp Sunday evening. Sam, how different is this to a different rally in terms of your tactical preparation?
Yeah, well, if you take a national rally, it's go down Saturday morning and go home Sunday evening. We're here for a week. There's so much preparation. You have your team up here. You have to go testing. There's so much preparation, and you have to make sure you're eating right and everything, because 3 days of pure rally and you'll be drained by the end of it. That's for sure.
Perfect, Sam Moffat. Tony Kelly has got another Donegal man and another man well versed in this event.
Yeah, we've got Joe McGonigal here. How are we getting on in the prep for the weekend? It's obviously very exciting. You're the third Donegal man we've spoken to here this morning. Unbelievably exciting to be doing this event again.
Yeah, of course, and this year we're in a real good car as well, so we're hoping for a good weekend.
We were just talking about the car there, Joe. Tell us a wee bit more about it. It's an R5, so it's very different to what you were hearing last year.
Yeah, problem with S2000 last year, you just didn't have the power. It handled well, but when you don't have power, you're not going to go far. Now we've got the power of the other R5s, or maybe a bit more, and handling. We had a good test on Friday. I think the car's fantastic, so hopefully it stays that way.
So are you putting a wee bit of pressure under yourself then if the car's that good?
No. Look, they're all good cars, but there's a lot of good drivers here too, so if we can be in the race, I'll be happy.
And you're 12th in the entry list, but you're running 9th in the Roadsy Top 10. That's going to want to be the plan as well on Friday, or on Sunday, if not better, to just be there chomping at the bit at the end.
Yeah, we'd be hoping to be racing the Moffats and Ali and Rob. We're getting within 5 or 6 a stage of them in Killarney, and hopefully the home advantage will help here.
And what is the plan? What is your plan this morning?
Flat out. It's simple.
Have you any tyre choices or anything made?
I don't know. If we wanted to be safe, we'd go with like a medium slick, but we need to go with hard slicks. The medium won't last the loop, and I think we'll just go with a hard slick and go as hard as we can and see where that leaves us. And
as a driver now, from a personal point of view, what does it feel to be standing here outside the theatre and ready to head over the ramp for the Donegal?
Look, obviously it's exciting, but yeah, I wouldn't want to say I'm getting used to it, but I've done Donegal 9 times now, so you get used to it. It's just more looking forward to the first stage, and I wouldn't get so nervous anymore.
Just excitement?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Rare to go. Come here, Joe. Thanks a million for talking to us. Best of luck for the weekend, and I'll hand back to Chris McNulty.
Thanks, Tony. There you have it. Anticipation, excitement and nerves here at Green Theatre in Letterkenny this morning as we prepare for the start of the 2017 Dual Donegal International Rally. We're almost ready for the crews, the drivers, the navigators and their support teams to head down to the bottom of the Port Road where the start ramp, Manaskelly, the first of the 150 crews, to get off that and head for the first of today's 6 special stages. 3 stages, each of them done twice. The first of them, Trenta, then on to Letter League and Corradui with service in between. Back to you, Charlie.
Well, that's Chris McNulty and Tony Kelly, of course, at Green Theatre. Nice to see such a nice buzz there this morning, as you always get. Great scenes of anticipation there before the cars get on the start ramp and head out to the opening stages for the Donegal International Rally. The Dual Donegal International Rally 2017 is very shortly going to get underway. And just to give you a brief rundown on the stages today, the first stage is the Trenta stage, a very famous stage, of course, where there's been many incidents before. It's a challenging stage to get things underway, and we'll give you a little bit of detail on it when we get onto that first stage. And of course then that's followed by an equally famous stage, the Letter League stage, which is a really big test for the drivers and one that they really enjoy taking part in. And then the shortest stage of today is the Corradui stage. That's over by the Stranraer Convoy area, and once they've completed that, the crews will come back in then to service. First service today is in Letterkenny, and then once service is over, they're in there for about an hour or so. They'll head back out to repeat that loop of Trenta, Letter League and Corradui. Of course, back there on Green Theatre, we were talking to Manaskelly, the reigning champion, to Donegal, the only crew in the top 5 who haven't won the rally, of course, but a man with a great pedigree and a man who'd love to add the Donegal International Rally to his CV. Sam Moffat is the leader of the Tarmac Championship. He won the Munster Rally recently in Limerick, and he of course has already won here in Donegal several years ago. A young man with great potential and very quick over the stages here. And the final interview was carried out there with another local man, Joe McGonigal, who's a very, very consistent performer, Joe McGonigal, and he'd be hoping to do well, and certainly a top 5 finish will be his aim, or perhaps he'd be looking to even go a little bit higher. Just when we have some time, I'd like to thank a number of people who are supporting our coverage here of the 2017 Dual Donegal International Rally. We're situated here at the studio in the facility of Taylor Facility Solutions. And of course we'd like to thank Manaskelly and the staff here, particularly Aidan Cannon, who's been coordinating things for us here and looking after us very well, I have to say. And of course they're a provider of facility management, recruitment and logistics solutions to clients throughout the northwest of Ireland. So our studios here, located just across from Raleigh headquarters, the Mount Errigal Hotel, at Tailored Facility Solutions, and we're delighted to be here. And Uptown Cafe are supplying the refreshments for us as well, also under the stewardship of Manaskelly. So thanks to them for looking after our crew here, of course, at the studios, and we have 2 crews out, of course, over the stages as well. So the refreshments provided by Uptown Cafe, thanks to them. And our studio furniture here this morning is provided by the Furniture Liquidator. So thanks to them for their support and allow us to set up this studio here at our main studio. The Furniture Liquidator is based at Pierce Road in Letterkenny, and you can contact them on 07491 20604. So that's where we are, and what we'll be doing over the weekend is keeping you right up to date with what's happening on the Dual Donegal International Rally. Trenta stage, you can see it there now, is a pretty tricky stage, and the Motor Club have provided us with bits of information in relation to all the stages as well. If you know the Letterkenny area, you'll head out towards Kilmacrennan, take a left at Illustrant School and a left again, and that'll take you to the start of the stage. It's described in the programme, we're looking at it there on the map, as a stage with a few changes and a tricky test in 2017. It's just over 13 kilometres, this stage, and has been welcomed by competitors and spectators alike. We expect a lot of spectators to be out at a number of the very tricky junctions out there. This year sees the stage join up with parts of the stage used in various events over the years, such as the Circuit of Ireland, the Donegal International, the Harvest and Hill Rallies. All is the same to the Claremans Crossroads, where we'll be filming from. Then it's downhill to turn square left, joining up to last year's stage, and then turning right and heading back downhill toward Rathdonald. Then it's over the jumps and the crest towards the finish at Drumcarney. The fastest on the stage last year were Declan and Brian Boyle in their Fiesta WRC. And as you heard there from Chris, of course, at the on Green and Theatre at the driver's briefing, unfortunately Declan and Brian Boyle will not be able to compete in this year's event due to the sad passing of Grace Duddy, who's the mother-in-law, of course, of Declan and Brian, Declan Boyle, and of course the grandmother of Michael and Dermot McCafferty, also having to pull out of the event. So we're very, very sorry to hear the news of Grace Duddy, a lovely woman, and we send our best wishes and indeed our sympathy to Michael Duddy and all the family. So that's stage one. The boys were fastest last year on Trent. Stage two, of course, is the famous Letter League stage coming up now, and a very tricky stage as well. It's on the monitor, and as you see there, they start out at the new Mills area and make their way all the way up through the roads there and end up close to Drumkeen. It's described in this year's programme as the exact same stage of last year's version. The start that hasn't been used since 2000 now sees its third year in a row being used. The competitors, tackle the stage uphill through the fast and flowing bends and move inwards at the top of Kirkmeedy through the forest. Then the crews turn square left at Ballystrand School and then towards the famous Lakeland Bridge jump, a scene for many a great picture over the year, and there'll be loads of spectators there, I can assure you. After that, it's right over the Deal River Bridge towards Woods Cross Roads, and we'll be filming from Woods Cross Roads and bringing those pictures to you, taking the variation of the stage that sees Bertie Fisher spin his legacy in 1993. Then it's flat to the finish, a section where time can be made up for the brave. Fastest national man over this stage last year was the current chairman of Donegal Motor Club, Brian Brogan, in a time of 6:58, a very, very fast stage. And of course, the last stage of the day today is Corradui. It's the shortest of the three stages today, but it's a very tricky stage as well. It's with you on camera at the moment. It starts close to Stranraer Golf Club and moves its way through and finishes up just outside Convoy near the GAA School of Excellence, or Pictures of Excellence up there. It's a very tricky stage as well, a lot of long, fast parts to that stage, but one or two little quick turns as well that have caught people out in the past. We'll just tell you how the Motor Club are describing the Corradui stage. The fast blast towards Convoy at 7.5 kilometres is a technical stage where the recce proves vital. Speed can be carried in many's a place, so good notes are the key. The stage starts just after Stranraer Golf Club and joins up with the opening stage used in the Harvest Rally in 2014. And of course it's fast and flowing, as I said earlier on. It makes this stage very tough because it is one that crews feel they can make some time up on, but if they take too many risks it can be a tale of woe. They finish near Convoy, they tackle a tight and twisty uphill section towards the downhill descent over the red boards and the end of stage. A few years ago it caught out Declan Gallagher, you may remember, in the wet, and Adrian Hetherington last year on the jump at the start stage. And I'm just going to thank our sponsors for their support this year as well, because it is key that we have sponsorship. And first sponsor I'd like to welcome on board this year is Donegal Powder Coating, Donegal's premier diamond wheel cutting and powder coaters to the automotive industry. And you can call Paul there at 087 2848 643. That's Paul at 087 2848 643, or TJ on 089 2536 986. That's TJ on 089 253 6986. Stage 2 today is sponsored by Highland Motors at the Mountaintop in Letterkenny. They're the top main dealers in Donegal for Renault, Dacia, Citroën and Honda. And Stage 3 today is sponsored by the Oasis Bar in Letterkenny. And they're showing the entire rally live on the big screen and in the beer garden this weekend, and we thank them for their support. Those are our three sponsors for this afternoon, right through until this evening, of course. We'll have further sponsors on stages 4, 5 and 6, and our service sponsor today is Kelly's American Diner, Mountaintop in Letterkenny, for all day pit stop. and Kelly's American Diner are providing excellent service at the mountaintop, so get along there sometime today or indeed over the weekend. Thanks to all our sponsors for their support, and we really appreciate the support they're giving us. Just to remind you that the first car is due on stage 1 at around 12:48 today, and we're expecting fantastic competition right the way through. It's a big day for Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett. The local crew, of course, won this event last year in dramatic fashion. They won it by 0.6 of a second. They were fastest over Fanet Head, made up a deficit of 8.6 seconds. It was a fantastic performance by them. And of course, they'll have huge competition, as we said. Unfortunately, Declan and Brian Boyle are out of this year's competition due to the sad passing of Grace Duddy, the mother-in-law of Declan Boyle, and of course the grandmother of Michael Boyle. Young Michael and Dermot McCaffrey are also out of this year's event. But Gary Jennings and, of course, his co-driver, the experienced Rory Kennedy, are previous winners of this event as well. They'll be running second on the road. Their rally last year was a very short one. It ended after stage 1, of course, defending their title. They had a problem with the car and they had to exit from the event after stage 1. We talked to them here in studio yesterday, and I can assure you they're very determined that this year will be a better year for them, and they certainly will be a big danger to the reigning champions. Donna Kelly and Conor Foley likewise. You heard from Donner there at Greenham Theatre. He knows that he can't finish his rallying career really without getting the Donegal International Rally onto his CV, so he's going to be very determined to get that this year. And the other man, Sam Moffat, a previous winner as well, another man to watch out for. But there's loads of top men at the top of the leaderboard on this international rally. Just to give you some insight to other crews that are going in this event, of course, Alistair Fisher and Gordon Noble. We can expect a bit of fireworks from them as well. Alistair was going well last year until he had a bit of a problem on one of the stages. Gordon Noble is one of the most experienced co-drivers in rallying. Robert Barrable and Damien Connolly are going in the Hyundai i20 R5. We spoke to them at Divers Hyundai last night. Robert's a very consistent driver. The car looks in fantastic condition, and he feels that a lot of the stages here will really suit the car in the R5 on the twisty stages, but there's a lot of speed on the straights as well. Joe Moffat is a brother of Sam Moffat's, another young man who has a fantastic career behind him already, but he'll be very competitive. And you hear from Joseph McGonigal there. Joseph in the Fabian is very competitive over Donegal. He knows these stages very well. Very consistent driver, Joseph McGonigal. He's got Kieran Greeny calling the notes for him. But there's a lot to think about at the top. And of course, the National Championship again will be a fantastic competition. This is the guys mainly in Class 14. And if we look at some of them, Gary McPhillips with James McNulty on board, Jonathan Pringle and Paul Sheridan, Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh, a local crew who finished third in the National last year, Kevin Eves and William Lynch, another local crew who've been going very well in the National Championship. Gary Kiernan and Ryan Moore from Cavan are here, and Brian Brogan and Damien McGinnigan. They of course have a great record in the National Championship. Brian is the chairman of the Donegal Motor Club, but a very competitive competitor as well. Adrian Hervington and Ronan McDade from Tyrone are here again, as indeed are Damien Turish and Donald McInerney. And Declan Gallagher, known as the Milkman, with his co-driver John McCaffrey, from Ardra. They indeed will be very competitive as well. You could go right down the field. There's going to be battles within battles, because the Donegal International Rally, like all rallies, is not just about the international event, it's about the national event as well. It's about all the classes, because guys come here knowing that they can't finish first in the rally, but if they finish first or second or third in their class, that is certainly a big achievement for them. So we can expect great competition right through the event, all the way through until Sunday. And any of the crews will tell you the main thing is to get to that finish ramp. But to do that, they've got to go over 20 special stages. We've already talked about the stages today, 6 of them. It's a loop of 3. We've got, just to remind you again, Trenta, Letterleague and Corradui into service here in Letterkenny. Then they go out and do those stages again. And then tomorrow we have some of the most iconic stages in any rally anywhere in the world. Tomorrow morning they head out and they do Carrygort. Carrygort is a very tricky stage, up in and around the Rye, Glenalla area into Kerrykeel. Then of course they move on to Knockalla, one of the most spectacular stages in rallying, and we're looking forward to some fantastic pictures from there tomorrow. then they come back to service, they go out and repeat those 2 stages again, and then they come back into service, and then they move on to 2 of the toughest and trickiest stages. Not the longest stages, you'd have to say, on this event, but stages that can catch people out. We go to Cairnhill, one of the most popular stages for spectators. It's in and around the Ramelton, Ballyar, Kilmacrennan area. It's a wonderful stage, very, very popular, but a very difficult one. And tomorrow we finish off then with the Garton stage. And for you, those of you who are interested, and of course, remember last year, the Garton stage is the one that found out the boys, Declan and Brian. They built up a lead of over 1 minute and 50 seconds by that stage, and the car gave up on them coming just to the end of that stage, and it set up a wonderful event on the Sunday with 4 crews within 30 seconds of one another. So tomorrow it's Carrygart and Knockalla, folk done twice, of course, each of the stages. Then it's Cairnhill and Garton in the afternoon, both done twice as well, making up 8 very tough and competitive stages. Service tomorrow will be at the Milford Mart. Then we'll move on to Sunday, and again, iconic stages, all 3 of them. A slight change this year. They ran last year with the Glen stage first, then Atlantic Drive, and then Fannet Head. But this year they've switched it around slightly. We go to Fannet Head first, the one that Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett drove so magnificently through last year to take the victory. Fannet Head, then it's back over to Atlantic Drive in the Downings area. Again, a wonderful iconic stage there. And then it's back to Glen. Again, through Glen Village, up into the mountains, and finishing up on the Milford Carrygart Road, starting down at the crease on the Creasler Road. So they flipped that stage around a little bit to send them off in the opposite direction. It'll be very interesting to see how they handle that. Then they come back into service at Milford Mart again, and then it's out for the final 3 stages, 18, 19 and 20, over Fannet Head, Atlantic Drive and Glen Village. 20 stages before you can come back to the ramp here in Letterkenny as the winners of the Dual Donegal International Rally 2017. It's a lot to ask of any of the crews to get through those 20 stages unscathed, but that's what it's all about, getting to the finish and getting there intact. It's a wonderful event, and as I said, the first stage is due to get underway at around 12:48, and that's the Trenta stage, and of course we'll have pictures from the stage, and Chris McNulty will be out and about at the end of the stage to check up on times. We'll be keeping you up with times here in studio as well, but the guys will be there. Chris is at the end of at the end of 1. Tony Kelly is at the end of Letter League. It'll be very interesting to see what the times are when they come off Letter League. Then they head to Corradui, and then Chris will be back in service after Tony brings us the news from the end of stage 3. So we'll be going to Chris McNulty in a little while, and he'll be bringing us up to date. Just what it's like out there. There was a little bit of rain about this morning, and that could make it tricky for the crews, but the temperatures were raised, so we'd have to suspect that they'll all be on slick tyres. They have to make that decision before they go out, of course, for the final time, but the expectation will be that they'll be on slick tyres, so we can expect some very, very fast times. It'll be very competitive out there. Any of the drivers we talk to, and we'll be hearing from some of them during our coverage here, they will tell you that really there isn't time to settle into this event. You have to get going right from the start over the 6 stages today. If you lose time today, it's very difficult to make it up over the remaining stages, particularly for those top crews. So we can expect a very fast pace at the start of this event to get them through today into tomorrow, and there'll be nobody holding back. There'll absolutely nobody holding back once they get going. Safety, of course, is a huge aspect of this event, and we'd appeal to people who are watching us today here and listening to us to take into consideration the safety aspect of it. The Gardaí, we know, will be very active, proactive out there on the main roads, keeping an eye. Leave the rallying to the drivers and the crews, of course, and spectators who are going out to the stages as well. Everybody wants you to enjoy what you see out there, but again, follow the instructions of the marshals. The marshals are there for a reason. They're there to make sure that you're safe during this event, so please take into consideration what they tell you. If you're asked to move back, please move back. If you're asked to move from somewhere and go somewhere else, please do that as well. We want a very safe, we want an exciting, but we want an extremely safe event over the 20 stages and everything that happens off the stages as well. I'd like to welcome those people who've come into Donegal for the weekend as well for the first time. It's wonderful to have you here. I hope you enjoy our hospitality here in the county. We're well used to looking after people coming in for this event, and indeed for many other. And hopefully, if you get a chance to go out on the stages, you'll enjoy the beautiful scenery around. If you haven't been here before, I'd advise you maybe to go to Knockalla tomorrow and take in the breathtaking views that are down there, and also the breathtaking action of the event once it gets underway. We're hoping to have some fantastic footage from Knockalla tomorrow that we'll be bringing to people who can't make it out to the stages. But I can tell you, if you can and you're thinking of going out, that'll be a wonderful place to go. And indeed, Atlantic Drive on Sunday is another one that's well worth a view as well. So welcome to everybody that's come. We hope you enjoy it over the weekend, and stay with us, because we can guarantee you, if you're into rallying, you'll really enjoy what you see here in Donegal. The Donegal International Rally, of course, is the only 3-day event still here in Ireland, and indeed throughout the UK as well. Great credit to the Donegal Motor Club for sticking with their principles. It would be very easy a couple of years ago to downgrade it to a 2-day event. But they didn't do that. They stuck with it through the difficult times, and they were rewarded because the top crews keep coming to Donegal. And this year as well, everybody knows that there have been a number of issues. There'll be an issue this year with insurance, of course, to run these events. Again, the Donegal International Rally resisted the temptation to bring it back to 2 days and said no, they'd stay with 3 days. So credit to them for doing that. It's fantastic that they've been able to do that and to keep it a 3-day event. And if you talk to any of the crews, they will certainly tell you that is the thing that they want. They want a 3-day event. They feel that a 3-day rally gives everybody an opportunity, maybe to make an odd mistake, maybe to get behind a little, but certainly to catch up. And credit to the Donegal International Rally Committee for doing that. The Dual International Rally, of course, is called that. It's sponsored by Dual, who are a company based in Monaghan, and indeed their managing director, Ian Barrett, would you believe, is competing in the event this year. Ian's always done a bit of rallying, but he's decided to come to Donegal yet again. I think he was here a number of years ago, but he's out there competing as well, and it'll be very interesting to see how he gets on over the stages. But I know the Donegal Motor Club are very, very grateful to Dual for supporting. They signed a 3-year contract. This is the last of those years. They'll be hoping, of course, that Ian will stay involved. And like ourselves, with our sponsors this weekend, it's vital that an event like the Donegal International Rally gets support, and it gets support from a lot of people, and that certainly is the case. I just take the opportunity maybe to remind you who our sponsors are for this weekend, for today. For Stage 1, Donegal Powder Coating, Donegal's premier diamond wheel cutting and powder coaters to the automotive industry. And you can call Paul on 087 2848 643 or TJ on 089 253 6986. And thanks to Donegal Powder Coating for their support. Stage 2, the letter D stage, is brought to you in association with Hayden Motors, who are based at the mountaintop in Letterkenny. And they're the main dealers in Donegal for Renault, Dacia, Citroën and Honda. And thanks to Hayden Motors and Lawrence Harrigan and the staff up there for their support. And Stage 3 today, the Corradui stage, has been brought to you in association with the Oasis Bar. And they're based at the shopping centre here in Letterkenny. And they're showing the entire rally live on their big screen and their beer garden. And of course they serve wonderful food as well, the Oasis Bar, if you want to go along there. And of course our service stages today our service reports today are brought to you in association with Kelly's American Diner, based at the mountaintop in Letterkenny, and they are available all day for your all-day pit stop. Wonderful food. It's a shop that has everything basically inside and out. Anything you need, you can get it of Marching Kelly and the staff there at Kelly's American Diner at the mountain stop in Letterkenny. They will be bringing our service reports here from Letterkenny a little bit later on the day. I'll take the opportunity to thank Divers Hyundai, who are out in Canal Road in Letterkenny, great supporters of Donegal Daily and Donegal Sport Hub as well. Terence Diver and the staff down there provide us with a vehicle, and we're very grateful for their support. And of course, Terence will be keeping a very close eye on car number 7 today. Michael Barrable and Damien Connolly are driving the I-20 R5 Hyundai and expected to do very well, but our service or updates from Stage 4 will be brought to you in association with Divers Hyundai, Canal Road in Letterkenny. Stage 5 reports, that's Letter League, second time round. Lordly Brack Open Farm, a fantastic place for your special family day out, and you can book them on the following numbers: 07491 22683. That's 07491 22683, and that's the Letter League stage we mentioned earlier on. Of course, starts in the New Mills area and makes its way all the way up into Drumkeen. Woods Corner is very near the end of the stage, and that's exactly where our crew are going to be, and I can assure you we'll see some fantastic action as they come round the corner and head down towards the end of the stage there. We're expecting big crowds to be out there as well. So coverage of that stage will be brought to you in association with Lordly Brack Open Farm, a fantastic place for your special family day out, and that telephone number again is 07491 22683, or you can follow the Lordly Brack Open Farm on Lordly Brack Open Farm at town.ie. And let's go to stage, what will be stage 6 today. That's Corradui, and that's brought to you in association with Jared McCluskey Communication Network. And nice to get mentioned in Jared, because himself and his son are out there with their communication vehicles providing coverage and helping us to provide coverage. That's the stage again. As I mentioned earlier on, it starts close to Sonora Golf Club and makes its way up to the convoy area near the GAA facility up there, the School of Excellence, up where the county teams train, and Tony Kelly will be at the end of that stage to bring us any dramatic news that might happen and to update us on some of the action as well. So many thanks to our sponsors. Many thanks again to Tailored Facility Solutions. That's where we're based here. This is the studio we're sitting in, and of course the Furniture Liquidator. We're also very grateful to them for providing for the furniture. Very comfortable chair, I'd have to say, I'm in, and for our guests, very comfortable sofas as well. So hopefully we'll have plenty of guests in the studio over the weekend. We're hoping to have some of the crews in after each day's event, just to update us on what it was like out there. But do remember, we have our camera crews out there on the first stage at Trenta and on the second stage at Letter League. And of course, Chris McNulty will be reporting from the end of stage 1 Trenta. And just to remind you how key it is to have people at the end of a stage, last year at the end of Trenta, Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy didn't stop at the end of the stage as the crews usually do, or further down from the end of the stage, it would be the proper way of putting it. They drove on. Chris followed them down the road, and he was able to talk to Rory Kennedy live at roadside and find out that they were out of the rally. The defending champions had a difficulty with the engine in the car, and they were out of the rally. It was dramatic early news from last year's event, and it set the scene for what turned out to be a wonderful event, of course. Hopefully Gary and Rory will have better luck, but Chris will be at the end of that stage. Tony Kelly, of course, is part of our team this year again, and Tony's a former competitor on the International Rally, knows the ins and outs of motorsport better than most, and she will be at the end of stage 2 Letter League, and then she'll make the short trip across by Kilross to the end of stage 3 as well, just to keep us up to date and make sure everybody's coming through safely before they come back into service. And Chris McNulty then will be at the end of service, or at service, and he'll be interviewing live, as you saw there from Unreal Theatre earlier on. So that's setting the scene for what's going to happen this morning through to this afternoon. If you're just joining us, the sad news this morning is that Brian and Declan Boyle and Michael Boyle, Brian's son, and Dermot McCafferty have had to withdraw from this year's event because of the sad passing of Declan's mother-in-law and of course Michael's grandmother, Grace Duddy from Litchermick Award, who passed away, and she's the wife of Michael Duddy, very well known man. We'd like to send our deepest sympathy to Michael and all his family on the sad passing of Grace Duddy this morning, and of course our condolences to Michael and Brian Boyle and to Michael Boyle as well on Grace's passing. I know they'll be very disappointed to have to pull out of the event, but it's very understandable in the circumstances that they felt they couldn't compete in this year's Dual Donegal International Rally. So that's the latest update from what's been happening so far. We were at the on Green and Theatre Live. You may have seen us earlier on with Chris McNulty and Tony Kelly. They interviewed a number of the drivers. Manus Kelly very much looking forward to defending his title. It's a big ask for him, of course, big responsibility for himself and Donald Barrett. And the interesting story about them, of course, is that after last year's event, Donald Barrett decided that he was going to retire from rallying. They'd won the national event in 2015, which was a dream come true for them. And to win the international event a year later was really an extra dream come true. Donald decided that due to business and family commitments that he would retire from the sport. But dramatically, at the end of March, he decided that he'd come back and sit on with Manus for this year's Dual Donegal International Rally to defend their title. And I think everybody was delighted that Donald made that decision. You heard from Manus this morning. He knows better than anybody how difficult it's going to be to defend this title against high-class crews behind him. We heard from Donna Kelly. Donna, as he pointed out to us last week when we spoke to him, is without that Donegal title, and he is the oldest of the guys at the top of the leaderboard. He may feel that he's running out of time and opportunities to win this event, so you can expect Donna Kelly to go really well. He went really well in the Munster Rally a couple of weeks ago. He finished 12 seconds behind Sam Moffat, but he did tell us when we interviewed him last week that he backed off slightly over the last two stages because he didn't want anything to happen to the car. But Donna Kelly, a man to watch. And of course, as I mentioned earlier on, Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy. When she was in studio before they headed out to and Green Theatre, Tony Kelly told me that she felt that Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy could be the team to watch on this event. She feels that after the disappointment of last year, he will certainly be determined to get one under his belt. Gary's won it twice previously. Rory Kennedy has won it 4 times. So if you want experience in a car, that's fantastic experience with those two. Not only successful here, but they've been successful in many other rallies over the years. And as I said, young Sam Moffat, not a man to write off at all. He came here several years ago and surprised everybody by winning the event. He put on a fantastic performance and perhaps won it against the odds. But if you want to see consistency, just if you have one of the rally programmes out there, just look at the situation in the Irish Tarmac Championship. He's right at the top, and he's right at the top because he's been the most consistent driver on the 3 events so far in the event, the Circuit of Ireland, the Rally of the Lakes, and of course the rally down in Cork as well. He's been right up there, if not winning them, in the top 3 as well. A wonderful young driver and a man who knows these stages very well as well. But as I said, listen, anything can happen in this event, and it's likely that anything will happen in this event. As I said, the National Championship, we'll be keeping a close eye on that because last year it was so interesting. At the top of the international event, there was a change of leadership. 5 different people led the event over the 3 days, which is quite unusual for that many in the international event. In the national event, which is class 14 and 13 mainly, there were 6 different leaders of that over the 3 days before at the end there was a wonderful battle at the end to win that event. But so many people in contention for it. And of course, let's not forget about Group N as well. Those cars are in Class 7 and there's some wonderful competitors in there as well. Last year, of course, they're in Group 4, I should say. Some fantastic competitors in there. And last year, you may remember that Aidan Ray was the winner. Kieran McGrath sitting with him this year. Colin Murphy and Don Montgomery are also in that event. Patrick McHugh and Porrick O'Donnell, they're in the national event as well. So plenty of local crews there. Brendan McDade and Carl Reid, John Boner and Leon Jordan, Kyle McGettigan with Dale McGettigan calling the notes for him. They will be very competitive as well. You may remember the battle last year between the two of them and their uncle Dermot, who's sitting on with Liam Doherty. Seconds between them all over the weekend. So we're going out to Leather League now, of course, and to see some pictures from out there at Leather League, and it'll be wonderful to see at Woods Corner, Leather League, very close to the end of stage 2.
Well, we came up here about an hour and a half ago to set up our cameras, and it was ghostly. It was very quiet, but people are beginning to gather now. The first car isn't due through until well after 1 o'clock, I believe. And I've got Claire Knox here to give us a little bit of information about this corner, because to me it looks a little bit dangerous.
Yes, couple of years now there's been quite a few accidents up there. The wall was hit with a car, and behind me one of the cars went into the ditch and all cars came off, so it can be quite dangerous, so it can.
So it's obviously one of these places that spectators like to gather.
Yes, last year there was at least well over 400 odd spectators at this junction. By the end of it we counted at least there was 22 marshals just to manage all spectators.
Tell us a little bit about the Donegal Rally and your experiences of the rally in general.
Donegal Rally, I've been coming here I don't know how many years now, and it's just been a well-rounded atmosphere. It's so enjoyable, everyone's out, has good fun, and I couldn't ask for a better rally. Like, it's one of my personal favourite rallies to come to, so it is.
And how long have you been marshalling at the Donegal Rally?
This particular rally I've been marshalling for at least maybe 4 or 5 years now, so I have one of the guys comes with us, he'd be the sector marshal here. He's been doing it for well over about 20 years. So he has marshalling even just in general. So it has just run in the family, so it has.
Okay. So very, very experienced and well experienced, and all the marshals are well experienced up here. Do other rallies, Galway for example, Killarney, do you travel?
Yeah, we go down to the Fastnet Rally and all down in Bantry, so we do. We're hoping to maybe go to a couple of other ones this year, but we're not sure which ones we're going to try and expand to this year.
You're obviously going to say Donegal's the best, aren't you?
Yeah. I don't know what it is, it's probably just the atmosphere and the people and all, it just makes it worthwhile to come out to, so it does.
Okay, very good. Well, look, the first car is due through here in, I'm not even sure what time it is now, but it's not till what, 1:30?
About 1:30, yeah.
Yep. So the first car is due through stage 2 here in a while. We will, of course, have live coverage, yes. So now I'm going to go back to Charlie in the studio.
Thank you. Welcome back there. Listen, nice to hear from the Letter League there, and we'll be watching the action go through from that junction at Woods Corner. Just to remind you that the Oasis Bar are one of our supporters this weekend, and they're showing the entire rally live on their big screen and in the beer garden through the weekend. So listen, if you can get in there, if you can't get out to the stages, you can watch the action live there. Safety, as I mentioned earlier on, is a huge aspect of this event. Everybody very keen that we have a very safe event. Here's a special message just to remind you how vital it is.
DonegalDaily.com, Donegal's largest news website. For up-to-date news, sport and events from Donegal, click DonegalDaily.com.
It's a very important week for the county here with the dual Donegal International Rally coming in. Loads of things to think about, and of course safety is a huge aspect for everybody involved.
It certainly is, Charlie, and we want to send out a Céad Míle Fáilte to all the people who's going to come to Donegal this weekend. But we want them to come here and enjoy the rally, and to enjoy it responsibly. And what we're saying to that there is that there's a time and a place for everything. There's a time and a place for the rally, there's a time and a place for enjoying yourself, and there's a time and a place for looking at what we have to offer here in Donegal. So we're saying to people coming here to Donegal this weekend is, yes, by all means, come along, enjoy the rally, park the car and go for a sociable drink if you wish, but always act responsibly. And at all times, treat everybody in whatever area you're in the county with the utmost respect. Yeah. And we're asking people to do that there this weekend.
Yeah. An important partnership, the one between the Donegal International Rally Committee and of course the County Council. The committee themselves are so into the safety aspect of it. Everybody enjoys what happened on the stages, but we want the main action to happen on the stages, Jerry.
Oh, certainly, and I have to commend the organising committee for the great work that they do around the safety of the rally and what they put in the stewarding the event right around all the stages. And what I'm asking alongside them and indeed the Gardaí is that people listen to the stewards, listen to the Gardaí and act responsibly at all times.
Busy weekend, but a pleasurable weekend. We look forward to it every year. We work with Donegal County Council, the Joint Policing Committee, Donegal International Motor Club to put on a rally that's safe, one for the people that are involved in it, but more importantly to the spectators and indeed the people that live and work in Donegal. So it's a great weekend.
Lots of people coming into the county, David, and a lot of them rally enthusiasts who behave themselves impeccably right through the weekend. Unfortunately, in the past we've had one or two people maybe coming in and not being as responsible as they should be. What's the message for them this weekend?
Well, generally what I would say is the general rally spectator is a superb person. They're here for sport. Like all sports, there's always an element that are here for the wrong reason. And we don't want to tarnish the decent supporter with that image. But I'd ask people that are coming to be respectful of our county. It's a beautiful county. There's going to be a great sporting event, and to work with the community and the Garda Síochána to have a successful weekend.
This is a great weekend for the county, and it's great economically for the county, and we have so much to offer. The beauty of Donegal is for all to see, and what I would ask people also when they're out in the stages in the rural areas, that they act responsibly in relation to their litter. That they don't dump litter all over the stages, that they take their litter home with them or use the bins provided. But let's all have a very enjoyable weekend. Let's all look back on this rally of this year as a magnificent event that was well run, and it was safely run, and that everybody acted responsibly to ensure that happened.
And we know that the Garda will be very mobile this weekend from previous experience. Lots of your people out around the county and out around the areas where the stages are being held.
That's right. We've liaised with the community, we've liaised with the Donegal International Motor Club and the Joint Policing Committee and the County Council to put together a policing plan for this event. We're hopeful that it will meet the needs of the policing of this event, but to do that we do need the support of the public, and I would ask the public if they see anything untoward, please contact their local Garda station. The theme this year is Let's Rally Together, and to back that up I would say let's kill speed and not anybody else.
Donegal, of course, who's chairman of the Joint Policing Committee, and of course Superintendent David Kelly. And just to remind you again, safety is such a strong aspect of this event, on and off the stages. Be safe over the weekend. Take the advice of marshals. Okay, let's just remind you of the stages for Friday. Stage 1, you see it on your screen there. It's the Trenta stage, and the Motor Club in their programme, and if you haven't got a programme, I advise you get it. There's very, very good information about times and stages. It's the Trenta stage, and it's one with a few changes from last year, and it's a very tricky test, the Trenta stage. It's over 13 kilometres, which is pretty long for an opening stage on the event, and has been well welcomed by competitors and spectators alike. This year sees the stage join up with parts of the stage used in various events over the years, such as the Circuit of Ireland, the Donegal International Rally, the Harvest Rally, and of course the Hills of Donegal Rally as well. All is the same to the Claremont Corner, and we'll be bringing you pictures from the Claremont Corner a little bit later. Then it's downhill and turn square left, joining up to last year's stage, and then turning right and heading back downhill towards Rathdonald. Then it's over the jumps and crests towards the finish at Dungarnon. Fastest on this stage last year were the boys Declan and Brian. And coverage is brought to you in association with Donegal Powder Coating, Donegal's premier diamond wheel cutting and powder coaters to the automotive industry. We thank them for their support. Just move on now to stage 2, and of course that's the Letter League stage, and we just heard from the end of Letter League there, and we're set up to bring you stages from Woods Corner there. The exact same stage as last year's version, we're told by the Motor Club. The start that hasn't been used since 2000, from the year 2000, now sees its third year in a row being used. The competitors tackle the stage uphill through the fast and flowing bends and moving inwards at the top of Kirkneedy through the forest. As you can see from our graphic there, it starts out New Mills and then it finishes up near Drumkeen. So that'll give you some idea of where they're coming from and where they're going to. Then the crews turn left at Ballystrand School and then on towards the famous Legland Bridge jump, seen that for many great pictures over the years. After that, it's right over Deal River Bridge towards Woods Crossroads, where we are, taking the variation of the stage that's seen Bertie Fisher spin his legacy as far back as 1993. Then it's flat to the finish line in a section where time can be made up. Brian Brogan and Damien McGettigan were the fastest over that stage in the national event last year. And our coverage of stage 2, the Letter League stage, is brought to you in association with Highland Motors, Mountain Top Letterkenny, top main dealers in Donegal for Renault, Dacia, Citroën and Honda. And thanks to Lawrence Harrigan and his staff up there at Highland Motors in the Mountain Top for their support. Let's go and have a look at stage 3, which is brought to you in association with the Oasis Bar in Letterkenny, and they're showing the entire rally live on their big screen and in the beer garden over the weekend. Stage 3 is the Corradui stage, and it's described here in the programme as a fast blast towards Convoy at 7.5 kilometres. It's a technical stage where the recce proves vital. Speed can be carried in Many's the place, so good notes are the key. The stage starts just around the Stranraer Golf Club and joins up with the opening stage used on the Harvest back in 2010. Fast and flowing sections make this stage very tough as the crews head for the finish near Convoy. They tackle a tight and twisty uphill section before the downhill descent over the red boards and the end of day one at stage 6. That of course they have to do it twice, let's not forget that. It'll be very, very tricky, and Declan Gallagher, the milkman, was caught out in the wet a couple of years ago, and Adrian Herthington last year on the jump ended his stage. So that's a short stage, but a very tricky stage, as I mentioned earlier on, and one that you can't take for advantage. You cannot take for granted that Corridui stage. And then of course they come back into service after those 3 stages. Then it's back out to do that loop again. And of course we are supported on the second loop in the afternoon by our sponsors as well, and I'll go to them in a second. But before they get out on the second loop, the service report, Chris McNulty will be there with a film crew, and that is sponsored by Kelly's American Diner at the Mountain Top in Letterkenny, our coverage from the service, and they're there all day for your pit stop at Kelly's American Diner. Divers Hyundai at the Canal Road in Letterkenny will be sponsoring coverage of stage 4, which of course again is the Trenta stage, thanks to Terns and the staff, and as I said earlier on, great supporters of Donegal Daily and the Donegal Sport Hub, providing a vehicle for us right through every year. Thanks to Terns and the staff for that. And of course he'll be keeping a close eye on Robert Barrable and Damien Connolly in their Hyundai i20 in the R5 section. That's sponsoring stage 4 for us. Stage 5 is sponsored by Lurgybrack Open Farm, a fantastic place for your special family day out, and you can book early there on 07491 22683. That's the Lurgybrack Open Farm, taking bookings on 07491 2263. And the final stage of the day, the Corridui stage on the second loop, is brought to you by Jared McCluskey Communications Network, and Jared and his son are out there helping to bring back the pictures we'll be looking at a little bit, not that long in fact, when the rally gets up and going for real in a very, very short time from now. Just to remind you that the Donegal International Rally has been going from way back in 1972. The Rosses Rally was the one that got things going in 1971, and we've had some famous names come here to Donegal over the years to win this event. The great Cathal Curley, who remains a fantastic supporter of this event. He'll be out and about over the weekend. We might actually try and get Cathal into studio at some stage over the weekend as well. He won it in 1972, 73 and 74. Just looking down the other famous names that came and won it, Billy Coleman won it for the first time in 1977. Ari Vatanen, who's the honorary president of the Donegal Motor Club, came here in a Ford Escort RS 1800 in 1978, won the event, fell in love with Donegal, and is a regular visitor here and keeps up to date and in contact with what's going on. The great Jimmy McRae came here in a Vauxhall Chevette in 1980 to win the Donegal International Rally, and in 1981 and 1982 one of the great gentlemen of motorsport, John Lyons, a wonderful man, a wonderful driver. John won it back to back in those 2 years, 81 and 82. In 83, we had a wonderful occasion here in Donegal when the first all Donegal crew won the Donegal International Rally. Vincent Boner and Seamus McGettigan, who of course are now the joint presidents of the Donegal Motor Club, came in their Escort and won a wonderful event. It really put the rally into focus for people like myself at that time who may not have been really big into the sport in 1983, but when that local crew won the event, it really was a very exciting occasion. Vincent Boner and Seamus McGettigan. And just to confirm that we'll be going to the first stage in about 12 minutes. That's the Trenta stage. In about 12 minutes, we'll have live action from the Trenta stage. Just go back to Vincent Boner and Seamus McGettigan. They remain as committed to motorsport today as they did all the way back in 1983. And as I said, were recently appointed as the co-presidents, of the Motor Club. Billy Coleman then came back again in 84, 85 and 86. This was a period when the Cork man was dominating motorsport throughout the country and indeed further afield. Perhaps one of the greatest drivers we've ever produced. Billy Coleman dominated in Amanta in 84. in a Porsche in 85 and in a Metro in 86, just to show you the range of skills that driver Billy Coleman had. He won it in 3 different cars in 84, 85 and 86. 87, there was a new name on the Donegal International Rally, but he was to become a regular winner. Bertie Fisher came in 87 and won it in an Opel Manta. Austin Fraser, one of the most experienced co-drivers of that era, was sitting in the car with Bertie. Bertie showed at that early stage that he had the potential to win, and he certainly did it. And interestingly, finishing third in that event in 1987 were a local crew by the name of the late great James McDaid and a young man called Rory Kennedy, who was only into motorsport at a very early stage. That was 1987. Fisher won it, McDaid and Rory Kennedy were in third position. 5 years later, Bertie Fisher came back to win it again, and Rory Kennedy was his co-driver. So they jumped from 87, joined up in the meantime, and came back in 92 and won it. The late Mark Lovell from England came in a Ford Sierra in 1988 to win the Donegal International Rally. I remember well the final stage coming into Killybegs and the great excitement there was. Mark Lovell, a lovely guy, a lovely gentleman, sadly no longer with us, but very impressive. Another rallying name, David Llewellyn from Wales, came in a Toyota Celica and showed everybody how he could drive. Wonderful occasion that as well in 1989. The Welshman dominated that event. Wonderful driver. Another famous name in Irish rallying, McHale, came in 1990. Austin McHale really wanted to win a Donegal rally, and he did it. He came back again and won it in 1997, but I remember well when he won it in 1990 how much it meant to him to have won it in his BMW Mark III. 91 was another watershed moment for the Donegal International Rally when a certain James Cullen, a Letterkenny man, with the late Ellen Morgan co-driving, won for the first time in his pink car, the Ford Sierra. It was a wonderful event in that year, so exciting. 91, James Cullen and Ellen Morgan. 92, back came Bertie Fisher, Rory Kennedy on with him. 93, Bertie Fisher and Rory Kennedy in their Subaru Legacy. 94, they had to settle for one of the minor places because a young man called Stephen Finlay came in a Ford Escort and just pipped them for victory. But Fisher and Kennedy were back again in 95 to make it 3 years out of 4. It was wonderful to see how they dominated in that period. In 1996, another new name came to the Donegal International Rally by the name of Andrew Nesbitt. He was to win it 6 times in total, and he showed the potential he had in 1995 in his Subaru Legacy when he won the event. But he had to wait a few years. They had to wait 2 years, in fact, to win it again, because in 1997, the experienced Austin McHale, also in a Toyota Celica, took victory from Andrew Nesbitt. In 1998, back came Andrew Nesbitt again in the Toyota, and he won it for a second time. In 99, back came James Cullen and Ellen Morgan to win it for a second time. And then in the year 2000, back came Andrew Nesbitt to win it for the third time. So Andrew Nesbitt, a dominant period for him. Victories there in 1996, in 1998 and in the year 2000. The event didn't run in the year 2001 because of foot and mouth disease. It had to be cancelled. And in 2002, the event had to be cancelled. Andrew Nesbitt was leading the event when it was cancelled. In 2003, he came back to win the event again. Nesbitt was magnificent in winning in 2003. And then another young man who'd been coming to the event for many years and driving down in the National Championship and sometimes threatening to do very well, came along in a Toyota Celica World Rally Championship car, a young man from County Derry called Eugene Donnelly. Donnelly won it in 2004, and just to show that was no fluke, he came back in 2005 to win it again in the Toyota Celica. But Nesbitt, well, he decided he'd like another bite at it. In 2006, back he came in a Mitsubishi Lancer to win it, and really won it in style in 2006. It was a fantastic drive by him in that particular year. That made it 6 victories for Andrew Nesbitt. Wonderful. 2007 saw a very famous name come to Donegal to use this event as a build-up to the World Rally Championship event, which was going to be held in the Tarmac in Ireland. Sébastien Loeb, the Frenchman, a multi-world champion, came in a Citroën C4 and not surprisingly won the event, but indeed won the hearts of everyone here. A lovely guy, Sébastien Loeb. brilliant to watch. It was a real joy to be out in the stages watching how he handled that Citroen, and of course he won the World Championship on many occasions, but his name is in the Roll of Honour in 2007. The event had to be cancelled in 2008. Eugene Donnelly was leading the event in that particular year, and then a young man called Gareth McHale, son of course Austin McHale. He came along with Brian Murphy, and they won it for 2 years in a row. Wonderful performance indeed by both of them. Brian Murphy had won it back previously with Austin McHale, and he came with Gareth in 2009 and 2010. Tim McNulty won it in 2011, and then for the first time Gary Jennings won it in 2012. Gary Jennings competing out there. Niall Doherty was calling the notes for him in 2012. Young Sam Moffat won it in 2013. And then another Donegal crew, Declan and Brian Boyle, became only the second ever Donegal crew to win the Donegal International Rally, following in the footsteps of Vincent Boner and Seamus McGettigan. They won it in 2014. Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy joined forces to win it in 2015 in impressive style, very impressive style. And then last year it was drama upon drama before Manus Kelly and Donal Barrett became the third all Donegal crew to win the Donegal International Rally. And casting our mind back to last year, it was unbelievable. I said at the presentation event of prizes, if someone had handed you the script on the Friday morning and told you that that's what's going to happen over the event over the next 3 days and 20 stages, you would have been inclined to say to them, it's a very good story, but it's a bit far-fetched. 6 times the lead changed hands over the course of the international event. On the Sunday morning, there was 4 crews in contention because the Boyles unfortunately had technical problems on the Saturday when leading by 1 minute and 52 seconds. It was a wide open event, and it turned out to be a fantastic event on the Sunday, with Manus Kelly and Donal Barrett coming through, making up a time of 8.8 seconds to win the event by 0.6 seconds coming off Fannet Head. The scenes at Fannet Head, as you would expect, were memorable on that particular day. So that's a bit of a rundown on the history of the Dual Donegal International Rally. It has seen many of the greats come here and been successful, and any of the wonderful drivers who really wanted to put something on their CV that they felt worthwhile had to come, and that's why the likes of Billy Coleman and Austin McHale and Bertie Fisher and John Lyons and Jimmy McRae and Ari Vatanen and Andrew Nesbitt and James Cullen and all those great names through the years coming into Aaron McHale and Eugene Donnelly, and of course Gary Jennings, the Boyles, Sam Moffat, Manus Boyle. They've all been here, they've all done that, and I know that each and every one of them cherish their victories here in Donegal. Just to remind you, we'll be going to the Trenta stage, which is the opening stage, very, very shortly. That's followed by Letter League, and of course that's followed by Corradui. It's back into service then, and of course out they go to do that loop again. And we're going to Trenta. That's the stage there. It starts just at Illustrin, and we're going to have live pictures very shortly. There we are. That's the chicane at the Clareman's corner, and Brendan is out there, and the crew are out there, and we're looking at the pictures. For those of you who know it, that road heads up to Killyclug and up to the top of Glencar, where those marshals and stewards are standing, and the tape is across, and we are on the far side of the stage. They'll come down to where the chicane is there and pass it on the left hand side. They're coming from the Illustrin side right down the stage, and then they head out towards Trenta and join a part of what the stage was last year. So those are the scenes out there at the Clareman's corner, and Donna Kelly will be one of the people we'll be seeing coming through there very shortly. So let's just reflect back. We spoke to Donna Kelly at signing on last weekend in the Mount Errigal Hotel, and the Donegal man was looking forward to the event, but always quick to point out this is one he really needs to win. Donna Kelly.
DonegalDaily.com, Donegal's largest news website. For up-to-date news, sport and events from Donegal, click DonegalDaily.com.
Well, Donna, we're here less than a week to go. I suppose when people talk to you about the Dual Donegal International Rally, the obvious question is not a very nice one. You haven't won it yet, and you're probably not going to be fulfilled as a rally driver and a competitor at the level you're at until you do.
Yeah, it's the monkey. I just can't get off the back just yet. And looking at the entry in the top 5,
Yeah.
The dynamic of the rally has changed over the last, I suppose, 40 odd years since its inception, and I was speaking to Vincent Warner in the past. He was saying, you know, it was a marathon event years ago, and if you did have a problem, you had time to make it back. It's a sprint event today, and there's no such thing. People talk about tactics. There's only one tactic in Donegal, and that's absolutely flat out.
Go hard.
And you know, when you're on that kind of a pace, you can make mistakes, you know, but that's just part of the game, you know. And I suppose that is the buzz with this rally, and it's I don't know, the dynamic here is everybody raises their game straight away, you know, so you can't judge anybody on the performance they might have had a couple of weeks ago, because once they come to Donegal they just go into a different mode. They switch over the ECU in their own brain and just go into turbo.
Do you feel added pressure now that you want to win this so badly, Donna? I mean, anybody who knows the sport and understands motorsport would say the way you've been driving the last number of years, you deserve to win a Donegal International Rally, but unfortunately sport doesn't work that way.
No, you know, I was talking about that recently, and I said Mayo deserve an All-Ireland and still don't have it, you know. So, you know, I don't think in one sense that I deserve it. There is pressure, surely, and but it's only from myself, you know. There's nobody else that's been under pressure. I think you know, I get a lot of well-wishers that would really like me to bring this one across the line, you know, which is great. But we've got to, you know, see how we get on stage by stage, day by day, and not think about really the finish until you're actually at it. I think for me it's certainly because it's my home event. It's the event we came to watch when we were kids, and I suppose dreamed about coming to do the event. So yeah, because it's our home event, I think there's a natural affection for it. But I must say I enjoy some of the other events. The south of the country, West Cork's been so good to me for the last 4 years. Obviously we've created some history down there, so it'll be hard to I suppose dismiss those events, but I said so many times, all the victories and all the bits of history, I'd trade them all for one Donegal.
Donna Kelly talking to us last weekend in the Mount Donegal Hotel. Donna, as you heard from him there, very keen to get a victory here in Donegal, and you can understand why. In terms of consistency over the last few years in rallying, Donna Kelly's been right up there with the best of the best. But as it meant to Manus Kelly last year, as it meant to the boys a couple of years ago, as it meant, of course, to Seamus McGilligan and Vincent Boner, as it has meant to Rory Kennedy when he's won in Donegal, and indeed all Donegal competitors who've had the honour of winning here, Donna Kelly would just love to get the Donegal International Rally on his CV. I want to just say some thank yous again. If you're just joining us, we're based here at Taylor Facility Solutions. It's Manus Kelly's premises here, just straight across from the rally headquarters at the Mount Errigal Hotel, and we're being hosted here this weekend by Manus and the staff. I'd like to really give our appreciation to Manus for allowing us to use his wonderful facilities, and to Aidan Cannon, who's been our go-to man over the last couple of weeks as well. Aidan's done a fantastic job. Everything we've asked him to do, he's done it. So many thanks to you, Aidan, and indeed to Manus. You can see their pull-up right here behind me in the studio. They're a provider of facility management, recruitment and logistics solutions to clients throughout the Northwest, and you can contact them here on 074 9177 and you can also email them on info@tfsireland.ie. That's Tailored Facility Solutions. We're using their wonderful facility here for the weekend, and we're most grateful to them. And of course, Manus Other's business is Uptown Cafe. They're playing their part with us as well, and indeed Aidan as well. They're supplying us with refreshments for ourselves here in studio and for the guys who are out in the field as well. So many thanks to Uptown Cafe for their wonderful service and hospitality. We really appreciate it. Also, the studio here has been furnished thanks to the Furniture Liquidator. They're based at Pierce Road in Letterkenny. They've supported us with some lovely furniture here, very comfortable furniture from myself and for our guests. So we really appreciate their support. They're based at Pierce Road in Letterkenny, and you can contact them on 07491 20604. That's 07491 20604. Many thanks to them as well. And of course, thanks to the lads from Maguire Media as well. They're all here around us, giving us orders, telling us what to do, keeping us right, and they're out in the field there as well. So many thanks to Gareth and his team, and we're going to have a great weekend with them here in studio and indeed out and about as well. We will be going to Manus Kelly. We spoke to him, of course, during the week down at Uptown Cafe last weekend, of course, where he ran a very special event, a fun day in aid of Down syndrome, Donegal, and it's something very close to Manus's heart and which he supports all the time. And there was a great turnout of the drivers and indeed the locals and indeed young children. Last year there was bouncy castles and there was games for them to play, and it was a wonderful occasion. So well done to Manus. That was at Uptown Cafe last weekend, and I know that Down Syndrome Ireland really appreciated Manus' support. So stage one, Trenta. We're looking forward to being, you saw the pictures there where our camera crew is right there. You'll see the cars going through the chicane, through the Claremans Corner or the Claremans Junction, well known to people here in the Northwest. Maybe not as well known to others, but it is a famous junction up there where four roads meet the Claremans Junction at the top of Glencar, for those of you that know it, past Killyclug, and on you can go. Well, you can go 4 different ways if you want to up at the Claremans, but there'll be great action coming in from that stage very shortly. And our coverage has been brought to you in association with Donegal's premier diamond wheel cutting and powder coater to the automotive industry. That's Donegal Powder Coating, Donegal Powder Coating, and there's telephone numbers to contact them. Paul on 087 2848 643. That's Paul on 087 2848 643, and TJ is on 089 253 6986. That's TJ on 089 253 6986. That's Donegal Powder Coating, who are bringing us coverage from, of course, stage one, the Trenta stage. The action due to get underway. I'm just looking at the timesheet here, and that'll tell us that the road closed up at Trenta there at 11:30 this morning. Then the Chief Marshal's got to go through. The Donegal Motor Club safety people have to go through. There it is, up in front of you again, the Trenta stage starting at Illistrin and making its way all the way down to the end of the stage. The equipment officer goes through, the chief timekeeper, the sponsors, the assistant equipment officers, then the assistant COCs, the Donegal Motor Club steward, and their steward this year is Damien Crawford, I believe. Spectator control goes through, then the senior assistant clerk of the course goes through, Motorsport Ireland stewards go through, the deputy COC, that's the deputy clerk of the course, go through, spectator control goes through, then we have the clerk of the course going through, then we have motorsport safety going through, and then the double O cars going through. You will notice there the number of stewards and safety groups that are going through, the clerk of the course. This is all to ensure that the stage is ready for the cars to go. If there's any doubt about it, there'll be a delay. If there's any doubt, any serious doubt, stages have been cancelled. We certainly hope that that won't have to happen on any of the stages, and that will be helped very much by the safety aspect, spectators doing what they're asked to do by stewards and by the marshals. We heard the safety message earlier on, and the double O cars go through, then the first car goes through. Let's go to the end of that stage, the Trenta stage. Our reporter Chris McNulty is at the end of the stage, and he's ready to join us now. Chris, good afternoon.
The opening stage of the 2017 Dual Donegal International Rally. It's special stage 1, Trenta, at the 13 kilometre stage. It has changed slightly from last year. We've gone a bit beyond the stage end was last year. We're almost in Manaskelly country out here in Glenswilly. The stage starts up near Termon, and the stage stays the same until the Claremont Crossroads up outside Killyclug and Letterkenny. Downhill then and turn a square left, joins up to a part of last year's stage, and then we end down here where we are at Drumcavney in Glenswilly, just off that main road out towards Church Hill. The fastest man on this stage last year, Declan and Brian Boyle in the Fiesta WRC. First off the ramp this morning, Manaskelly, and as I said, we're almost in Manas's home country here in Glenswilly. The defending champion, Manaskelly, and Donald Barrett, last year's winning combination, back in action for this year. Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy also looking for a good run. Remember, this was the stage last year that ended their rally. They were the defending champions last year. Gary and Rory, though, hitting engine trouble coming through this stage. They flew past us at stage end, and that was the end of their rally last year. A few big hitters as well that we can expect to do pretty swift times through this one. Donald Kelly, Sam Moffat, and Josh Moffat, and of course Donegal man Joe McGonigal, who's back in the R5 machine for this 2017 Dual Donegal International Rally. We're at the end of the stage. The rally officials just going past us here at stage end, and would suspect maybe in about 10 to 15 minutes time we'll see the first of those double O safety cars going past us.
Thank you very much, Chris. That's Chris McNulty at the end of the Trenta stage, special stage 1 on the Dual Donegal International Rally 2017. And it'll be very interesting to see, does Chris get the sort of dramatic news that he got last year and was able to bring us Facebook Live last year, that there was a problem with Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy's car and they had to exit the event. And I very well remember Chris, within a few minutes of them coming off the stage, talking live to Rory Kennedy on roadside, telling them unfortunately that there was a problem with the car and there was no way they were going to be able to make it back to service through stages 2 and 3, and their rally was over. The defence of their title ended after that dramatic first stage, and that of course was just a scene setter for what we got right through the event then, all the way through until Sunday. Drama upon drama upon drama, the lead changing hands on numerous occasions, people who were going well having a problem. Manaskelly and Donald Barrett actually got off a stage into a field and losing about a minute and a half, and dramatically coming back, getting back in contention by the end of Saturday, and then more dramatically getting back in contention after the first stage out on Sunday morning, taking 17 seconds of everybody else, and that led to them winning the rally at the end of Sunday last year by 0.6 of a second. As I said, the safety cars will go through, the marshals will go through, the clerk of the course will go through, and then the double O cars, and these are cars that are not competing in the rally. They will sweep through the rally as well with their crews just to make sure that everything's okay. Radio contact will be maintained with the safety officers, and once the go-ahead goes then to the start line, the cars will get underway and we'll have the start of the Dual Donegal International Rally for 2017. If you're just tuning into our coverage, we're here with you right through the weekend. We're at Tailored Facility Solutions here, Manaskelly's property, just across from headquarters, the Mount Errigal Hotel. This is where our studio base will be for the weekend, but we have camera crews and reporters out at stage ends, and I can assure you anything that happens we'll be bringing to you as soon as it does happen. We're really looking forward to a great event. There's no doubt about it. This has the potential to be a fantastic event this year. Sadly, the news this morning was that Declan and Brian Boyle and Michael Boyle and Dermot McCafferty would have to pull out of the event due to the sad passing of Grace Duddy. Grace is the wife of Michael Duddy, and we send our condolences to Michael and all his family on the sad passing of Grace. And of course, Grace Duddy is the mother-in-law of Brian Boyle and the grandmother of Michael Boyle. So sadly, Grace has passed away, and the boys, obviously as a mark of respect to their mother-in-law and their grandmother, decided to withdraw from the event. A big disappointment for them, but in the circumstances, fully understandable. So again, our condolences to all of the Duddy family on the sad passing of Grace Duddy this morning. So not too long now before the action will start, and Trenta will get us underway. If you're just tuning in and not familiar perhaps with the lay of the land and the way this thing goes, there'll be 3 special stages run. They've left the service area now, and they've moved out. They're moving out to stage 1. There it is, the Trenta stage. They'll move out of Letterkenny, down up the mountain top, down the Kilmacrennan Road, and they'll turn in at Illistrin. Kelly's shop there at Illistrin is a good landmark for you. Illistrin School is just behind that. So they'll turn in left just above Kelly's shop there at Illistrin, and they'll turn left again then, and the start of the stage is just, well, virtually half a mile up that road. And that's the stage. It's a twisty looking one. They've made a couple of changes to it this year, just to make it perhaps even a bit trickier than it normally is. But that's where the stage is, the Trenta stage. And the Motor Club's Club magazine, I'll just hold it up here and show it to you. It is a fantastic document to get. That's Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett's car, the winners from last year, with Mandy on it. It's available for sale in many shops around. If you'd like to get your hands on that, it gives you loads of information about the crews, about stages, about timings, and it reflects back on some great moments as well over the years. So it's a very, very good document to get. I think it's selling for €12. So if you go into the shops, you can get that, the Donegal Motor Club, the Dual Donegal International Rally programme for 2017. The Trenta stage will be stage 1. That'll be followed by Letter League, and then it's Corradui. Then it's back into service again. They're allowed to service after those 3 stages. Nothing in between. They've got to go straight from one stage 1 to stage 2 to stage 3, and then into service. Any little problems hopefully will be sorted out there. Cars coming in without a problem will just get a little bit of a look over, and then they'll have under an hour, and then they're back out to the start of stage 4, which is the Trenta stage, which will be brought to you here on our coverage, our live coverage on Donegal Daily and Donegal Sport Hub in association with Divers Hyundai, Pierce Road and Letterkenny. Thanks to Terence and his staff down there for their continued support for Donegal Daily and Donegal Sport Hub. Trenta will be number 4. Number 5 will be Letter League, and number 6 will be Corradui. The crew with the honour of starting off the Dual Donegal International Rally for 2017, and quite rightly so, because they're the champions of 2016, Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett. Earlier this week, we got the opportunity to speak to Manus Kelly.
DonegalDaily.com, Donegal's largest news website. For up-to-date news, sport and events from Donegal, click DonegalDaily.com.
Basically what we did, Charlie, is we just got some drivers and asked them to attend today at the cafe to create awareness for Down Syndrome and rallying for Down Syndrome. As you see, we have a display of rally cars, we're having a barbecue today, we have a bouncy castle and face painting for the kids, so it's a fun day for all the family. Just on the rallying for Down Syndrome, this is an initiative was set up last year just by John Stone, Danny McMenamin and a fellow called Ryan Champion. It's not only in Donegal, but it's across England, and actually there was a car competed in Barbados there last week and finished 2nd overall with the Rallying for Down Syndrome stickers on. So it's a great cause, Charlie, and it's great for the rally fraternity to be associated with it, and they're all supporting it very well. And along with that, it gives a great buzz and hype for the upcoming Donegal rally and gets people together, you know. I suppose every year there's expectations, and I suppose carrying number 1, we're absolutely honoured. We're privileged to be carrying number 1 in our home rally. Like it's an honour in itself, Charlie. But listen, rightly so. You know, there will be expectations of us this year. You know, and hopefully we'll live up to some of them. but you know, at the end of the day, as I said before, like, we're just going out and to drive our own rally, and hopefully we can compete well and get the best out of the car. And I think if we do that, we'll be in the hunt. And I just want to take this opportunity and wish all the rest of the boys the best of luck as well, Charlie. And you know, maybe we may all be against one another at the weekend, but you know, as you've seen, Donna Kelly's here, Declan Boyles, fortunately Gary, and them can't be about. All the rest of the drivers are all, you know, lending themselves in here today. And you know, the rally's one thing, but off the stages there's a bit of camaraderie as well. So I was only speaking to Declan about this last night. You know, if we all stay in it, it's the makings of an exceptional rally. And you know, any one of those guys can win the rally, like, there's no doubt about it. I mean, you mentioned Donna there. Donna's won rallies all over the country. Superb driver, and you know, as I said to Donna, you know, if anybody deserves it, he deserves it. But you can deserve everything, Charlie. But you know, just you need, and anybody gets to the end and does do it, they deserve to get it. You need the luck. You know, at the end of the day, you're dealing with a bit of mechanical machinery, and you know, no more than Declan last year. I think the part was €5 or something that let him down. You know, it's mad, like, when you think about it, Charlie. And you need a lot of things to go your way, Charlie. But you know, at the end of the day, the two guys in the cockpit, you know, they need to be on the top of their game. And if they come out the far side on Sunday, no matter what the dramas have been, they deserve to be there, and that's it. You know, I remember coming out of the field. I remember that empty stomach gut feeling, like, you know, driving off Gary Gort. No, I was particularly all the people that got behind me, the sponsors, the team, all my own team, and I just was gutted, you know. And I come into the service, I remember going in, and I just, you know, one of the lads there, David McGinley, took me up on the thing, and he says, listen, you know, basically, get yourself pulled together and get back out there and set some fastest times. And you know, that's what we did, and we went out, and you know, it shows you what can happen, you know. And of course, luck played a part in it, but along with that, we had to compete very well in order to come back, which I'm very proud of. And you know, we were there in the end, albeit by half a second, but we got across the line, and it made it a very exciting rally for everybody, for our team, for yourselves and the media, for everybody following the rally. But that's the nature of the event, and I hope we can expect that all again. I'm sure you are looking forward to what's going to unfold as well. I really had to take the bull by the horn, so to speak, and you know, there was a lot of things. Even losing Glenn that morning was a big hit, and we're very proud of the way we competed on that Sunday, Charlie. Very proud of the way decision making we made within the team at service, even with the tyre choice. It was a big factor at the weekend. Rory Kennedy mentioned it afterwards, and rightly so. But it was all a team effort. It was all decisions that had to be made. We went out and we drove it, and all together, it all worked out for us. And what a year I've had, Charlie. What a year. I didn't actually, until I won it, and probably for about 6 or 8 weeks after I won it, I didn't realise how much it meant, you know, to be the Donegal International Rally Champion and be from Donegal, and the way the people of Letterkenny and the whole of Donegal embraced me as a competitor, and after I won it, and you know, some of the social things I had to do in the community with schools, and it was just lovely. And you know, you're meeting people of all ages there along the main street. You're the fellow who won the rally, and fair play to you and congratulations. And absolutely an amazing thing for myself, my family, 2 young fellas here today, and sure, they're beside themselves with the excitement with the upcoming rally. And you know, whoever wins the rally, Charlie, it's an amazing achievement. But the thing about it is, it's very, very special if you're from Donegal. So here's hoping. We'll see what happens. You know, maybe another Donegal man will win it this year. You know, there's plenty of us on the mix there, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, welcome back. That's Manus Kelly, and of course defending his title. And well, it'll be very interesting to see the early stages here, Manus and Donal. There's bound to be a bit of nerves out there. So they're on Trenta. The 00 cars are on Trenta, we're told, and we're going to go out and take live pictures from the stage. There we are at the Claremans Corner. We're on live from the stage 1 of the Dual Donegal International Rally. That's Claremans Corner, and that's the chicane. The cars will be coming down. Let's enjoy the action. The 00 cars, I understand, are on the stage, so it won't be too long until Manus Kelly and Donal Barrett will be coming through as the reigning champions, setting off the Dual Donegal International Rally. We'll leave you with the pictures from out there in Trenta.
just watching the action from stage 1 as the double O car went through there. And once the double O's go through, it's not too long until the cars come through in the event. Some spectators up there, elevated sight, looking up towards the Illustrant side. We saw the graphic of the stage. It's a twisty stage, but this is a long straight bit, and they have a chicane in there just to slow the cars down a little bit as they come into the Claremans corner. If you're just joining us, we're live on the Dual Donegal International Rally. The cars will be coming in there. Double O car went through there just not that long ago. Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett will be first on the road. This stage, of course, is 13 kilometres, so it's a pretty long stage, a long testing stage to get things underway. That's a good shot now of the part of the stage leading into Claremans corner. You can see the chicane, bales of hay there just at the corner, some spectators over there as well. And one of the spectators has really, in fact there's two of them up there, they've gone up the tree to get a better look at them coming down the hill. And to see could I recognise who that is, but not at the moment. That's a good spot to be. Not just sure how many of the 00 cars have gone through. That 002's gone through, we're told. So there should be just 001 after that, and then Manus Kelly. There was another. In fact, maybe 001, that was, we saw 001 going through there, perhaps. Some of the marshals out there. Marshals do a fantastic job in this event, supporting the Donegal Motor Club and keeping the event very, very safe. So that's the Claremans corner. Comes pretty early in the stage from Illustrant out. Here we go. 001 has gone through. So after that, the next car we'll see will be the reigning champions, Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett, in their Subaru Impreza World Rally car. The defending champions, Donald Barrett, coming out of retirement. He decided to go into retirement after their victory last year, but some prompting from Manus, I think. And Donald decided to come back and defend the title that they won so impressively and so dramatically last year. So the next car you see on screen out there from the Claremans corner will be the defending champions, Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett. All the 00 cars have gone through. All the safety cars, clerk of the course and his assistants, they've all gone through as well. So it's game on now in the Dual Donegal International Rally 2017, excuse me. Chris McNulty is at the end of special stage 1, and he will be bringing us some news and times. So we're just waiting for the first competitors to come through. There was quite a gap between 002 and 001. First car due on the start was 12:52, so we're in around that time now. The road looks dry there, which of course is significant for these crews. As I suggested earlier on, there was a little bit of rain overnight and a little bit around this morning, not too bad, but it was quite humid and warm and breezy, so that was going to dry up the roads before they got going here, and that looks to be the way. Just looking at the road there out at the Claremans, it's dry, so we can confidently say that all the crews will be on slick tyres. They have slicks, intermediaries and of course wets for the occasion, but it looks as if the sun's trying to break through there. A little bit of shadow appearing just before Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett appear in their Subaru. "30-second gaps usually between the crews once they get going, so things will tighten up once the competitors get going. They're off the start line 30 seconds apart, which in rallying terms is quite a lot, provided everything goes okay, but if it doesn't, it's not that long a period. 20 special stages, 6 today, 8 on Saturday, and 6 again on Sunday. And just to remind you again that coverage of Stage 1, this Trenta stage, is brought to you in association with Donegal Powder Coating, Donegal's premier diamond wheel cutting and powder coater to the automotive industry. And you can call Paul there on 087 2848 643. That's 087 2848 643, or TJ on 089 253 6986. That's 089 2536 986. You're watching pictures from the Claremans Corner, which is part of the Stage 1, the Trenta stage on the dual Donegal International Rally 2017. We're just awaiting the arrival of crew number 1, Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett, and we expect them to be coming through very, very shortly. Manus and Donald will be leading out. It should be Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy in their Impreza, the Go Impreza, coming second on the road. And it was due to be Declan and Brian Boyle, number 3 on the road, but unfortunately, as we brought you news earlier, and if you're just tuning into our coverage, Declan and Brian Boyle will not be starting the event, and that's due to the sad passing of Declan's mother-in-law, Grace. And there we have Manus Kelly. There's Manus Kelly. He's through the chicane at the corner, the Claremans Corner. Spectators there on the field, and he's through safely through that and on his way towards the end of the stage. Chris McNulty, of course, will be awaiting him there. As I said, Declan and Brian Boyle out of the event due to the sad passing of Grace Duddy, Declan's mother-in-law, and of course the son Michael, who was due to go with Dermot McCafferty, also having to withdraw from the event as well. There we go. That's that's Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy going through, really looking to be going very, very quick. And it didn't look like a 30-second gap to me there between Manus Boyle and Donald Barrett and Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy. Next through will be Donna Kelly and Connor Foley in their Focus. It'll be interesting to see how quickly they come into view. There they are. Wonders if there was a 30-second gap there. It didn't seem like that, so it'll be interesting to see the times at the end of this stage. Very, very interesting to see the times at the end of this stage. Young Sam Moffat and his co-driver Ken Atkinson in their Fiesta R5 should be next. There he goes. Yeah, car number 5, that's Sam Moffat and Carl Atkinson in their Fiesta R5. And they should be followed closely by Alistair Fisher and Gordon Noble, also in a Fiesta R5. A good battle between those two over the weekend, indeed, as it was last year as well. But interestingly, Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy look to be very close, very, very close in times of the time between themselves. Going through, there he is, that's Alistair Fisher, going through car number 6, the Fiesta R5 of Alistair Fisher and the very experienced co-driver Gordon Noble. Alistair, of course, nephew of the late great Bertie Fisher, a multi-winner here in Donegal, Bertie Fisher, and Alistair, a fine young driver in his own right. Sponsors on this stage, of course, Donegal Powder Coating, Donegal's premier diamond wheel cutting and powder coaters to the automobile industry. There we have car number 7, and that's the Hyundai i20R5 of Robert Barrable and Damien Connolly, and their main sponsor, of course, local Divers Hyundai, Terence Diver and the staff, their main sponsor for this event, and a sponsor for Donegal Daily and Donegal Sports Hub as well. Terence, very supportive of our sites. And there we go. Coming through here again, this car number 8, Jose Moffat, and James Fulton. They're in the Fiesta as well. Not an R5, so a little bit more pace for them, perhaps on the straighter stretches. But the first 7 cars on the road, car number 8 going through the first 7 cars safely through. Of course, Declan and Brian Boyd not running because of the sad passing of Grace Duddy. They are not running in this event. Should be another Donegal man now, and there he goes, Joseph McGonigal and Kieran Geeney. They've gone through in their Fabia R5. Joseph very competitive as well in that class 5 with the Fiestas, but a man who knows these stages very, very well. So they've gone safely through the chicane there at the Claremans Corner as well. As soon as we can get to the end of the stage to Chris McNulty, who'll update us on the times. It's going to be very interesting to get those times for the leading cars, particularly Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy, who seem to be going very, very quickly over that stage. Chris will be joining us in a couple of minutes. Here we go. The next car going through there is car number 14. That's Porrick Duffy and Kevin Glynn in the Fiesta R5, and looking impressive going through the chicane there. Next up should be another local crew, PJ McDermott from Burt and his Impreza S12, a man who goes well in Donegal. Niall Byrne, he hasn't had the best of luck, PJ McDermott, over the years in terms of finishing the event, but when he has been going, he's been going well and matching times with the best of the best as well. PJ doesn't do a lot of rallying. There he goes. Car number 15, PJ McDermott and Niall Burns in their Impreza safely through at the Claremans Corner as well. Yeah, we can still see pictures here coming through at the Claremans Corner. Yeah, they're PJ McDermott, the last one to go through. Stuart Biggerstaff from County Down and Anthony Nestor should be next through in car number 16. That's an Impreza World Rally car. There they go. Yeah, car number 16. That's Stuart Biggerstaff and Anthony Nestor from County Down gone through. And Aaron McHale, son of, there he goes, number 17, Aaron McHale and Dara Kelly in their Citroen, son, of course, of Austin McHale and brother of Gareth McHale. So the McHale family have a long, long history with the Donegal International Rally, and nice to see Aaron out there again with Dara Kelly calling the notes in their Citroen, committing to the event and keeping the McHale going, the McHale family name going. We're moving on now to the the International, the Modified, and Gary McPhillips should be next through, car number 19. These are the escorts in class number 14. There's a Corolla or two in there as well, but there's going to be a big battle right the way through the event in class number 14, the national event, the Modified event as they call it. We're going to go to well, we were hoping to go to Chris there, but obviously just a little. Yeah, we're back at the Claremans, and the cars, the Modified cars going through there. That was Gary McPhillips going through, I think, there to it. We're hoping just go to the end of the stage to Chris McNulty in a moment or two. And I think we just had a little bit of a technical problem, but with the phone. But hopefully we'll be able to go to Chris in a moment. We're just watching the Modified cars going through, and there goes car number 20, and that's Jonathan Pringle and Paul Sheridan and Cavan. Very quick driver, Jonathan Pringle. He'll be there thereabouts, and Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh should be next. Yes.
For the national rally, just
Okay, we're just having a little bit of a problem with Chris's phone there at the end of that stage. Coverage is not as we would like it, so we're just back with the live pictures here from stage number 1, Trenta. This is up at the Clareman's Corner. Car number 22 going through there is Kevin Eves and William Lynch from Perico. That's their Corolla. They've been having a very good season, Kevin Eves and William Lynch, and they've gone through safely through there in class 14, which is a very competitive one as well. We're just trying to get Chris back here at the moment, but the cars are going through thick and fast there. I think we can go maybe back to Chris McNulty, 23, Gary Kieran going through there, but I think we can go back to Chris now. We can go back to Chris at the end of stage 1. Chris, are you there, Chris?
So stage 1 in the Dual Donegal International Rally, the quickest man so far was done by 9 minutes 48.5. Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett, the defending champions, going in 9 minutes 50.6. Finish of 9 minutes 50.5. Sam Moffat is just coming up to us here. We'll just have maybe a quick word just about that first stage in Trenta. Sam, how was that?
Yeah, not too bad. We're here anyway, and it's good to get the first one over there. So
very good. Sam Moffat happy enough there with his run. First look of Trenta, and Sam Moffat's time on that one. Not quite sure on Sam Moffat's time. We'll just try and get that. And here is Fisher and Gordon Noble just coming up to us here. 802.2. Gordon Noble tells us there. That's Alistair Fisher. Alistair Fisher's time. Robert Barrable coming up here in the Hyundai. We were out with him yesterday evening at Divers Hyundai, of course. And he's got Damien Connolly on board calling the notes in this one. Robert Barrable, of course, very well so far in this machine. And Robert Barrable in the Hyundai. Just get that time there again for Sam Moffat, 8:04, Alistair Fisher 8:02, and Robert Barrable 8:14 over special stage 1, Trenta. Crews coming at us thick and fast here off this opening loop of Trenta. We're on Little Narrow Road just out in Glenswilly country, and the next man here is Porrick Duffy. We'll just grab Porrick maybe for a very quick word about that first loop of Trenta. Porrick?
Very, very slippy. Looks like you have a lot of grip, but the car's moving around a lot, and we hit a chicane and we had a space. Just pass it.
There we go. Hassel, says Porrick Duffy in there on special stage 1, Trenta. The car's coming at us again. Here's a Donegal man on Greenland Hotel. Says the sun visor that above PJ McDermott was Niall Burns on board. Niall Burns' time there, 8:49 for PJ McDermott, and Niall Burns, 8:49. That's PJ McDermott, the fourth man, of course, has had a few runs over this rally in his time, and has always going pretty hard there. Those times that we had again there, Manus Kelly was actually Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett's time was, I think we got the time wrong on those, yeah. Donald Barrett just relayed it was actually 7 minutes 50.6, and Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy 7:52, and Donald 7:48. So the quickest man over that first loop was Donna Kelly, and Connor Foley calling the notes on that one. And we'll grab PJ McDermott, who's just coming off this first loop of Trenta. PJ McDermott. PJ, all good in there?
Just bedding in, yeah. Everything good so far, I know it.
Yep, so far so good, says PJ McDermott after stage 1. Fourth man, of course, a veteran of this event. And here's Stuart Biggerstaff and Anthony Nestor. We'll just get a time here from Anthony. Anthony, how was that one for you?
Yeah, not so bad. We did a 9:05. We did a bit of smoke coming up through the car during the stage there. So it's a bit disorientating to see it. But we'll have a look here and have a quick check. So it's a long rally, so we'll bet ourselves in jet.
Oh, 9:05.1 for Stuart Biggerstaff and Anthony Nestor. And as he said there, smoke in the cockpit, and certainly within the cockpit of that car. There's quite a smell of pretty heavy smoke in there. So obviously some engine trouble for the guys in there. Aaron McHale and Dara Kelly, the next man to come at us here. Just to get a time for Aaron McHale, it was 8:46 for Aaron McHale, who is Dara Kelly calling the notes here. And I think we have Joe McGonigal, have we? Joe McGonigal and Kieran Guinea, and certainly the front of the R5. Joe, by the looks of that wasn't going all plain sailing on there.
No, we went into a bit with Kieran had to get out and open the gates to get a car moved, and we lost 2 or 3 minutes.
Much damage done?
Just whatever you can see, it seems to be all cosmetic, thankfully.
There we go, and certainly the front of the R5 with Joe McGonigal not looking as it was looking when we spoke to him on the steps of Greenland Hotel in Letterkenny this morning, just before they made their way to the start ramp. And to see the first of the Mark II escorts just coming at us here, and it's Gary McPhillips who's going to be the first, that red escort of Gary McPhillips. We'll just move slightly a bit down the road here because the place is getting quite congested. There's a lot of crews and a lot of guys doing gravel notes and what have you out on the end of this stage here, getting times and what have you. And Joe McGonigal certainly looks at a bit of distress with the front of that of that car there, but he doesn't believe that there's too much internal damage done. It's a bit of cosmetic stuff, as he says there. Just a quick recap before we get the time of the Mark II escorts. See a few of them pulling up there. Gary McPhillips and the likes of Jonathan Pringle, all coming off this stage now. And here comes Joe McGonigal just past us and going off just to check on the extent of the damage in that one. But just a quick recap: Donna Kelly and Connor Foley, the quickest that we have so far in the national event. And here's Gary McPhillips. Gary, how was that one for you?
Look, I'm happy enough to get through that first stage. You know, no dramas and a steady run through it with an 8:18 on it. I don't know how it compares to my behind it, but I'm just glad to get the first one over now and sort of get settled in, see what way the car was performing. So yeah, no, look, I'm happy to get that one over.
Good stuff. Gary McPhillips there with an 8:18 over special stage 1 Trenta. That's the first of these Mark II escorts, and of course in Donegal we always expect a big battle between the Mark II escorts and the national event of the Donegal International Rally. Is one of the most eagerly anticipated parts of the rally. Gary McPhillips and James McNulty with a time of 8:18, and the rest of the guys in the Mark IIs just out checking things at the end of the stage here at the end of Trenta. And the next man we have here is Jonathan Trent. We'll just do a quick run around here to Paul Sheridan, who's doing a bit of calculating. Paul, hit 17.7. was marginally quicker than the crew of Gary McPhillips, 8:17.7. And here's an all Donegal crew, Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh. Mac, your time on that one?
Nice, happy, good run on it, eh? Steady.
Very good. Mac Walsh and Damien Gallagher, popular local crew there, of course. Kevin Eves and William Lynch. William 8:15 there for Kevin Eves. A crew that's going particularly well so far this year. From up in the Pettigo direction, he's had a couple of wins to his name around about the rallies around the country. And up there was just time Adrian as quick and there. And we Adrian Hetherington tells us, I will just try and grab a quick word with Adrian Brian Brogan off on that stage.
Man's gone, I rolled over on the side there, a real tight spot, so I had to slow off and let him through, like the through him, you know.
How was it for yourselves?
Nervous, I have to admit, a wee bit, at least.
There we go, Adrian Hetherington there with Brian Brogan. Getting McGilligan on board with the last just for national honours in this event. Unfortunately, stage 1 Trenta, their event is over. It is heading road. That is their event over. And big course from the internet is excellent.
Yeah, welcome back. The action out there at stage 1, and as Chris was reporting there, some very, very interesting times. I'll just go through the times for you again for the leading crews, the ones that we have. Fastest on that stage, significant. This is significant. Markers will be put down early on, and Donna Kelly has certainly put down a marker. Himself and Connor Foley in a time of 7.48.5, 7 minutes 48.5 seconds for stage 1, and that meant that they were 2.1 seconds quicker than Manus Kelly. Manus and Donald Barrett 7 minutes 50.6, 7 minutes 50.6. Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy 7:52.5, 7:52.5. Then fourth quickest was Alistair Fisher and Gordon Noble, 8 minutes 2.2 seconds, 8 minutes 2.2. Not far behind him, Sam Moffat, 8 minutes 4.7. Jost Moffat, 8 minutes 7.7. So very little separating those three crews. Robert Barrable, 8:14.1. Good time for Robert Barrable and Damon Connolly there. This is his first time back here since 2010 in the Hyundai. Porrick Duffy in the Fiesta R5, a time of 8:40, 8 minutes 40. PJ McDermott, 8:49, and Stuart Biggerstaff and Anthony Nestor, a time of 9:05.1. But you did hear that they had a little bit of a problem on that stage and may need some running repairs. It's a long way back, and just interestingly coming in hot off the press here from the end of the stage there, fastest on the national, in the national category, fastest in the national category. Let's keep a close eye on this. Fastest, and very impressively fastest, Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh. Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh finished third in the national last year. They set a time of 8 minutes 10.2 seconds. 8 minutes 10.2 seconds, and that's 5.6 seconds quicker than Kevin Eves and William Lynch. That is a significant difference. 5.6 seconds over a stage of that length. Jonathan Pringle and Paul Sheridan were third fastest, 8:17.7, and Gary McPhillips and James McNulty 8:18.4. But that is an incredible time by Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh, the local crew in their Ford Escort Mark II, 8 minutes 10.2. Just to put that into some perspective for you, Jose Moffat in the Ford Fiesta, 8 minutes 7.7. Damien Gallagher in his Ford Escort, 8 minutes 10.2, less than 3 seconds slower than Jose Moffat. And in fact, Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh, 8 minutes 10.2. Robert Barrable and Damien Connolly in their Hyundai i20, 8:14.1. It's an incredible time that by Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh. You can only say, and I know it's an old cliche, they were really flying on that stage. It's a stage that they know very well, but you could say that about all the stages today in relation to Damien Gallagher. He's been doing this event for many, many, many years. A real rally man, and fantastic time there from Damien Gallagher. That's one to watch. Damien Gallagher, 5.6 seconds quicker than Kevin Eves and William Lynch. He was 7.5 seconds quicker than Jonathan Pringle and Paul Sheridan, and we know that Jonathan Pringle doesn't hang about when he's out rallying. Fantastic stuff. Gary McPhillips and James McNulty, another crew that don't sit about too long. They were 8.2 seconds slower than Damien Gallagher. Incredible time. But just to confirm, at the top of the international, Donna Kelly and Conor Foley have set down the early marker, not by much, but by enough to say we're serious here. In their Ford Focus, their time was 7 minutes 48.5. They were 2.1 seconds quicker than the defending champions Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett, and third place Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy a further let me get this right now. Their time, in fact, was 7:52, so they were 4 seconds slower. So they were just about another 2 seconds behind. In fact, if you look at the situation, 4 seconds cover the top three. 4 seconds cover the top three. A little bit of a gap then to Alistair Fisher. So, as you would expect, Donna Kelly, Conor Foley, Manus Kelly, Donald Barrett, Gary Jennings, Rory Kennedy, setting down the early markers for themselves and for one another. It's fantastic. We're just hearing that the 00 cars have started going through stage 2. That's letter league. That means we just have 001 before Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett will be going through. Tony Kelly is at the end of that stage, of course, but we will be seeing action from Woods Corner on that stage as well. We expect to be going to Woods Corner to see the action towards the end of Special Stage 2 very shortly, and then Tony Kelly will be reporting for us. Let's see, can I just get a further update on some of the other times. Joseph McGonigal coming in there, obviously had a problem, must have had a problem, Joseph McGonigal. He's been given a time of 11 minutes 35.5. That can only mean that he had a spin or something, a puncture or whatever. There's no way that Joseph McGonigal would be that slow on that stage unless there was a problem. So a time of 11:35.5 would clearly indicate that there's some sort of a problem with Joseph McGonigal and Kieran Guinea. That's disappointing. They started off at number 12, of course, seated number 12, and they're in 12th place with that type. Just going to the national category again, the modified, a couple of other times coming in now. Gary Kiernan, 8:19.1, Damien Tourish and Donald McElhaney, 8:25, and Adrian Hetherington and Ronan O'Neill, 8:27.9. The more times come in that, the more remarkable Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh's time of 8 minutes 10.2 seconds appears to be. That was some drive over Trenta by that crew. Incredible stuff. It'll be interesting to see over Letter League, because Damien Gallagher almost passes his house on the Letter League stage, so you can expect him to be travelling on that stage as well. But a big marker set down. We spoke to him, we interviewed him at the launch of this year's event, and he talked in terms of how special it would be to win. He saw his friend and neighbour Manus Kelly won the modified section in 2015 and go on to win the international in 2016. Damien and Mac have been on the podium, but they've never won it. But listen, there's 19 stages to go. Let's not get too excited. But what a time from them! 8 minutes 10.2 seconds on that stage. Wesley Patterson and Johnny Beard just off that stage, 8 minutes 58.5. Eugene Megan 8:39. Frank Kelly 8:29.3. Those guys can all go. Believe you me, they can travel in those Escorts and Corollas. Eugene Megan's in a BMW M1. And I'm just hearing that Brian Brogan and Damien McGettigan are out of the rally. It was interesting. They were to run I'm just trying to check what number they were to run at. They were to run at number 24. They should have been well through at this stage. Obviously, they've had a problem as well. I'm not sure if it was before the start or during that Trenta stage, which again, they would know very, very well. But that'll be a huge disappointment for Brian Brogan and Damien McGettigan. They certainly have not had the best of luck on this event over the years. They've been in contention for that Class 14 on many occasions, but one or two problems, and looks as if they're out of the rally as well. A big, big disappointment. We'll have to find out Joseph McGonigal's situation, but it would look as if that Donegal crew of Joseph McGonigal and Kieran Guinea also have a problem with a time of 11:35. We will be going to Letter League very shortly. Our crew is at Woods Corner to film the cars coming through, and then of course Tony Kelly's at the end of the stage. But the double O cars have gone through, so we should be going to Letter League now very, very shortly, because the competitors will be going through very shortly. We're going to cut, I'm being told we're going to cut to stage 2 very shortly, just to confirm the stages. If you're just tuning in, and I know more people will be joining us as the day goes on, special stage 1 has been completed by the about half the field, I would say, roughly about half the field. Donna Kelly and Connor Foley, 7:48.5, 7:48.5. Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett, 7:50.6, 7:50.6. That's a gap of 2.1 seconds. Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy, 7:52.5, 7:52.5. That's 4 seconds, exactly 4 seconds behind Donna Kelly. Alistair Fisher and Gordon Noble, 8 minutes 2.2. Sam Moffat, 8 minutes 4.7. Joe Moffat, 8 minutes 7.7. Robert Barrable, 8:14.1. Aaron McHale, 8:39.5. Porrick Duffy, 8 minutes 40 seconds. PJ McDermott, 8:49. Stuart Biggerstaff, 9:05.1. And Joseph McGonigal and Kieran Guinea, 11:35.5. Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh in the modified section, an incredible time of 8 minutes 10.2 seconds. That's 5.6. Okay, 0-1, I'm just been told, has gone through out at Letter League, so hopefully we'll be able to go to take live pictures from there. It shouldn't be too long until Manus Boyd and Donald Barrett have gone through, so hopefully we'll be able to take the live pictures from there very shortly. Just a few more times coming through here. Phil Collins, a regular visitor here on stage 1, 8:38.9, good time for him. Vivian Hamill, 8:25.1. Ryan Loughran, 8:23.3. Declan Gallagher in his Toyota, the Milkman, along with John McCarthy, they went through in a time of 8:19.2. Good time from them again, so the picture is changing that. And Ian Barrett and Paul McGee. Ian Barrett is the managing director of Jewel, and Jewel, of course, are the sponsors of the Donegal International Rally. They have gone through in a time of 10 minutes 32.1, so slightly slow time there from Ian Barrett and Paul McGee. As I said, the double O cars have gone through now on Letter League, so we should be going to join the action very shortly at Woods Corner to see the cars going through there. You're currently watching pictures from the Claremans Junction as the cars continue to come through from Illustrin right through to the end of the Trenta stage. Donna Kelly, fastest in the international. Damien Gallagher, fastest in the national. And the cars continue to come through. That's car number 62, just gone through there. And just to confirm who that is, Car number 62 is Brian O'Keefe and Sean Hayden. And our coverage of Special Stage 1 brought to you in association with Donegal Powder Coating, the premier diamond wheel colour cutting and power coaters of automated industry here in Donegal and throughout the northwest. And you can contact Paul there on 087 2848 643. So we're up and running on the Dual Donegal International Rally. A lot of cars through, almost, well, not quite half the field. About 150 cars will set out, so that was car number 62 that went through there. Donna Kelly and Conor Foley quickest on stage 1, 2.1 second faster than Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett. Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy next quickest, 4 seconds behind Donna Kelly and Conor Foley. Well, you're watching the action there from stage 1, Trent, at the Claremans Corner, and the news is, well, Brian Brogan and Damien McGettigan are out of the rally. We don't know the circumstances as yet. As soon as we get that, we will confirm to you exactly what's happened there. Obviously, Joseph McGonigal and Kieran Geeney had a problem in that stage because they recorded a slow time of 11:35. That's disappointing for them. But the news at the top of the field is that Donna Kelly and Conor Foley are leading from Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett and Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy. The lead is 2.1 seconds over Manus and Donald and 4 seconds over Gary and Rory. That's the top three. Then it's Alistair Fisher. He's a further 9.7 seconds behind, along with Gordon Noble. They're in 4th position. Sam Moffat and Carol Atkinson are in 5th position, and Jose Moffat and James Fulton are in 6th position, with Robert Barrable and Damien Connolly 7th. Colin Murphy and Don Montgomery have recorded a good time there of 8:28.6. Aaron McHale 8:39.5. Aidan Weir, who's in group he's in good shape. So we're live now from Letter League. That's a car going through there. I just didn't catch who it was, but you can watch them coming around the corner and head down to the bottom. Tony Kelly is at the end of the stage for us. Manus has gone through. That was Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett gone through. So it should be Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy coming next. They're easily identified. There they are in the go red. Impreza, there they go down through Woods Corner, heading down toward the end of that stage is just down below where you see the cars disappear down to. Good spectator numbers out there as well. It's always a popular spot. You can see them in the background there. And Donna Kelly, who set the fastest time on Special Stage 1, he should be the next car coming through here. There he goes. Donna Kelly, car number 4. Fastest on Special Stage 1. Tony Kelly's at the end of the stage, so hopefully she'll be able to bring us news. Highland Motors are our sponsors for Special Stage 2. They're based at the mountain top, and we appreciate their support as well. Lawrence Harrigan and the staff up there at the mountain top, and of course they are the main dealers in Donegal for Renault, Dacia, Citroen and Honda. So thanks to them for their support on Special Stage 2. You can see the logo up on our screen there. Donegal Daily and Donegal Sport Hub bringing you live coverage from the Dual Donegal International Rally 2017. We're watching the Letter League stage at Woods Corner. Woods Corner, just for those of you who may be interested to know exactly where it is, if you're travelling on the main Letterkenny to Ballabafay Road, you take the right turn opposite what was once upon a time Elvin's shop. Take that right turn up to the top of the hill as far as you can go until the hill levels out, and there's that junction that you're looking at is just up there at the top of Woods Corner. There goes Sam Moffat. In fact, that was Alistair Fisher that went through. I must have missed Sam Moffat. Alistair Fisher, number 6, went through there. Unless he's on the road ahead of Sam Moffat. But that's where Woods Corner is, right up at the top of that road. It would be, and where the stage finishes would take you into the back of Stranorder. There's a sharp turn up there, a couple of corners as they come in. There we go. That's car number 7. That's Michael Barrable. So I must have missed Sam Moffat going through there. Apologies about that. I think we're going to be able to go to the end of special stage.
He's talking about tyres here.
No, I did the best with the tyre choice that we went on.
The next one is not there, does he?
So, nothing. We'll go back into shape and regroup and go again.
Good man, thanks a million, Alice. We'll let you go. When these guys sit here for too long and they're sitting on the very warm brakes, the car can actually end up seizing up a little bit and the brakes just get a little bit damaged. So we'll let Matt go there. So he's definitely delighted to be through the stage and whatever, but he's doing his best in terms of driving and he's enjoying the crack when it comes to the driving, and he's his usual kind of excited self and kind of laid back, chilled out Manus, but he definitely, I think, is unhappy with his tyre choice. So, but it's only a couple of seconds, so we'll not worry about it too much yet. We've got Gary Jennings approaching us here now, so we're going to get a quick word with Gary and see what he has to say about the first run over the second stage. Gary, how did that run go for you?
Hi, Grant. I think it's a lot drier and warmer than I thought it would be out here. Probably picked too short off the tyre, but no, it's grand. We're still going for a change.
And are you enjoying it? I mean, obviously it's a big plus to get out to the end of the first stage there for you.
Oh, it definitely was. And then the wipers on in the second stage, and I couldn't get them off the whole way through. They were distracting a bit, couldn't right speed around the corner. But hey, it's grand. I'm glad to be here, and the pace was very good.
Long rally, yeah, Gary?
Oh, let it out.
Thanks a million, folks. We're going to let the guys head on. That's Gary and Rory, and the sweater's absolutely dripping off Rory. Gary seems very chilled out as usual. Himself and Manus to be cut from the same cloth, I would say, in that respect. We've got Donna Kelly here now. He's just having a wee chat with his team, so we'll try and sneak in and get a quick word with him. His former navigator is actually chatting to him here, Kevin Flanagan. Donna, great run this morning. How's this last wee stage?
We were actually fastest in there, messed up the timing, so we haven't got the time. So we'll have to see what we do, but we're fastest by about 3 or 4 seconds.
That's obviously a great start for you.
Yeah, I've got time sorted out.
Come here, how does the car feel?
Great.
You're excited? Good man, Donna. We'll let you go. It's really, really difficult for the guys to actually, come off a stage and then talk to the likes of us and explain where their head's at, because it's all over the place, I'd say. Sam, how did that go for you?
I had a good call in there.
Good man, that's Sam Moffat. We'll get a quick word with Alistair here. We'll do the first couple of cars and then I'm going to have to hit the road and make it over to the third stage. I've got to catch these boys at the end of the third stage. Alistair, just a quick word, how do you get on?
Yeah, hopping up in there. There's no real chances, to be honest. Probably tyres getting a bit soft, so we want to go now before service, and we're hopping up.
Good man, come here. We'll see you over the rest of the weekend. Thanks for talking to us, Alistair. We've got Robert Barrable in the Highway, the only one of its kind in the rally. Hit the road. Morning.
Yeah, not too bad. It's only been a bad first lost the intercom spawn, but I don't know how we went that stage. It was comfortable. We're just getting into a rhythm nice and early and see what we can do then.
I mean, it's obviously the only Hyundai in the rally, so big.
To the hill, so look, we've 3 days to do it, so hopefully that's what we can do.
Good man. I'll let you go, folks, and I'll catch you at the end of the third stage. So that's me for the moment, Charlie. I'm going to jump into the car here and safely get myself over to the end of the third stage of the day.
Oh, okay, Tony, thanks for that. Good to get those reactions. I was just looking at times coming in here, and there's, well, I'm not just quite sure about this because some of the times don't seem to be as they should be. But anyway, the official times that are going up here are telling us that Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett had a time of 6:43.4, 6:43.4. Sam Moffat 6:52. Gary Jennings 8:30, and Donna Kelly 9 minutes. Now we'll certainly have to check those out because unless Gary and Donna both had a lot of problems on that stage, and there didn't seem to be that big a gap between them coming in behind the car in front of them. Certainly not to that extent anyway. So I just have to check that out, but that's the times we're being given at the moment from the official results service across at headquarters, and that would leave Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett in the lead with a combined time of 14:34. Sam Moffat 14:56, Gary Jennings 16:22.5, and Donna Kelly 16:48.5. But I'm just not sure about those times. That would mean that Gary Jennings and Donna Kelly, certainly both of them had problems in there because Gary was almost 2 minutes slower than Manus, according to these stats, where Donna was over 2 minutes slower. And it's hard to see how they would be that much slower than Manus in a stage unless they had very, very serious problems. And as I said, Gary went through fairly quickly. We missed Manus going through. We got the tail end of him, but Gary went through fairly quickly, and Donna came through fairly quickly then as well. So just have to check those out. That would leave it Sam Moffat up into second spot behind Manus Kelly. We can only go by these official results that we've been given, but I would caution that these results are always provisional. Once they're coming off the stage, these results are always provisional and would have to be confirmed. Certainly the times, there is a question mark about the times of Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy and Donna Kelly and Conor Foley on Letter League. There is a question mark there about them. At the moment, Alistair Fisher has now moved up on the second spot. He went round there in 6:53.1. 6:53.1. You're looking at live pictures from Woods Corner on Letter League towards the end of it. And that was a great time there from Alistair Fisher. And Robert Barrable would move up into fourth position. He had a time of 6:58, which puts him up into fourth. So the leaderboard at the moment in the international category is showing Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett with a lead of 21.3 seconds over Alistair Fisher and Gordon Noble. Sam Moffat and Carl Atkinson are a further 1.4 second behind. Robert Barrable is a further 15.4, so that will leave him 38 seconds behind. Gary Jennings is a minute and 48.5 seconds behind, and Donna Kelly is 2 minutes 14.5 seconds behind. So we have to presume that Gary Jennings and Donna Kelly, if these times are correct, and I caution again, they are provisional times, they have to be confirmed, but if they are correct, then those two guys lost a lot of time in there on that stage. They lost up to 2 minutes. Jennings just less than 2 minutes, Donna Kelly just over 2 minutes. And as I said, it's hard to imagine what could have happened to both of them for them to lose that amount of time, given the fact that certainly there wasn't much difference between the two of them going into the end of the stage, and you would presume that if both of them lost 2 minutes on the stage, more than one car would have passed them. So that's something we're just going to have to check out. Caution again, it's provisional times, and coming hot off the press like this, sometimes things can go slightly awry, and we'll have to come back to that. But Tony's making her way now to the end of Special Stage 3 at Corradui, outside Convoy, and Chris McNulty and his team are going back into service here in Letterkenny. So we'll get a fuller picture, obviously, when that happens. We did hear Manus Kelly saying he needed to get back to service and regroup. So he obviously feels he has a little bit of a problem as well. But time-wise, he doesn't appear to have a problem because He was second fastest on stage 1, and according to what we're getting here, he was fastest over Letter League in stage 2, almost his home stage, that Letter League one, of course. But Gary Jennings and Donna Kelly losing a lot of time on that stage, and we just don't know what exactly is the problem, or if there is a problem or whatever. Cars continue to go through. Car number 23 going through there is Gary Kiernan and Ryan Moore. I'll be very interested to see the times coming through for the guys in the international event now. How did Damien Gallagher do in that one, I wonder? That's Ryan Loughran, who had a very good time there and was well up the leaderboard. The last time we looked, that was in the overall sense of things, but we haven't any times up for the modified men yet. But Brian Brogan and Damien McGettigan, who would have been hoping to compete in that event, in that particular section of the event, as they have for the last number of years, right through the weekend, well, we hear that their rally is over and they are out of the rally. And if you're just tuning in to our coverage here on Donegal Daily, Donegal Sport Hub for the first time today, and wondering perhaps why you haven't heard me mention Declan and Brian Boyle, well, I can tell you that unfortunately Declan and Brian had to pull out of the event, as indeed had Declan's son Michael Boyle and his co-driver Dermot McGettigan, because of the sad passing earlier today of Grace Duddy. That's the wife of Michael Duddy and the mother-in-law of Declan Boyle, and grandmother, of course, of Michael Boyle. So unfortunately, Grace passed away, and the lads felt it would be inappropriate for them, understandably so, to take part in the event. So we send our sympathy yet again to the Duddy family. But that's the reason that I haven't been mentioning Declan and Brian Boyle. They decided to withdraw from the event this morning. But still some hot competition, still plenty of things to talk about, because, well, you'd wonder why Gary Jennings and Donna Kelly were slow. That's the only way to describe it. Were slow over Letter League, and why Manus Kelly was able to take so much time off them. But we just don't know. We just don't know what the story is yet, but we will find out. If we don't find out when they come off the next stage, we'll certainly find out when they go into service. Car number 34 is going through there. That's Phil Collins. And our coverage of this stage brought to you in association with Highland Motors. The modified cars flying through there. Woods Corner. A lot of spectators up there, as you can see. It's a popular spot. Car number 36, that's Vinnie Hamill. Vinnie had a very good time in the first stage as well. He's flying through. And they're coming through thick and fast there now. The camera crew catching them as they come out into the open from a series of corners just before that junction. Woods Corner up above the main Letterkenny to Ballybofey Road. Take a right turn at the former Elvin shop, and that'll take you right up there to Woods Corner at the top of the hill. That's the location for the action from the Trenta stage, from the Letter League stage. There goes car number 37 going through. That's Aidan Weir, and a little bit of a jump there from Aidan. He won Group N last year, and we're hoping to go very well in it this year as well. Colin Murphy also in Group N, chasing Aidan. So we continue to watch the action here from Special Stage 2 Letter League. The lead cars will be on their way now to Special Stage 3, which is Corradui, and our coverage of Special Stage 3. Just confirming the Special Stage 3, the coverage will be brought to you in association with the Oasis Bar in Letterkenny. And the Oasis at the Letterkenny Shopping Centre are showing the entire rally live on their big screen and in the beer garden. So thanks to the Oasis Bar, Letterkenny, for their support. And if you want to get along and watch it on the big screen, you can do so at the Oasis Bar in Letterkenny, who are sponsors of our coverage of Special Stage 3, which will be the Corradui stage. We'll be getting underway on that very, very shortly. And of course, we're still watching action here from Special Stage 2. And the action brought to you in association with Highland Motors, Mountain Top in Letterkenny, top main dealers in Donegal for Renault, Dacia, Citroën and Honda. Just looking now, some details coming through from the national category, and the times coming through. Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh, 7 minutes 5.8. But Declan Gallagher, the milkman, in his Toyota Starlet was quickest over Letter League, 7 minutes 2.6. That's an incredible time from both of those crews. And Kevin Eves and William Lynch, 7 minutes 6.1. 6.1. Gary Kiernan and Ryan Moore, 7 minutes 7.2. Ryan Loughran and Gareth Doherty, they've started this event very, very well. Their time was 7 minutes 3.5. Jonathan Pringle, 7:15.4. Adrian Hetherington, 7:12.7. Frank Kelly, 7:20.7. Eugene Megan, 7:19.5. There's a car, a bit of a slip there from car number 48. That was Gary Cooney, well-known Donegal businessman. Gary and Dara Mullen in their Impreza, just a little bit of a mishap there at Woods Corner, but he got it straightened up and he got back on the road and down towards the end of the stage. That'll have cost him a few seconds there. Eugene Megan, 7:19.5. Damien Tourish, 7:50.6. And Wesley Patterson, 7:49.2. That would leave things in the national category. Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh have a 5.8 lead over Declan Gallagher and John McCarthy. 5.8 second lead over Declan Gallagher and John McCarthy, and a 6.1 lead? Yeah, I think so. It should be more than that, actually. It should be more than that, the lead they have on them. It's not actually, it's 6.1, because there's only 0.1 of a second between Gallagher and Eves, so that's how tight it is at the top. Declan Gallagher's combined times, 15 minutes 16 seconds. Declan Gallagher, 15:21.8. Kevin Eves, 15:21.9. These are all Donegal crews, the first three crews, and there's just 6.1 seconds between them. Gary Kiernan and Ryan Moore are next, 15:26.3, and it's tight. Ryan Loughran, 15:26.8, so there's just half a second between them. Jonathan Pringle, 15:33.1, a further 6.3 seconds behind. But listen, the modified section, as we expected it would be, very, very little between them. I'm just looking at the top six here. Damien Gallagher, Mac Walsh, 15:16 are leading, and in sixth position, Jonathan Pringle and Paul Sheridan, 15:33. So 17 seconds between the top six. It's very, very little. Letter League. I'm just looking at the international section again, and the times of Gary Jennings and Donna Kelly continue to puzzle me somewhat. Times that have been given. We have to presume if these times are right, and these are provisional times, but if these times are right, they've certainly dropped down the field. In fact, looking at the leaderboard, Gary is down in 11th position, Donna is in 12th position, because they lost just under 2 minutes and just over 2 minutes respectively on that last stage, on the Letter League stage. So maybe Tony Kelly will be able to help us out when they get to the end of Special Stage 3 in Corradui. But if these times are right, then two of the favourites, Donna Kelly and Gary Jennings, are going to have a lot of time to make up. That's car number 47 going through from Brookless, JF Shovelin and Kenny Bustard in their Impreza. Going through at Woods Corner there. More times coming through on the national category. Martin and David McGee from Downings. They're down in 14th position, 7:31.7 on that last stage letter league. 16 minutes, 16.3 seconds. They're about a minute behind Damien Gallagher on the leaderboard. Brendan McDade and Carly Reid going through there as well. There's 8 for the 2 stages. And Wesley Patterson and Johnny Beard, 16:47.7 for the 2 stages. But it's Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh who are on top, but their lead now has been reduced to just 2.5 seconds, or 2.8 seconds in fact, to be precise. Kevin Gallagher and Jared Callahan have come in with a super time there as well of 7 minutes 4.3, so they've jumped into second spot ahead of Declan Gallagher, who's just 5.5 seconds, 3 seconds in fact behind them, so it's very tight in that. Another car going through there, car number 82, and that's Tony O'Connell and Eugene Sherry from Derry. They've gone through letter league there as well. We should shortly be going to the end of special stage 3. But drama, questions always to be asked on the Dual Donegal International Rally when times like this come up that we're uncertain about what exactly's happened. Why is Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy and Donna Kelly and Conor Foley look to have lost so much time on special stage 2 letter league, which has really dropped them down the field. They're dropping further down now because Gary is down in 13th position, Donna's in 14th position, but I'll caution again, these times are provisional, and we'll just have to wait and see if they did both have problems on that stage, which has made their job, if it has, it's made their job of winning this event very, very difficult. There's a long way to go, but it's a long way back from where they are. Manus Kelly did it last year, of course, and they hadn't as many stages to play around with the lads have, but let's just see what happens now on special stage 3, and let's hear then when they go into service, if these times are correct, what exactly happened, why they were so slow, what was the problem. Okay, welcome back to the studio here. Special stage 2 has been completed. We're waiting to go to Tony Kelly at the end of special stage 3, but in the meantime we have some drone footage from the 2 stages so far on the Dual Donegal International Rally. This is the Clareman's Corner, and this is the cars coming through. Earlier this morning the 00 cars going through, and this is drone footage from the Trenta stage. That's Manus Kelly gone through there just after the Clareman's Corner. That's Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy gone through. Here they come off the stage, and that's Donna Kelly gone through there through the chicane. Some of the spectators there just getting a little bit further back. Some of the modified cars going through there now as well. So this is some drone footage from the stage. You can see long, straight, very fast. And the last clip coming up now, that's the Clareman's Corner. That's the car going through the Clareman's Corner and heading right down the stage. And you're welcome back once again. I'm just anxious to go and find out exactly what has happened. So we'll be joining Tony very, very shortly. Just to let you know that according to the times that we've received, and these are provisional times, I just want to caution that again. Both Gary Jennings and Donna Kelly lost significant time on letter league, according to the record, the times that we've received here. Just to give you some idea, Manus Kelly was quickest on the stage, 6 minutes 6:43.4. 6:43.4. The next fastest, according to what we're receiving, was Alistair Fisher. It was Sam Moffat, 6:52. 6:52 dead. And then it was Alistair Fisher, 6:53.1. So if we go back to Manus, 6:43.4, the time we've got for Gary Jennings is 8 minutes 30 seconds, and for Donna Kelly, 9 minutes dead. That's a significant gap in time between the fastest and the times the two boys are getting. We're going to Tony Kelly now. Tony is at the end of Special Stage 3 Corradui. She'll give us some information about the times, and hopefully maybe they help us out as to why Gary Jennings and Donna Kelly were so slow on Special Stage 2 Letter League.
All right, now, brother. Manus, they're probably delighted to get the end of the loop.
Definitely, Tony, everybody, I think every competitor likes to get the first loop over them, but I'm very happy with the way that first loop went, the way it was completed. So, looking forward now to the next loop and see how we go.
And any changes to make the cars, or literally just try and get the tyres sorted out?
Probably just tired. We bit soft on the tires, but hey, no, where we can, probably would have lost. Probably went so.
Good man, Manus. Keep her lip. We're going to let Manus head off now to service again. We're going to have a quick word with Donna Kelly. Donna, are you any happier now at the end of this one?
I think we were fastest in there. We just need to get our time sorted for stage 2, you know. So we worked hard for a couple of seconds we gained. Not sure we get credited, you know.
And I mean, everything's going according to plan. You're in the lead. So what does it feel like to be at this stage and be where you are?
Look, it's only 3 stages, 17 to go. So.
We'll let you go. Connor Foley's giving me the thumb up to get on the road here. The guys are heading to service. So with Sam Moffat here now as well. Just going to get quick. Sam's after heading off. So I'm just going to get Alistair Fisher here and see. Alistair's heading off now as well. So I'm just going to leave Alistair again. And I'm going to head back down to Robert Barrable. And here we have Robert Barrable. The legendary Austin McHale is actually having a quick word with Robert here, so I'll just set the pad on and get a quick word. Robert, are you happy enough after that loop?
Yeah, happy enough. Like, it's always been anxious to get the first loop over and out of the way, especially the downtime we had after the driving street and stuff. But I was good for happy enough. Brakes still on, but maybe a bit of a mistake. Apart from that, it's just quick start now and pretend that it go again.
Good man, we'll let you go. That's Robert Barrable with Top Gator Damien Conley. And as we said, like, it's very difficult for these guys to try and get the car set up for the Hills Donegal. I'm going to try and get Josh. Quick word, how you going this morning, Josh?
Not too bad. We're just doing our own thing, really, at the minute. Trying to get into it, you know, and times are getting a bit better there now, so hopefully we'll keep it up.
Car's feeling okay and everything?
Yeah, car's perfect. Well, slight pop-off problem where it's got the fire coming out of the jump, but if I keep the revs up higher, it seems to be okay, but
Good man, we'll let you go. So that's Josh Moffat. As he said, he's kind of trying to keep his own rally on the road here and, you know, not worry much about anything else. It's a bit difficult. This early in the game, I mean, as Donna Kelly was saying there may be 3 stages to get halfway through Friday, but at the end of the day, trying to keep go on the road and, you know, keep the car and the driver happy rest for the weekend. There's TJ McDermott, Brennan, the Bruce after passing, and I'm just looking. Hang it into the door support. So we'll just get a quick chat. Good to see you, Aaron. How are you going this weekend?
All right, yeah, we did a good lot of suspense change. Went getting just the city off the plan. Not too bad.
Losing a wee bit of time or anything, or just you're slightly nervous of it?
Yeah, I suppose the first one is a little bit, and then I don't think I can get better.
So you'll be looking forward to the next loop?
Yeah.
Good man, thanks, Aaron. That's Aaron McHale, and we've got Joe McGonigal here. Joe, going on at the front of the car?
Well, then the Queensland stage one last season. Yeah.
You're not happy time-wise, but I mean, you're still here.
Oh yeah, and man was last year and he won. You never know what'll happen.
You could be on the ramp first as well, Sunday show. Right after that, that's Joe Monagle. That was actually from the first stage, but I didn't get that. So, I'm happy there, but I mean, he's still in good spirits. He's still happy out with the mayor, but he's trying to get to the end of May and think about but another actually a lot of here. Trying to get words, good drivers, and work the way up this. But Gary McMillan's here. Gary, I didn't get chance to you earlier. How's your morning going or afternoon?
Not too bad. You know, that's great. To see I hold up the night to drop the night. Very happy with that kid. Happy to be sort of beat ahead at the start, see what they
Good man, and are you going to make any changes in service or literally just tires now to go again?
Tires. Up.
Spot on. Thanks very much for talking to us, Gary. And we've got next on the side. I get a report here. How are you going, Jonathan?
Yeah, not bad. It's like just set in a post, probably a little bit off course next week. Dog again and push on now. Hopefully, at the rest of the day.
How were your tires and setup and everything there?
Yeah, it was a bit tires, but I was very hot there and I went very high laying down.
Doctor coming through here, Jonathan. Sorry, I'm going to let him go. Sorry, folks. The doctor's trying to get through out of the case, so I wouldn't think there's anything to panic about it. Get to get guys. No, the doctor's coming through or whatever, but I would say if it looked bad there, I would say he was safe there. As usual, you always just let the go through. But another two of the guys coming towards them. But again, a lot of people trying to get.
I'll joke here. Yeah, welcome back. Let's just confirm now that new times have been posted for the end of Special Stage 3. And Donna Kelly and Gary Jennings are back up at the top of the leaderboard. We were confused about those times coming in for Special Stage 2. As you heard, it just didn't look right that both of them had lost almost 2 minutes. We did say there were provisional times. At the end of Special Stage 3, we can tell you that Donna Kelly has moved back to the top of the leaderboard and Gary Jennings has moved up into third position, and separating them are the defending champions Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett. So Special Stage 3 is the Corradui one. We said it was a short, fast one earlier on. That's proved to be, but very impressive from Donna Kelly. 3 minutes 41.6. 3:41.6. Manus Kelly 3:46.6. Gary Jennings 3:46.2, and Alistair Fisher 3:48.6. So Donna Kelly quickest, Gary Jennings just pipping Manus Kelly by 0.4 of a second into second spot, and Manus down in third, and then Alistair Fisher. 3:51.1 for Sam Moffat, 3:50.1 for his brother Jose Moffat. Robert Barrable, very good time for Robert Barrable. Short stage, long straights would suit his Hyundai, 3:50.2. Porrick Duffy, 4 minutes 4 seconds. Aaron McHale, 4 minutes 2.7. And PJ McDermott, 4 minutes 8.4. All that means, when we add the time of the opening 3 stages for this morning, the Trenta, Letter League and Corradui stages, it means that Donna Kelly and Conor Foley are going into service, and we'll have live reaction from service for you with Chris McNulty and our crew. They lead by 9.7 seconds. Their combined 3-stage total is 18 minutes 10.9 seconds. 10.9 seconds. Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett, 18:20.6. 18:20.6. That's a gap of 9.7. And just behind them, Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy, their 3-stage total is 18:23.5. 18:23.5. That's a gap of 12.6 behind Donna Kelly and a gap of 2.9 behind Manus Kelly. Alistair Fisher is a further 20.4 seconds behind. He's 33 seconds behind Manus in a time of 18:48.9, exactly 33 seconds. Sam Moffat's in 5th position in a time of 18:47.8. His brother Jose Moffat is in 6th position, 18:56.9. Robert Barrable is number 7 out on the stages, and he is in 7th position. He's 19:02.3, but he seems to be warming to the task there. Very good time in that last stage. He was just he was less than 2 seconds behind Sam Moffat and just 0.1 of a second behind Jose Moffat. So Barrable in 7th. Porrick Duffy and Kevin Glynn are having a good run. They're up into 8th position at the moment on the leaderboard. They had a time of 4 minutes and 4 seconds. Aaron McHale, 4 minutes 2.7, and PJ McDermott, 4 minutes and 8.4. So that's the situation that we find ourselves. We'll just go into the results again and see, can we get an update maybe from the national. It was tight there between the Gallaghers, Damien Gallagher and Declan Gallagher, and just sometimes coming in from special stage 3. Well, it couldn't be tighter. Well, it could be tighter, but not much, because Declan Gallagher was the quickest on that stage in a time of 3 minutes 53.5. 3 minutes 53.5 in the Toyota Corolla. Declan Gallagher and John McCarthy. Next quickest was Kevin Eves, who's really warmed to the task as well. 3 minutes 54.8. 3 minutes 54.8. Then we had Kevin Gallagher, 3:57.3. Then we had Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh, 3:58. 3:58.4 for Jerry Kiernan and 3:59.3 for Adrian Hetherington. It all means that at the top of the national category is Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh, and that's really because they were so fast over the first stage this morning. Out over Trenta. They had an amazing run over there, but they had a 5.6 lead after the first stage. Their lead is now down to 1.3. So their combined total is 19 minutes 14 seconds. 19:14. Declan Gallagher and John McCarthy, 19 minutes 53.3. So a gap of only 1.3 seconds. And then Kevin Gallagher and Jared Callahan, well, they're really moving on now as well. Their total 19 minutes 16.1. So they are actually only 2.1 seconds behind the leaders, Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh, and 0.8 of a second behind Declan Gallagher and John McCarthy. A further 0.6 of a second behind Kevin Eves and William Lynch. They're just 2.7 seconds behind the leaders. And then Ryan Loughran and Gareth Doherty, they had a time of 19:24.6. They're 10.6 seconds behind the leaders. So the top 6 in the modified or in the national championship are covered by 10.7 seconds. Very similar situation to we saw last year on day 1, where the modified, the national championship was so close, and it continued to be that way right through until Sunday. But this is the way it was shaping up last year in the early stages. There was 5 or 6 crews, and they changed the lead on numerous occasions. Now, Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh have managed to hold on to the lead after the first stage for the next 2, but it's been whittled down to just 1.3 seconds over Declan Gallagher, 2.1 seconds over Kevin Gallagher, and I'm sure you haven't missed the significance here, you've got Damien Gallagher leading, you have Declan Gallagher in second spot, and you have Kevin Gallagher in third position. Not related, as far as I know, any of them, but the Gallaghers are really on top in the national category. They lead. And then in fourth place, Kevin Eves and William Lynch. Keep an eye on him. He's been having a great year in the Tarmac Championship. Kevin Eves from Petticoat. He's in a Corolla and well capable of really going good. And overall, he's just 2.7 seconds behind the leader. 2.7 seconds. Ryan Loughlin and Gareth Doherty, impressive start from them. They're a further 7.9 seconds behind, so they're 10.6 behind, and then 10.7 behind are Gary Kiernan and Ryan Moore. So it couldn't be tighter. We're just going to go now to some of the drone footage which we recorded a little bit earlier on out at Special Stage 1 out at Trenta. Okay. Yeah. No, that's fine. You got another one, Sean? Have another one here. Yeah. Go ahead. No. Welcome back again. That's the action from the two stages this morning. Our drone action, of course, from Trenta, and then at the end of Stage Letter League. Just to confirm, we had an issue with the times with Gary Jennings and Donna Kelly. That seems to have been sorted out. I'll come to it in a second because I'm joined in studio here by double winner here in the Donegal International Rally, James Cullen. James, you're very welcome to studio. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you, Charlie.
Listen, I know you've been keeping a very close eye on what's been happening this morning, and there's been plenty of drama out there so far.
Well, it's typical Donegal rally, like it's all the adrenaline and everything, and anticipation ready to start, and then when you're let loose, then but there are a few unfortunately sad guys around. But the event is just starting to really warm up now. The competition and the international and the national, it's just getting
incredible.
It's really been turned up, and I think it's looking like to be a really classic battle again, it really is all the way through the event.
We had some confusion there in relation to Donna and Gary's timing. It didn't look right coming out of Letter League, but they seem to have sorted that out now. And according to the official timings coming in, and we do emphasise these are provisional initially, Donna Kelly is leading by 9.7 seconds from Manus Kelly, and a further 2.9 seconds by Gary Jennings. So 12.6 seconds separating those top three. Alistair Fisher and the Moffats and Barrable are all within striking distance, but even at this early stage, James, it's warming up for a battle royal up there.
As you can see, it's definitely warming up. I think Don will be happy with his performance, and I think more so Mandy. He hasn't had a lot of time in the car to be within that distance after stage 3. I would say he's probably happy enough.
Yeah.
It's funny, we're only in the first few stages, so it's a long way to go, and it's really warming up. And like Gary Jelly's done this rally in and out. He knows everything there is to know about it.
And
it's all there for fighting.
You know what it's like coming back as defending champion. There's extra pressure there, James, because the expectations of you are very high. And I mean, there haven't been many people who've successfully come back and won it the following year.
I don't think there hasn't been too many, like, and there's definitely been no local guys.
No,
that's for
exactly.
sure. Like, you know,
Yeah.
but no, it's great all the way through. Like, there's so many battles going on down the rally. And it's really interesting now. Like, Donna really wants to win this rally. He's won an awful lot of events, and as he said himself many a time, he would swap them all for this one.
Yeah.
So the pressure's on him. He's leading. He wants to win it. Manus wants to win it. Gary Jennings didn't come here to be second.
No.
You know, it's still all. It's all there. It's actually.
It'd be impossible at this stage to pick a winner from those three, wouldn't it?
It's difficult to pick a winner now. It depends how much Donna's in control, and like the next three stages now will give us a bit more input and a bit more an idea. And like tomorrow's another, a brand new day.
Yeah.
And if they're staying within 10-15 seconds, it's game on all the way through. Like,
listen, you came back last year to celebrate your 25th anniversary of the victory in 1991 and performed very well to finish fourth in your class, if my memory serves me right, James. So you're out there in and among these boys. We're just looking at the national championship here, and I was making the point that the top six are separated by 10.6 seconds. It's taken the same shape as it took last year when I think it changed hands about 6 times, the lead.
It's a strong possibility to do the same. Like, it's the pace is phenomenal. Like, I watched Damien Galder out there, and all credit to him. Like, he's been probably a very underrated driver down the years, and never had the car to do himself justice. And he has a good car now, and it's definitely starting to show.
His time in Trenta, James, I had to look twice at it.
I know that it's fabulous. Like, they really are. They're putting on some show. Like, it really is a top class show, top class driving. The cars are fantastic. Like, that's anybody's rally. That you can't rule out the top 8. You really can't, because David Bogie won this rally last year, and like, and after the first few stages, he was only about 8th overall.
Right.
So it's a long way to the finish. These guys, like, they're on the door handles. Like, they're really, as I say, repeat myself, a fantastic show.
Yeah, the problem,
but it's still
the problem,
3 days.
With that is mistakes are a half an inch away.
It's the pace, like, and if any sports person is getting towards the limit and on the limit, then that it's no different than other sport. Mistakes happen. The extra unknown is the mechanical side. The car can let you down, apart from the human mistake and all those sort of things. And as I keep saying, this is a particularly tough event, like it is in rallying terms even today. Still a difficult rally to finish. The cars are fantastic. The level of preparation and everything is there to do the job. But I mean, it's still, as I say, when you're putting it on the line, you're putting it on the line. That's what the boys are there for. They're here to race, and they're certainly doing that.
And even you last year, of course, it was all a bit of fun, the thoughts of it going. But once you get going, those competitive juices come back, and you can't help yourself when you're out with the excitement off the stages. And that's what these boys face now. 3 more stages today, and many more, 14 more to come, James. I mean, the pressure on them is going to really be building all the time.
It is, as we say, keep saying, Donegal is definitely the jewel in the crown of Irish rallying, and to be part of it and to win something in it, like it's how you're judged by your peers, how you match up to the best Mark IIs and the best drivers we have in Ireland that are currently rallying in Ireland at the minute. Like, that's, it's kind of like our Ireland finals, isn't it, and Ulster Championships. This is what it's about for these guys who spend a year preparing for it. Do other events, but this is what it's all about, and it's still a fantastic thing to be part of. Like, last year was fabulous to get the opportunity to actually go down and drive a stage again. In a rally environment on a closed road. There's no other substitute. There's nothing else really substitutes for it. Like, it doesn't matter how good you are, how well you can go. It's just the very fact of being able to do it is an experience on its own.
Brilliant stuff. Listen, wonderful to see you, James. Thanks for coming. I know you're a busy man today. Lovely to see you, and we might get you in before the end as well if you're around for the next couple of days, James.
Hopefully, we're really looking forward now to this. All the battles through the weekend. They started off great, and hopefully it continues, and we have a good, enjoyable and safe. And thank you very much.
That's James Cullen. I think we have a bit of time, James. Just, I mean, if you had to pick a winner at this, if I put the gun to your head to pick a winner now between the 3 boys, because we have 2 that have won it already. We have Manus and we have Gary, and we have somebody like Donna who really wants to win this. This will put the tin hat on his career. I mean, when we spoke to him last week, he basically said that to us. This is the one I'm missing. and the oldest of the top guys, the opportunities are not going to be that, good in time to come. So does that put extra pressure on him?
Like most pressure, as you know from sports side of it, comes from yourself really at the end of the day. It's how you deal with that, and Donna as well used to pressure. And those guys at that level they're top class sports people. They all know what to do. Pressure is part of it. Without pressure, it's not the same thing.
Exactly.
That's all part of being at the high level of sport.
Right. Yeah.
And all these guys are well capable of it.
All right. Okay, James, listen, we've got to go to service here. You'll be interested to hear Donna Kelly's coming on with us now. Thanks for coming in. As I say, we'll catch up with you over the next couple of days as well.
Lovely.
That's the great James Cullen joining us live in studio here. And we're delighted now to be able to go to the service area where Chris McNulty stand by, and he has the leader of the event, Donna Kelly, with him. Chris.
We're at the service area here just at the Neil T. Blaney Road in Letterkenny, and we're at the KN Group tent just inside the entrance with the rally leader Donna Kelly. Donna has a 9.7 second lead after the first loop of stages. The fastest man with Conor Foley on the notes, fastest on 2 of today's opening 3 stages. They were fastest over Trenta, 7:48.5, and fastest on Corradue, 3:41.6. Manus Kelly, the defending champion, he was fastest on the stage in between over Letter League. Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy currently sit in 3rd position, and there's about a 20-second gap to Alistair Fisher. But the man at the head of the field so far is Donna Kelly, and Donna joins us here. Donna, so far so good?
Yeah, steady away. Nice pace. Not doing anything dramatic. Back of the car's moving around a little bit, but I think maybe it's just the nature of the stages. But overall terms, happy with the pace.
How have you found the stages?
Good. They're dry. A little bit dusty in places, but no, it's easy to read the road, so it's good.
Disappointment, I suppose, for everyone this morning. Declan and Brian Boyle having to withdraw.
It's you actually it unsettles you, when you actually have nearly mapped out all your competitors and that, and for them to disappear overnight with a family bereavement, it kind of gives a bit of a rattle this morning, and it's difficult. It's so hard for the guys that have put so much work into that. I know what it's like to prep for this rally. To do all that and not even get to compete, it's devastating, but obviously they have their family issues and that they've got to deal with, and nobody wish anybody to not take part in the event because of family bereavement, so certainly we'll be talking to Declan later on tonight to see how he's doing.
A 9.7 second lead, it sounds to probably the non-rally people out there a big lead. It's nothing.
No, but 9.7 seconds uneven, I'd be happy enough. But it's a stall, it's a half spin, it's absolutely nothing, But at the same time, I prefer having it than not having it, So hopefully we can take another little bit of time on the next loop.
What's the aim now for the next 3, Donna?
The pace is frantic, so we've just got to keep going. Manus is absolutely flying, and it just shows how worthy a winner he was last year. He's punching in some great times there, and Gary's not far away. I think he had a little bit of an issue last stage which might have hampered his time, So look, it's a long way to go.
Perfect. That's Donna Kelly there, the current leader of the 2017 Jewel Donegal International Rally. He's got a 9.7 second lead to his nearest competitor. That's the defending champion, Manus Kelly. We'll go back to studio and come back here to service for more reaction.
Chris talking to Donna Kelly in the service area. Interesting to hear those views from Donna. Listen, let's just confirm what we know to be the times. There was some confusion in relation to the times of Donna Kelly and of course Gary Jennings after Special Stage 2 Letter League. They didn't look right. We didn't think they were right, and as it turns out, they weren't right. So here's the situation. These are provisional times as well. Any of the times that we're giving you are provisional, but we're pretty confident that this is where we're at after 3 special stages. Our service reports, by the way, and we had the first of them there, are brought to you in association with Kelly's American Diner at the Mountain Top in Letterkenny for your all-day pit stop. And you can get whatever you want up at Kelly's Mountain Top. It's my local, and I can tell you, it's a wonderful facility up there with March and Kelly. And really, you can call in there at any stage. Kelly's American Diner. Right, we're going to go to Glenda Boyle. There's only the one all ladies crew, Glenda and Jasmine, and we got the opportunity to speak to them last Saturday when they came in to sign on.
DonegalDaily.com, Donegal's largest news website. For up-to-date news, sport and events from Donegal, click DonegalDaily.com.
Well, Glenda Boyle's with me, and herself and Jasmine are the only female crew in the dual Donegal International Rally for 2017. Wee bit of pressure there, Glenda?
No pressure at all. Makes it easier for us. All we got to do is finish.
Yeah. You're driving a Civic. Just tell us about what class you're in and what sort of competition is going to be for you.
Well, it's a Group N Civic, but because my sister's doesn't have an international licence, we're running under national. So we're in, I think it's class 22. As far as I'm aware, there's 3 others in there with us. So we've a wee chance of getting something maybe at the end on Sunday.
Those classes tend to be competitive.
Yeah.
Everybody kind of on an even keel down there. So a finish, first of all, will be a good achievement for you, and to win the class would be a dream come true.
That would be a big dream come true now, definitely. We're in there with Evos and machinery like that, so it'll be good competition definitely for us.
Tell us about your own rallying career so far. How did you get into the sport? What's the big interest? Family, I'm sure.
Well, always went out with my daddy, Martin Boyle, and then my uncles Liam and John rallied as well. And then whenever I was 21, I entered a competition in England for a scholarship for a year, and I actually won that.
Okay.
So that was basically for the year. They drove me around England, and we did the Isle of Man and a few Scottish rallies, the Pirelli and different rallies, but and a wee Peugeot 106. It was supposed to be worth 25,000. I don't know exactly how much it was worth, but it was, it's great. The experience I got from that was just unbelievable.
Sort of full-time rallying.
It was a full year, all expenses paid, just arrive and drive, and it was fantastic. And then after that, I still have the 106 actually in the shade.
Yes.
She hasn't been out in a while now, but my daddy built me then the Civic, the Group N Civic, and I've been driving that ever since.
Fantastic. Just tell us about your experience in Donegal so far then.
I've had a bit of a mixed bag. Gearbox has been a big issue. Last year we had an entry, but the gearbox didn't arrive in time, so we didn't actually even start the rally, so I had to pull entry. But I've had a few mishaps, shall we say, on the stages, but it's a great rally, and I always come back for more.
There's an unbelievable buzz about the rally.
Absolutely.
As a sport.
Yeah, the buzz around here in the rally weekend is just, you can't get it anywhere else.
Yeah. What would be your best achievement in Donegal so far, would you say?
Coming third in the class would have been the best now, and just finishing, do you know what? Because it's a tough rally.
It is a tough rally. I mean, everybody we talk to will say, if I get to the finish ramp, it'll be fantastic. If I can get into the top 3 or 4, it'll be even better. I suppose that's a reasonable goal to set yourself over the weekend.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's Jasmine's first kind of time out in the car as well, so we're just kind of going to take it as it goes, and hopefully we'll get to the end.
That's Glenda Boyle talking to us last week at Sign-On across the road at headquarters of the Mount Airy Hotel, and herself and Jasmine, of course, are the only all-female crew on the event. We'll be trying to keep an eye on how they're getting on a little bit later on when we catch up what's happened. But we're going to be talking now. We're going back to service, in fact, I'm told, because Chris McNulty now has Gary Jennings with him. Gary and Rory Kennedy currently lying in 3rd position. Let's go back to the service area.
We're live here at service again, and we're with the 3rd place crew, Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy. They sit at just 2.9 seconds off the 2nd placed Manus Kelly, but some issues over the first loop of stages, Trenta, Letter League and Corradui, and joining me to tell us more about that is Gary Jennings. Gary, all not going according to plan?
No, we have our issues, and we broke a drive shaft in the last stage, but the boys are going very, very hard. I'm probably trying to get up to pace. It's a long layoff, but no, I'm happy where I am. Don is going very well, and so is Manus, but I'm glad to be in there. We're not that far away. We're 3 stages in, and I feel a bit more relaxed now. But fortunately, with our problems in the last stage, or hopefully would have had the fastest time. But hopefully come back fighting in these next 3.
Considering the problems that you have had though, I mean, the fact that you're only 2.9 off Manus, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, no, it's grand. It only happened about 3 kilometres in the end of the last stage, so we hadn't that far to go, but definitely we dropped a handful of seconds in there. So we're looking forward to get back into it now. I've been over the 3 stages. I can go back over them again now with a bit of confidence. Last year I didn't get this far, and I've got over the stages, so it's good to go back in now and knowing what I've done to try again.
There's a lot of talk this morning about tyre choice and people looking at the clouds and wondering what was going to happen. How have you found the conditions on there?
Yeah, it's very overcast, very cloudy, but no, we have no rain so far. The roads are bone dry. Probably warmer than I thought they'd be. The ground temperature out there is good, so it's a slick tyre. I don't think anybody else has done anything different than that.
It's already shaping up to be a very tight battle.
Yeah, it is, but look, we're only halfway through the first day. Long way to go. Donald's on a fantastic pace, and so is Manus. But we'll keep plodding along now and try. If we get up their pace tonight, I'll be happy, and then big day tomorrow.
So if you're back here after the next 3 stages, still in the hunt, you'll be a happy man.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt. It's good for the sponsors to say last year it went by the wayside, so we have to be here, we have to get around, and it's fantastic to see so many people out today.
There you go. Thanks, Gary. Best of luck to you. That's Gary Jennings there, the third place crew, as co-driver Rory Kennedy just coming in there. They had a broken drive shaft on that third stage around Corradui, but just 2.9 seconds separating them from the second place, Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett.
Yeah, it's always interesting to hear the views of the drivers after they come off the stages. They got a good feel for the event, because no matter how much preparation you put in or how you feel it's going to go, it isn't until you start really on a different year that you feel how things are going. So he's pretty happy there, Gary Jennings. He's in contention. There's very little separating the top 3, as you heard there. He's 2.9 seconds behind Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett, and he's 12.6 seconds behind Donna Kelly and Conor Foley. Happy enough with that situation. Love to be leading, of course, but he's well in contention. 12.6 isn't a huge lead, or it's not a huge gap between the two of them. Just have the opportunity to look through it, and we can see that the overall guys are all in Class 7, as you'd expect. Donna Kelly, Manus Kelly and Gary Jennings. It's interesting that 2 Kellys are leading the international event and 3 Gallaghers are leading the national event. So 2 good names here in Donegal, Kelly and Gallagher, and they're right up there at the top of the leaderboard. Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy in 3rd position in the international event. Alistair Fisher is leading the R5 battle, the R5 Fiestas. He's just ahead of Sam Moffat, 3.9 seconds between them. In 3rd position there is Jose Moffat, and in 4th position is Robert Barrable, and they're covered by a relatively small amount. I'll just try and add it up here. 5, 14, it's only about 17 seconds, 37, about 37 seconds between those 4 crews in the R5 battle. And then Colin Murphy, very impressive drive by Colin Murphy, sort of under the radar a little bit here. He's in a Subaru N12B. He's co-driven by Don Montgomery, and they are currently leading in Group N, and they have quite a significant lead over Aidan Weir. Aidan Weir, who won the Group N section last year. He's really not too bad. 14 seconds behind. That's not a lot, but at the same time, that's impressive by Colin Murphy. Porrick Duffy and Kevin Glynn are going well in another Fiesta R5. They're in 5th position in the category, and Aaron McHale and Darren Kelly are 6th in that particular class. Just looking at the other class, Marty Gallagher, another local man, always goes well, and Dino Sullivan in their Peugeot are leading Class 2, and they're actually up in 14th position overall. That's impressive stuff. And second in Class 2 is William Creighton and Liam Regan. So let's go back to the service area again. The car's starting to come in. Chris McNulty is down there among the crews and the service crews, and he's got the leader of the national category, Damien Gallagher, with him. Over to Chris. William Creighton, as I said, in 2nd position, and in 3rd position, young Callum Devine from County Derry. Very, very good young driver in Class 2. He's 3rd position, a bit of ground to make up there on the other guys, but he's driving that Opel Adam, which has served him so well here in Donegal. So keep an eye for him. He's a bit behind Marty Gallagher at the moment there. Just look at the combined times. Marty Gallagher's time is 20:23.4, and Callum's is 21:19. So not a lot, less than a minute. So plenty of stages to go. So let's go back into service again. Chris McNulty is standing by with the leader of the national category. That's local man Damien Gallagher.
battle for honours in the National Rally is always intense in Donegal, and what an opening 3 stages we have. Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh have just a 1.3 second lead to Declan Gallagher and John McCarthy in the Toyota Starlet. Just 2.7 seconds separate the top 3 in the national event. Kevin Eves from Pettigo is in third. But over those opening 3 stages, the leaders in the red escort behind me here are Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh. And Damien Gallagher joins me here at service. Damien, your verdict from the opening 3 stages?
Good. First one, wee bit of issue, just a wee bit of suspension adjustment after it. I thought, to be honest, the stage time wasn't that great, but surprised that we were had a very good time on it. Second stage was good. Third stage, we left a wee bit behind on there, but still, 30 days yet. 3 stages passed, and we're happy with our performance so far.
You weren't happy in that opening loop. You were actually the fastest of the national cars over that stage.
I know, but you still feel inside the car. You feel more content whenever you feel the car feels the way you want it. But I'll make a couple of adjustments here now again, and things should be okay for next lap.
We always, as I said there at the outset, always expect the national battle to be tight, and I mean the margins are so thin already.
They are indeed, and it's unfortunate. And Brian Brogan didn't get it out early as well. I mean, we were working at one now since basically October last year. This is a big battle, but hopefully, as far as I know, everything's okay with them. But it's just unfortunate. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be a big battle. It always was somewhere to go. I mean, all the big names here, all the big hitters are here, and it's nice to be ahead of them for this loop anyway.
We haven't heard much of the Milkman of late, but he's pushing hard there.
He is. I mean, Kevin always was going to be a big threat no matter how long he's out of the seat. And the more seat time he gets now the weekend, the quicker he's going to be. So it's just a matter of trying to stay up to the mark and trying to stay with him,
And the man in third, Kevin Eves, Pettigo man, he's had a fantastic start to this year.
He's had some championships so far. Again, we had him tipped to be a man to be thereabouts, and he's proven his worth at the minute. So fair play to Kevin, up some battles so far.
And for yourselves now, the next 3 stages, you've done them once and hoping to now get a bit of time in the next 3.
Well, that's the idea, trying up it now, and as I say, we're better ourselves now in the first lap. So this time now, and try and maybe maintain it right if we can. But listen, the top 3, top 5, we'll be happy with this even within a share of the lead,
Perfect. Best luck to you. That's Damien Gallagher there, the leader of the National Rally at the midway point on day 1 of the 2017 Jewel Donegal International Rally. Damien with Mac Walsh on the notes have just a 1.3 second lead to Declan Gallagher and John McCarthy. The Milkman and that famous white Starlet are just that 1.3 seconds adrift, and you go back just 2.7 seconds then from Damien Gallagher to Kevin Eves in third. Brian Gibbons and the guys here on Damien's service team just taking care of that red escort before they go back out to do those 3 loops again. We're on to special stage 4, Tranta.
Okay, Chris, thanks for that. Chris McNulty down there at the service area here in Letterkenny, and getting good reaction there from the leaders in both sections, and of course also from Gary Jennings. Always good to hear the reaction. And our service reports are brought to you in association with Kelly's American Diner, Mountain Top in Letterkenny, for your all-day pit stop. So if you need a stop, go to Kelly's American Diner, Mountain Top in Letterkenny. Just to confirm, before we go to a special video, that the leaders in the international are Donna Kelly and Conor Foley. They have a lead of 9.7 seconds over Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett, and a further 2.9 seconds behind Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy. So it's Kelly, Donna, Manus Kelly and Gary Jennings, 1, 2, 3. It's all Gallaghers in the national event. Damien Gallagher leads with Mac Walsh and on with him. Then it's Declan Gallagher, John McCarthy and Kevin Gallagher and Jared Callahan, and only a matter of 2.1 second separates those 3 Donegal crews. I'm delighted to say that we've had 30,000 views on our coverage so far today. I'm told they're coming in from as far away as Australia, the United States, Canada, different parts of Europe, and indeed other parts of the world, the UK and of course Ireland as well. We're delighted you've been able to join us here on Donegal Daily and Donegal Sports Hub for our live coverage of the Jewel Donegal International Rally. It's a great pleasure to be bringing it to you over this very exciting weekend, and we're delighted that you've joined us. Hopefully you'll be able to stay with us, if not all the time, on and off over the event, because you'll get what's happening here first on our coverage on Donegal Daily and Donegal Sport Hub. Donegal's a beautiful county. We love seeing people come to it. We love showcasing it when we can. In fact, Donegal has it all, as this video clearly shows.
beautiful county of Donegal along the wild Atlantic Way, and to its largest town, Letterkenny, Ireland's tidiest town, which attracts tourists from around the world and plays host to the internationally renowned Donegal Rally. With spectacular scenery, jaw-dropping views and a wealth of activities available to enjoy the incredible landscape to the maximum, Donegal really does have it all. Whether it's the enchanting Glenveigh Castle and National Park, or enjoying the atmosphere and taking in the sights and the sounds around the town, and not forgetting the beautifully rugged coastline. Add to that mix the adrenaline-pumping rally which has been running since the early 1970s, and surely there is no better place to be in the month of June. The rally has created legends. Every driver wants to win the challenging Donegal International Rally. The demanding stages beg the drivers to push to their absolute limit, delighting spectators and inspiring a new generation of competitors in their wake. But what does it mean to win here in Donegal? We find out from the man who finally achieved that feat after years of trying, Vincent Bonner.
I done the rally every year up to 1983 and always there or thereabout, but could never get over the line. And in 1983 it happened to be my year. Austin McHale and Fisher, the two of us, we battled it out for the whole weekend, and at the heel of the hunt I came out the winner. But the escort of Fisher and wrote it off. That was the Monty car, and wrote it off in Ramelton, in the village of Ramelton, rebuilt it into a new car, and the following year that was the car that won the rally in Donegal. And then from that we went on then to Opel Asconas and then into Mantas, and suppose the biggest, other than winning it, the biggest year I would say was 1990, which McHale had and Fisher had the two BMs and I had the Manta. And from the start of the rally till I went out 2 stages from the end, there was no more than 6 seconds between us. The best stage in Donegal, in my opinion now, a lot of people would have a lot of different opinions. They talk about Knockalla and they talk about, but I think for a driver stage and for, you know, everything, it has to be Atlantic Drive. There's everything in Atlantic Drive. It's flowing, and it's the surface is so good on it, and you can read the road on it, you know, and it stands out in my mind as one of the best stages. Oh, it's everybody's dream to win the Donegal Rally. In fact, I spoke to Donny Kelly this year, and he says to me, it's the one that eludes us all. He says, I would give anything to win it, you know. But, you know, at the time I wanted to win it, you know, as much as anybody do, but I was just lucky to get to win it.
Well, the stages in Donegal, they're like no better stages in the whole country and Donegal, like, and the people knows that, and it's just natural. They were there before the rally ever come, like. It wasn't matter to start to close them off and get the run going, and Knockalla wasn't that way long built either. Well, starting off for a lovely day it was, in fairness, and him and I revved up flat out to get going, and the notes stayed up the road, left-hander, and round the right-hander he took it a wee bit tight, and I heard had a wee stone, and I knew right it was puncture. Up onto the left-hander, which I call Hare's Corner, a very famous corner, and which I used to navigate with them way back years ago. And I knew they were flat wheel, and as soon as we hit that, she started onto a twist. So here it goes, and we went over the banking. But a flat wheel was changed, pushed back out again, nearly in front of Austin McHale, and we finished the stage.
The wild Atlantic Way stretches from the south to the north of Ireland's west coast and is breathtakingly beautiful in its natural rugged state. Slieve League, the highest cliff formation in Europe, can be found here in Donegal, and their dominant form attracts visitors from far and wide.
Slieve League, I suppose it's one of the great attractions in the county. Highest cliffs in Europe. It hasn't been seen by many people, but in many ways it's been seen by a lot of people over the past number of years. We're fortunate enough to get over 150,000 visitors there on an annual basis. People who go there, they're just blown away by the spectacular views, the scenery,
the challenge that is the walk, but also the people that they meet along the way. It's a great combination. It's one of a number of such attractions we have in the county. We've also a great facility here in the outskirts of Letterkenny, Glenveigh Castle and Park. Again, a place that attracts upwards of 160,000, 170,000 visitors on an annual basis. We have a fabulous array of beaches around the county. We have Fannet Head coming on. We have Malin Head, again, very well known, very spectacular in its own right. I suppose the county here as a people, Donegal Tourism, Donegal County Council, Fáilte Ireland, and I suppose the communities across the county have put a lot of effort over the past 5 or 6 years in particular into developing attractions such as Slieve League to ensure that the visitor has something, I suppose, to attract their attention and to absorb their time when they're here with us.
Over the years of the rally, many different cars have attracted a lot of attention. This can definitely be said of the Pink Sierra of James Cullen, twice winner of the event.
First running in the Donegal Rally was 1991, and what people remember, I suppose, called it the Pink Panther. At the time was the Pink Sierra at Cosworth, and it was a huge thing for me at that time, like being part of the rally. I helped run the rally, I've been clerk of the course for it, and to come from your hometown and win your home rally, it was a fantastic feeling at the time, and such a huge event and a big tourism event, and the amount of people it attracts to the county was fabulous. The amount of world-class drivers that the Donegal Rally has attracted down the years is probably where its reputation is based on. And the Donegal Rally is still one of the most competitive rallies in Ireland. It's got fantastic stages, great competition, great tradition. It has the heritage, it has the infrastructure, it has the hotels, it has the people. The people of Donegal welcome the rally. It's a lovely place to come. Everyone who comes here gets a great welcome. They enjoy the event, they enjoy everything, the hospitality that the county has to offer. They have a blast for 3 days, and most of them go home exhausted and wanting to come back again.
The drivers and co-drivers who hail from Donegal, winning at home is unique, as James described. For cousins Declan and Brian Boyle, this is especially true.
This is Guibara Bridge here. This is where I was brought up, 41 years here, and this is where we would have, drove around here, and obviously went to Glenties and Dunlow on our nights out. It was always our dream to win the Donegal International Rally. Never thought we'd ever be able to do it. But we started off in 2009 in a Mark II Escort 2.5 Millington, and we'd done the rally a few times, and I remember once on the first stage in Fannet, we broke a drive shaft straight away in the first stage, so that was us out that year. I think it was maybe 2010. But we came back anyway in 2012, and we won the national rally in the Donegal International Rally, which was brilliant, and that was a dream came true to do that. But after doing that, we wanted to try and win it outright, the international properly, and we did so in 2014. Donegal is one of the biggest rallies in Ireland. It's a 3-day event, and the reason that it's so big is the population in Donegal, the rally fans, and it's the best rally. It's the daddy of them all. We have beautiful scenery here in Donegal, and to be fair, Donegal has it all, along with the rally.
Clearing now to Titans Giddy for the 5 left of the main shining.
I'm navigating since I was 16, and it was always the #1 thing to get good enough to get doing the Donegal Rally, and always try to do it every year. But to win it and won it in 2014 was just something else. Like, it was a dream come true,
And a 3 left and 5 right over crest, stop and go. Keep in, keep in, keep in. Down to 3 left now, stop dead, no distance, 6 right, double Titans. Good man. And a 3 right long, down the hill. to 3 left cut, but tightens into 5 the lane, into 5 the lane, 5, and stop.
Well, I suppose in 2014 we came. The year before it, we actually went out in stage 2. We had to retire, so in 2014 we built it up all year, and we said we would come on form to Donegal, and we started off well with the fastest 4-stage time, and we took it from there. Yeah, well, Donegal, the weekend of Donegal, I mean, the spectators come to see the drivers come to do the stages, so the whole round package is for everyone. It's just phenomenal. It's a full buzz for spectator and both competitors, you know. Donegal has it all. Simple.
Yes, it really is that simple. From the stunning stages to the rolling hillsides. Coming up in part 2, we discover more about Donegal and its rallying history. Welcome back. It is hard to think of Donegal without also thinking of rally. The two are intrinsically linked and both have benefited each other. The International Rally began in 1972 and is the only 3-day event in Ireland. Stages like Knockalla are known worldwide, and the drivers who've tackled the event and won live on forever. The beauty of the stages here is not just the challenge of them, but their locations. Set in a stunning landscape, the drivers have little time to enjoy the views, but the thousands of spectators who line the roads certainly do, and they frequently visit the tourist spots that feature along the way. For example, Fanad Head Lighthouse is less than 1 kilometre from the classic Fanad Head stage.
Well, Fanad Lighthouse was built in 1817 as a response to the Saldanha, HMS Saldanha, which was wrecked out in Lough Swilly. 254 lives were lost then. Actually, only the ship's Parrot survived, and it was agreed then that a lighthouse needed to be built at Fanad. So it was duly built, rebuilt in 1886, but has been closed to the public until 3 weeks ago. And we've just opened just before Easter. And now we're offering tours to the public and also the opportunity to stay in the lighthouse keepers' cottages. We're on the Wild Atlantic Way. We have the beautiful Ballymastocker Bay just over the road. Beautiful beaches all around the coast. Really good golf clubs, surfing, all sorts of activities for outdoor activities. Hill walking is a big interest around here as well. So there's plenty for people to do. So many beautiful walks and trails to follow, sea kayaking. There's just so much to do here. Really beautiful, unspoiled part of the country. We're very privileged to have the Donegal Rally coming to Fanad, as it has been for so many years, and bringing visitors to Fanad for so many years. And I hope people will stay around this time and will enjoy the really unique location here and the unique lighthouse.
The Wild Atlantic Way provides an incredible backdrop for the rally, a perfect scene setter for dramatic stages which hug the coastline and wind their way through the hillsides. The Knockalla stage may well be the best known stage here in Donegal. A man who has called the notes over the stages here since 1979 and is the most recent winner of the event is co-driver Rory Kennedy. Rory has sat alongside many fantastic drivers over a successful rally career, the most notable being Bertie Fisher. Last year, Rory took an emotional win alongside Gary
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Go, 150. Stay right and the flat left max continues. 100. Stay left over crest and the flat right continues and opens. 200. Flat 2 left, 100.
Knockalla, the most iconic stage in the Donegal Rally. Last time I went up here I was on 400 horsepower, not one manpower. Anyway, we have a beautiful day here and this is the most iconic stage that the Donegal Rally has to offer. As we go along here, it's the fast section at the start before we wind up through the mountains onto the hairpins. The most popular spot as well for spectators on this year's Donegal Rally.
Fast square right, double tightens in, 150 up. Get the traction, man, get the traction. 50 up, stay right, and the fast 4 left tightens, double tightens, continues line. 40, flat left. 60, flat 2 left at the sign. And 2 right continues, tightens over the top. And 2 left, light, over crest, 80. Flat right max.
In my opinion, the reason that most people come back to Donegal and both rally people and tourism in general is simply because of the absolute natural beauty that we have here. And like I said earlier, you couldn't argue with this on a beautiful day like today. This is what Donegal has to offer, and it offers, you know, this is only Knockalla. There's lots of other places you can go, and Fannet Head, Malin Head, Atlantic Drive, all the way around to Slave League on the Wild Atlantic Way, and we have so much to offer here and so much unseen beauty that maybe people haven't seen before. But really, the rally and tourism in general offer this for anybody who would like to come here.
As much as drivers put on dazzling displays of bravery on the stages, sometimes things don't go quite to plan. It is quite a feat that McClatchy's shed is still standing after years of abuse. The entire community embraces the rally spirit here, which adds to the success of the event.
The Donegal International Rally means an awful lot to Donegal, and for us as a council it gives us the opportunity to showcase the county. We have a great county here and some great facilities, like where we're here in Letterkenny in the Aura Sports Complex. It's one of the finest sports complexes in the country. Many people see different parts of Donegal, let it be Fannet Head, Slave League, Malin Head, the Atlantic Drive. Some of the finest stages in Donegal are the finest rallying stages in the world, and people love Donegal for that. So for us as a council, we're delighted to have the opportunity to work hand in hand and support the Donegal International Rally. The weekend of the Donegal International Rally, the third weekend in June, brings 50,000–60,000 extra people to Donegal, gives us a chance to showcase the county, but it also brings huge revenue to the county. 20–30 million has been estimated over the years of being spent in Donegal, and so for that alone, it's, you know, by far the best tourism product that we have in the county.
Let's switch our attention now to the largest fishing port in the county, Kellybegs, the host of this year's Donegal Harvest Rally, where we find some of our finest crews on a boat owned by the late rally driver Martin Howley. Winner of the 2015 event, Gary Jennings, looking comfortable at the helm of the boat. Many of the great names of Irish rallying have won here in Donegal. Billy Coleman, Bertie Fisher and Andrew Nesbitt, to name but a few. Thousands turn out to see who contained the event year on year, Jennings and Kennedy taking the honours last time around.
Get in there! Get in there! What a jump! Get in there!
Without a doubt, Donegal is one of the best rallies probably in Europe for crowds, and you know, the people that turn out for a full weekend in Donegal is amazing. You know, first thing on Friday morning, heading out of Letterkenny, and the roads come to a standstill, and that's when us going to the first stage. There's nowhere else you get the same feeling or buzz like that. You recognise the stages when you're going to them. You know, the crowds on the roads when you're going out to the stages, Glen Village, Knockalla, all big stages that's known throughout the world. and the crowds on them, you can actually feel it in the car when you're coming into Glen Village on the Sunday. You can see the crowds for a mile before the village, and once you get through that village then, the crowds are still there the whole way to the very, very end. No matter where you go, anywhere in Ireland, everybody asks about Donegal Rally. I think it's the one that everybody wants on their CV. It's funny the way I got into rally, and I think it was watching Bertie Fisher one Friday night in the Donegal Rally. My father took me out to watch it, and I think ever since that I've been hank on it, and to make myself completely up to the ranks, I started at the very bottom of stockyard racing until eventually get my hands on a World Rally car, which I really, really enjoy. And to drive World Rally car on stages, especially famous stages of Donegal, it's something that every time you think about it, it can really bring a tear to your eye. When you're sitting at the bottom of Knockalla and you look up and you see the crowds, you have to be nervous. It's absolutely wonderful. It's like seeing sheep, but they're actually people. There's so many people on that mountain, and they're all cheering you on. The hospitality of them. Last year we were getting it quite tight for accommodation for our own crew. We rang a tourist board who rang about for us, and we had a phone call back to our office within 10 minutes with a woman giving us her house for the weekend. She was going to move in with her daughter and give us her house. That's the people of Donegal, that's the spirit. They want us in Donegal, they want us in Letterkenny for the weekend, and it's great to be feeling so welcome.
The warm welcome, the genuine hospitality and the unique atmosphere which surrounds the region encourages many people to visit year on year, enjoying the rally and all that the county of Donegal has to offer, whether it be exploring the coastline, the national parks, or simply soaking up the atmosphere and relaxing. And a warm Irish welcome would not be complete without some toe-tapping music and a good pint, as the thousands who visit Donegal for the rally will discover. Donegal really does have it all.
Okay. Okay. You're welcome back once again here to our coverage of the Dual Donegal International Rally 2017 on Donegal Daily, Donegal Sport Hub and the team, bringing you live action from the stages live reaction from service and from the end of stages as well. And we've completed the first loop of stages for the international event of 2017. Trenta, Letter League and Corradui have been successfully negotiated or navigated by most of the crews. There have been some casualties along the way, unfortunately, but now they're in service and they've got to go out and face those 3 stages again, and we'll be keeping you right up to date this afternoon with what happens. It's been an interesting morning. Unfortunately, it started with the news that Brian and Declan Boyle, previous winners and certainly among the favourites here, were having to pull out of the event because of the sad passing of Grace Duddy, Declan Boyle's mother-in-law. His son Michael, who was to go with Dermot McCafferty, obviously had to withdraw as well. And as I said before, we send our deepest sympathy and best wishes to the Duddy family on the sad passing of Grace this morning, and commiserations to everyone involved there, husband Michael and all the family. Well, there was plenty of action out on the stages. The defending champion, Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett, led them out on Trenta first time round, but they weren't the quickest on Trenta. Donna Kelly and Conor Foley set the tone really for that in the international event, and we had a fantastic time from Damien Gallagher, and Mac Walsh in the national event as well, as Donna Kelly and Damien Gallagher set the fastest times over Trenta in the international and the national respectively. Some fantastic performances. So let's just update you on exactly what the situation is now in the international event. After 3 special stages, and our service reports, of course, brought to you in association with Kelly's American Diner, Mountaintop and Letterkenny. That's for your all-day pit stop, and we thank them for the support. And just to remind you that the Oasis Bar at the Letterkenny Shopping Centre have the big screens inside and indeed in the beer garden, and we understand that quite a number of people are down there watching our coverage. We're delighted that you could join us. Give yourselves a cheer there if you're listening in now over on the Oasis Bar. So thanks to them for their support, and indeed Kelly's American Diner. Anyway, let's look at what's happened so far on the international event. Donna Kelly and Conor Foley have been the quickest over the opening 3 stages, but only just. 18 minutes 10.9 seconds, and they've got a 9.7 second lead over the reigning champions Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett, and then just a further 2.9 seconds behind, 12.6 behind Donna and Conor are Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy, also former champions here. So Donna Kelly and Conor Foley, who've never won this event, are being chased by 2 former champions, Manus Kelly and Gary Jennings, and their co-drivers Donald Barrett and Rory Kennedy. Rory Kennedy trying to win his 5th Donegal International Rally, of course. He's had tremendous success in the past, once with Gary, of course, and 3 times with the great Bertie Fisher. Alistair Fisher and Gordon Noble, they lead Class 5. They're in a strong 4th position overall, but it's a narrow lead over Sam Moffat and Carl Atkinson of just 3.9 seconds. A further 9.1 seconds behind is Josh Moffat and James Fulton, and then Robert Barrable, and Damien Connolly. They're in the Hyundai i20 R5. They're 4th in Class 5 and 7th overall. Colin Murphy and Don Montgomery, somewhat below the radar perhaps. Very impressive drive from them. They're in 8th position overall. They are driving a Subaru N12B, and they lead Group N from Adrian Weir, last year's winner of Group N. He's down in 11th position. In between them, Porrick Duffy and Kevin Glynn are in 9th position, and making up the top 10, Aaron McHale and Dara Kelly, but very little between them. Another young man well worth mentioning is Callum Devine. We mentioned earlier on that Callum was in 3rd position in Class 2, but to keep an eye for him because he really can go in that Opel Adam. Well, he's jumped up in to lead the event, that's the Class 2, and he's 12th overall. That's a remarkable situation for him to find himself in. Very, very good time in the last stage out, 4 minutes 9.3 seconds, and he has a lead of about 6 or 7 seconds around that over the man in 2nd place, Marty Gallagher and Dino Sullivan. So very, very little between those local drivers. So interesting top 10 there, interesting Class 2 as well. In the National Championship, it's the Gallaghers so far who are dominating. Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh were very, very impressive out over Trenta this morning. They had a fantastic time. They were 5.6 seconds quicker than anybody else in the modified or the national category. but now their lead is just down to 1.3 seconds because Declan Gallagher and John McCarthy, Declan from Ardra and the Toyota Starlet, of course, we know that Declan Gallagher has the ability. He's shown it on more than one occasion that he has the pace to match anybody out there. He's been unfortunate in the past with a mistake here or a mechanical problem there, but there's just 1.3 seconds separating them. You might have heard Damien Gallagher talking to Chris McNulty in service earlier on today at service, and pretty happy with where he is, but not underestimating the challenge, because believe it or not, the top 6 in the National Championship are covered by 10.6 seconds. It's Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh leading it. It's Declan Gallagher and John McCarthy in second position, and just 0.8 of a second behind them, it's Kevin Gallagher and Jared Callahan. Then it's Kevin Ease and William Lynch, not too far away. They're a further 0.6 away. Then it's Gary McPhillips and James McNulty, Ryan Loughran and Gareth Doherty, and then Gary Kiernan and Ryan Moore. 10.7 seconds, in fact, cover the top 7. 10.7 seconds cover the top 7 in that national championship. Just take an opportunity now to go through some of the classes and talk to you about them as well, because it's important to everybody who's out there that that their particular class is looked after and mentioned. We've mentioned Class 2 already. Callum Devine and Brian Hoy are leading. Marty Goller and Dino Sullivan are in second. And William Creighton and Liam Regan are making up the podium places in third position. If we move on through the classes, we can see that very little separating them. Christopher Boyce and Pascal Dillon have it all their own way in Class 3, because their Honda Civic has a clear lead there without any competition. So it's a matter of just keeping it going. In Class 4, this of course is the Group N situation that I spoke about earlier. Colin Murphy and Don Montgomery have a 14.5 second lead over last year's winners Aidan Ray and Kieran McGrath. Catherine McCourt and Stephen O'Hanlon are in third position there. They're a further 8.5 seconds, so just 23 seconds separating the top 3 there. Murphy from Ray from McCourt with 23 seconds between them, which at this early stage is, nothing too much to worry about for them. In Class 5, this is the class where the R5 cars, the Ford Fiestas, are all competing, and that Hyundai of Robert Barrable as well. So Alistair Fisher and Gordon Noble lead Class 5. They've got a 3.9 second lead over Sam Moffat and Carl Atkinson. Jose Moffat and James Fulton are in third position, a further 9.1 seconds behind, and Robert Barrable and Damien Connolly are in fourth position, a further 5.4 seconds. So only 18.4 seconds separate the top 4 in the Group N. There's quite a gap then to Porrick Duffy and Kevin Glynn of 1 minute and 17 seconds, but the top 4 separated by 18.5 seconds, so it looks as if that's going to be a really competitive competition, as it always is in Group N. You can be sure that there'll be plenty happening. Only John Coyne and Stephen Joyce to report in Class 6. They sort of have things to themselves there, and we'll move on now to some of the other classes. In Class 7, that's the leading teams, of course, so it's Donna Kelly, it's Manus Kelly, it's Gary Jennings, and PJ McDermott's in fourth position there, but there's a bit of a gap from the top 3, as you would expect, further down the field. So the top drivers in that particular class. We move on now to Class 9. Gene McDonald and Emmett Kelly are leading there without too much competition to trouble them. And if we move on now to Class 10, we see that John Kelly and Niall Kelly in their Toyota Celica are ahead of Shane Carr and Kieran Carr, so a good local battle there between those two crews, and after 3 stages there's only 15.6 seconds between them. John and Niall Kelly lead from Shane and Kieran Carr, so family affairs there, and 15.6 seconds separating them. If I move on to some of the other classes, we'll go to a Class 11F. Again, loads of local crews in this one, and nice to see that JP Logue and his brother James are leading this. The lads from just outside Milford there in Kilmacrennan, and they're of course been competing in this rally for a long time. They're in their Honda Civic, and they have a lead of 21 seconds over Lee McLaughlin and Christopher McLaughlin. So it's the Logues, JP and James from Lee and Christopher McLaughlin, with Adrian Sweeney and Shane Buckley a further 10 seconds behind. Johnny Wolhare and Cahir Wolhare, another local crew, they're a further 49 seconds behind. Rory and Martin McGarrity are in 5th position. Damien Cullen and Danny Cannon are in 6th there. Roy Jarvis and Adam Milner are in 7th, and Sean Brogan and Daniel Callahan, they make up the top 8 in that particular class 11F. But it's local crews to the fore. JP Logue and James Logue have a 21 second lead over Lee McLaughlin and Christopher McLaughlin. Adrian Sweeney and Shane Buckley are a further 10 seconds behind. If we move on now to class 11R, again, local crews very much to the fore. Johnny Gordon and Gary McNairn from Brookles in their Toyota Starlet have a 0.3 of a second lead. I'll repeat that. 0.3 of a second lead from Leonard Craig and Conal McNulty. Both are in Toyota Starlets, RWDs. So, well, 0.3 of a second. That just shows you how close it can be here. Brendan Freeland and JP Boyle, they're in 3rd position. They're 18 seconds behind the leaders. Barry Traynor and Colin Connolly in 4th. Anthony Hand and Peter Deary in 5th. And Declan Hall and Chris Corr are in 6th position. That's in class 11R. So it's tight at the top there. You could say that. That's an understatement. It's even worse than that. 0.3 of a second separating them. Class 12. Let's go and see what's happening in class 12. This is a competitive class as well. Vincent Collins and Jane Collins are leading that by 3.6 seconds. 3.6 seconds. Another class where it's very, very tight. Vincent Collins and Jane Collins lead from James McDermott and Tony Martin Kern by 3.6 seconds. A further 20 seconds behind, Michael McDade and Dara Maguire. Then it's Simon Michael and Conor Dunlop in 4th position. They're 37 seconds behind the leaders. So the top 4 in class 12 are separated by just 37.5 seconds. Vincent and Jane Collins lead. James McDermott and Tony Martin Kern are 2nd. Michael McDade and Dara Maguire are 3rd. And Simon Michael and Conor Dunlop are in 4th position. Just to tell you some of the other crews still going in class 12. Patrick Boner and Jordan Murphy in their escort are there. Michael Bradley and Andrew Brown are still there. And Anthony McCann and Damien McCann make up 7th position, the top 7 in class 12. Still, the top 4, as I said, 37.5 seconds. There's a lot of good rallying to come in that class before it finishes tomorrow. Class 13, this is Declan Gallagher and John McCarthy. They're in big command. They're 2nd overall, of course, in the national championship, but this is their particular class, 13, and they have a 53.6 second lead over Cormac Phelan and Katja Auel. So, in their Honda Civic, that's a big lead for Declan Gallagher. It's much tighter then as you move down the field. Peter Wilson and Brendan McElhinney are in 3rd position. Paul Purtle and Paul Kelly are 4th. Michael Dunlop of motorsport and motorcycling fame, he's in 5th position there with Rob Fagg. And Columba Heaney and Glenn Alcorn, who we spoke to last weekend, you may have saw the interview on our website, they're over from the Ardra, and Glenn Alcorn has come all the way home from Perth in Australia to take part in this event. They're in the Toyota Corolla and they're currently in 5th position, but they certainly are close to the crews immediately ahead of them from 2nd down. Very little in it there, but in fact I'll just tell you exactly what's in it. 16, 21. There's only 23 seconds separating 2nd from 5th, but unfortunately for them, Declan Gallagher's in the league of his own. He has a lead of 53.6 seconds in class 13, and he's up to
DonegalDaily.com, Donegal's largest news website. For up-to-date news, sport and events from Donegal, click DonegalDaily.com.
Kevin Gallagher and Jared Callahan are 2.1 seconds behind them. Kevin Ease and William Lynch are a further 0.6 of a second behind. Gary McPhillips and James McNulty a further 5.3 seconds behind. Ryan Loughran and Gareth Doherty a further 2.6 seconds. Gary Kiernan and Ryan Moore 0.1 of a second behind that. And then Vivian Hamill and Andrew Greenan 14 seconds, 0.4 behind that, and just 0.8 seconds behind Adrian Hetherington and Ronan O'Neill. And if I quickly take a look at the difference in the
Class 14, this is the national category. Most of these are in the national category, but this is their own class. I can go down as far as 10th position, and I can tell you that what separates first from 10th is 57.2 seconds, but even more significant, what separates first from 6th is 25.9, so 26 seconds between the top 6. There's a lot of rallying to do for those crews before we get to a finish and a decision of who's going to be winning. Let's move on to Class 15. JF Shovelin and Kenny Bustard, a local crew in their Subaru, are leading that. They have a 12-second lead over Jim and Charlotte McDowell in their Subaru Impreza as well. Just 12 seconds. William Vance and Billy Vance are a further 45 seconds behind, so they're 57 seconds behind the leaders. Andrew Stewart, a well-known name here in Donegal, and Cormac Malloy, they're fourth in that class. Pat Kirkley and David Jones are fifth, and Andy Heakin and Derek Lynch are in sixth position. But it's JF Shovelin and Kenny Bustard who lead by 12 seconds from Jim and Charlotte McDowell. Very little between them. A bit of a gap then to William and Billy Vance in third position. Coming near the end of the classes now, and we'll have a look at Class 20, just do we see who's leading there. Lee Hastings and Alistair Wiley are the leaders in Class 20. They have a 5.2 second lead over Michael Carbon and Conor Mohan. Declan McGrory and his co-driver are in third position there. Aaron McLaughlin and Carl Egan are in fourth position, and Liam McIntyre and Stephen McGinn are in fifth position. Ivan Stewart and Timothy Dugan are in sixth position. Joe McCullen and Ashley Bolton in seventh, and Andrew Brown and Michael Donnelly in sixth position. So nice little lead there, very small lead for Lee Hastings and Alistair Weir, but only 17 seconds separate the top three crews in that particular class. So yet again, you'd have to say a lot of rallying to do over the next number of stages. Let's go to Class 22 finally. Liam McFall and Matthew McKenna, who were late entries. They're running at 1:63, which means that they were a standby crew, but they're making the best of it because they lead now in Class 22 in their Mitsubishi Evolution, and they have a 34.1 second lead over Dennis Ferry and Donald Connolly. Local crew, Dennis Ferry, businessman up at Pine Hill Industrial Estate, and he's in the Mitsubishi as well. So he's 34 seconds behind Liam McFall. Conor McCrossan and Conor Murphy are third. They're 45 seconds behind, and Niall and Nick Barnett and Martin Brady are a minute and 19 seconds behind. So that basically gets you up to date with all the classes. And as I said earlier on, it's very important to these crews what's happening in their particular class. They're not going to affect the top of the leaderboard in the international event, and only some of them are going to affect the top of the leaderboard in the national event as well, although classes 13 and 14 have some very, very good drivers there, and there's going to be huge competition between them. It'll not be long now till we're out and about again on the Dual Donegal International Rally for 2017. We're delighted that you're able to join us, and just to bring you up to date, at the top of the leaderboards again, Donna Kelly and Conor Foley lead the international event by 9.7 seconds from Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett, the defending champions, and Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy is in third position on 2.9. Alistair Fisher in fourth position, Sam Moffat fifth, Joe Moffat in sixth, Robert Barrable is seventh, Colin Murphy is eighth, Porrick Duffy ninth, and Aaron McHale is in 10th position. We'll be moving out through the stages again, of course, and the first of those will be special stage 4. That's the Trenta stage again, and Divers Hyundai, Canal Road and Letterkenny will be our supporters for that stage. Terence Diver, I know, is out and about watching Robert Barrable, in the Hyundai i20 or 5, and very keen that he does well. He's in 7th position at the moment, so doing pretty well, and they will be supporting us on special stage 4. Special stage 5, we will be supported by Lurgy Brack Open Farm, which is a fantastic place for your special family day out, and you can telephone them on 074 91 22 683. That's 074 91 22 683. And on the final stage today, stage 6, That'll be brought to you in association with Jared McCluskey Communication Networks, who's in fact doing a fantastic job for us out with our camera crews, getting the pictures back to our studio here and for you to watch. So thanks to Jared as well. Now, safety is a huge element of this. We can't emphasise enough how much everybody involved in the Donegal Motor Club, everybody involved in the sport, and everybody in any way connected through the media or any other way feel about this being a safe event. Let's just have a look at this safety video.
DonegalDaily.com, Donegal's largest news website. For up-to-date news, sport and events from Donegal, click DonegalDaily.com.
It's a very important week for the county here with the Dual Donegal International Rally coming in. Loads of things to think about, and of course safety is a huge aspect for everybody involved.
It certainly is, Charlie, and we want to send out a Céad Míle Fáilte to all the people who's going to come to Donegal this weekend. But we want them to come here and enjoy the rally and to enjoy it responsibly. And what we're saying to that there is that there's a time and a place for everything. There's a time and a place for the rally, there's a time and a place for enjoying yourself, and there's a time and a place for looking at what we have to offer here in Donegal. So we're saying to people coming here to Donegal this weekend is, yes, by all means, come along, enjoy the rally, park the car and go for a sociable drink if you wish, but always act responsibly. And at all times, treat everybody in whatever area you're in the county with the utmost respect. And we're asking people to do that there this weekend.
An important partnership, the one between the Donegal International Rally Committee and of course the County Council. The committee themselves are so into the safety aspect of it. Everybody enjoys what happened on the stages, but we want the main action to happen on the stages, Jerry.
Oh, certainly, and I have to commend the organising committee for the great work that they do around the safety of the rally and what they put into stewarding the event right around all the stages. And what I'm asking alongside them and indeed the Gardaí is that people listen to the stewards, listen to the Gardaí and act responsibly at all times.
Busy weekend, but a pleasurable weekend. We look forward to it every year. We work with Donegal County Council, the Joint Policing Committee, Donegal International Motor Club to put on a rally that's safe, one for the people that are involved in it, but more importantly to the spectators and indeed the people that live and work in Donegal. So it's a great weekend.
Lots of people coming into the county, David, and a lot of them rally enthusiasts who behave themselves impeccably right through the weekend. Unfortunately, in the past, we've had one or two people maybe coming in and not being as responsible as they should be. What's the message for them this weekend?
Well, generally what I would say is the general rally spectator is a superb person. They're here for sport. Like all sports, there's always an element that are here for the wrong reason. And we don't want to tarnish the decent supporter with that image. But I'd ask people that are coming to be respectful of our county. It's a beautiful county. There's going to be a great sporting event and to work with the community and the Garda Síochána to have a successful weekend.
This is a great weekend for the county and it's great economically for the county. And we have so much to offer. The beauty of Donegal is for all to see. And what I would ask people also when they're out in the stages in the rural areas, that they act responsibly in relation to their litter. That they don't dump litter all over the stages, that they take their litter home with them or use the bins provided. But let's all have a very enjoyable weekend. Let's all look back on this rally of this year as a magnificent event that was well run and it was safely run and that everybody acted responsibly to ensure that happened.
And we know that the Garda will be very mobile this weekend from previous experience. Lots of your people out around the county and out around the areas where the stages are being held.
That's right. We've liaised with the community, we've liaised with the Donegal International Motor Club and the Joint Policing Committee and the County Council to put together a policing plan for this event. We're hopeful that it will meet the needs of the policing of this event. But to do that, we do need the support of the public. And I would ask the public if they see anything untoward, please contact their local Garda station. The theme this year is Let's Rally Together. And to back that up, I would say let's kill speed and not anybody else.
DonegalDaily.com.
And you're welcome back
Donegal's
once again. As I said, safety a huge element in this event. So hopefully everybody taking part and everybody participating in any way will keep that in mind. Keep it safe. Keep the rallying on the stages. Well, I'm delighted to say that I'm joined in studio by Stephen Maguire, who's the editor and owner of Donegal Daily, and the commercial director, John Kildea. Just before I go to talk to the boys, some messages we've been receiving. This is from Margaret Doherty, keeping us all up to date, Charlie. Well done. Lots of good wishes to the Boyle family. That's in relation to the sad passing, of course, of Grace Studdy earlier today. Daniel McGowan says, tuning in from Galway. Danny Morrison is a bit further away. Danny's down in Darwin, Australia. Keep it lit. Nothing listening from or watching from Darwin in Australia. Francis McWade, great stuff, watching from the United States. Cameron J, keenly watching from Australia. Love Irish rallying. You guys do it better than anything else in the world. Laura Byrne, love the live coverage. Exactly what Irish rallying needed. And Tanya Doherty, this is brilliant. Can't make it out this year, but I won't miss it because of this. We're delighted that so many people, and as I said earlier on, we had 30,000 viewers at that particular stage for the first loop of stages. Hopefully it'll improve even more in the afternoon. Stephen and John, you're very welcome. Stephen, listen, new ventures are always exciting. They're always risky as well. A big decision by Donegal Daily to go with live coverage of the Dual Donegal International Rally.
Sure it is, Charlie, but it was a big decision 6 years ago to launch Donegal Daily, but we decided we'd nothing to lose, and since then, the last 6 years, things have gone from strength to strength. Now, we have been watching, obviously, I've been in Donegal for the last 26 years now actually, and have always been a fan of the rally. Never really got into the heart of it, so this year then we decided, you know what, we'll give it a go. We didn't think it got a certain amount of coverage in different places, but we thought we should push the boat out. And I think people will agree we have pushed the boat out with the help of Maguire Media and with Brad O'Donnell and yourself, and of course as well, that we're pushing on and bringing the rally, to people's phones, to people's laptops, and just putting it in their living rooms, putting it in their cars, wherever they may be. Because I think the problem with a lot of people is they like the rally, but they sometimes can't get to the stages and stuff like that. So I think by all means people can go to the rally, but if they just can't get there, we can bring it to them. So I think 30,000 people speaks for itself this morning, Charlie. We have taken a punt, as you say, but we think it's a kind of calculated punt in that we know people's love of the rally is out there. Yeah. So we're mixing that and we're matching that with our technology and bringing the two together, and I think 30,000 people speaks for itself.
And it's fair to say in sport there's loads of people who are spectators from home. They never go to events. They're hugely big sporting fans. Yeah. They want to see it. The rally's a fast moving event and it can be difficult to catch up with it at times. This has given an opportunity for people to see it in action, what the action's like, and to stay in the comfort of their own home, in their car, wherever they are, Stephen.
Yeah, logistically, Charlie, it is a nightmare to get around. It's difficult, so people have to, they pick a point, be that Knockgalla or whatever, and they have to really stay there or can't really move, but they're happy to do that. Now, by all means, pick a point, but with this and with ourselves, the Donegal Daily, bringing the rally to people's phones, as we say, and to people's laptops, they can sit wherever and, go to the rally by all means, but we can also bring the rally to them then. So yeah, as you say, I think it's a first year for us. Inevitably things mightn't go exactly to plan, but we can work off this moving forward, and hopefully we're going to be in for this for the long haul for years to come.
Yeah. And John, commercial director at Donegal Daily, and the evidence is clearly that the business community have decided, although this is a first, that they're going to support it, because the rally does get great support. There's a lot of love for the rally here in the county. We know how much revenue it generates for the town of Letterkenny and indeed the wider area. So good support from the business for you and your team.
Yeah, absolutely. For a first time out, it's been very successful from our point of view. The rally has a huge sporting event in Donegal. Every year it's the largest sporting event of its kind in the country, and it's the largest sporting event in Donegal year in, year out. And what we wanted to do was bring it to a larger audience. We've all been down through the years, gone to stages and seen the rally, but as Stephen pointed, only bits and pieces of it. So what we wanted to do was raise the profile. It's a difficult time for rallying in Ireland at this point in time. Yeah. It's not getting the exposure it needs to survive. Insurance difficulties, one thing or another, and the people on the ground deserve the support from local organisations, local companies, local businesses like ourselves, to give them as much support back as we possibly can, and hopefully make their job a little bit easier next year when they go talking to major sponsors. Dual are getting phenomenal coverage this year. They got phenomenal coverage over the last couple of years. So hopefully, when we go back to talk to those guys later on in the year, this type of coverage will only help the rally's cause. Yeah.
And the Donegal Motor Club showing good initiative as well with partnerships like this, John. I mean, they're always looking to see what they can improve in terms of what they can do in the stages, but as important is what can they do off the stages as well to keep this the major event that it is.
Absolutely, and they deserve a huge amount of credit for grasping this and running with it, because it is a step into the unknown. We all know that online digital coverage is where media is at right now. It's moved very, very quickly and moves quickly on a day-to-day basis. And for those guys that have been, involved in maybe more traditional media sources over the last 30 years, to take the step and go with ourselves, they showed a huge amount of courage. But hopefully, 30,000 people this morning already, that will have vindicated what they've done. And I spoke to a number of rally people over the course of the run into this, and they spoke about the people that have been following the rally for 30 years that can't get out and follow the rally anymore, but have followed the rally all their lives. Those people sitting at home that maybe not as mobile as they were, not as active as they were, but have been huge rally fans, they have the luxury now of sitting at home with either a smart TV, online on their laptop, or on their phone, being able to follow the stages maybe better than they've ever done before. And giving that back and having those people involved is hugely important for us as an organisation as well.
Stephen, 6 years ago, going online was a risk, obviously. Not many people were there at that particular stage. Things have evolved considerably since then. You've seen some changes in that 6 year period. The demand for news, where you get it, and most importantly, how quickly you get it, has really taken off.
It has actually. A funny story, probably the week actually I decided just to start Donegal Daily, Charlie. Desi Dorian, the well-known developer from the Dorian family, he was doing a bit of work around the house, and I told him, and I just lost another job, and he says to me, what are you going to do now? And I told him about this, and I could see a big smirk, and he says, good luck with that, sir, he says to me, as if to say it will never take off. Now, in fairness to Desi, he came back to me a couple of years later and met him down the street, and he put his hand out and he says, you know what, he says, I take it all back, he says, I'm on it every day now. And you know what, Charlie, not blowing their own trumpets, it's a labour of love. We're on it night and day. It's 24/7. Some things we get wrong. Yes, it's very much a learning curve. Even now, 6 years later, and the way I've tried to improve the brand and the product is to surround ourselves with good people. Obviously, yourself and Chris have come in, and Alan have come in. And we've pumped up the sports side of things, and that we know we're weak in certain areas. But just to go forward in the numbers, people I think appreciate the dedication we give, and I do. They know we make mistakes as well, but I think every good organisation makes mistakes. It's where you learn from your mistakes moving forward. We're here for the long haul. This is the first time we've done anything with the rally. Hopefully, it's going to be a fruitful relationship going forward over the years. As John rightly said, online, immediate news and immediate action and immediate video coverage is where it's at. And we are bringing the rally to people's living rooms and people's phones.
And we all know that a website is a hungry animal, Stephen. You've got to feed it because people expect that from it. There's no respite with it, but that's a good thing as well because you know what your audience wants and expects, and it's up to you to deliver it.
It is. I'm not sure whether my wife would agree with that, Charlie. She says I see the laptop more often than I see her, but no, it is. And as we're getting bigger, we've taken on a couple of more staff now as well, because we have to be clever with our time instead of us all working the daily shift. We're working the night shift, so if something big happens at night time, we're there to hit it, and people can say, you know what, if that's happened, we'll check it on Donegal Daily, and they know 9 times out of 10 we have it there. But I think projects like this is kind of even an extension about going forward. I talked to Braddis, and Braddis, we've had good conversations about video online, and it's where it's at. So we're hoping now, this is very much a test project for us going forward, that we'd like to cover various events throughout the year, good Donegal events, that people can get, brought into their living room. Instead of having to wait, per se, for a few days to read about it, they can actually see the actual events unfolding before their eyes if they can't get to them. And the diaspora as well, people around the world want to see it. They don't want to just hear about, was that festival good or was that event good, they want to see it as it unfolds. They want to see familiar faces, they want to see familiar brands, and they want to be, if they can't be there physically, they can be there in spirit, I think that's what we're trying to do, bring it to the people.
Yeah, John's a very interesting point. I was going to mention that to you. I mean, I have a son living in London, and he's more interested in what's happening at home than he was when he lived at home. And I think that's typical of the young people that are away, and people who've been away for years and years, who still consider themselves to be very much not living away, but home is in Donegal.
Yeah, I think it's a well-known phenomenon. The further away from the shores you leave, the more Irish you become. I remember, back in the day and very far back in the day at this stage, when I used to go to Boston for summers to play football, and you were never more Irish than when you were in Boston. Or you're never, and I suppose people are finding that across the world right now. You're never more Irish when you're in Australia or New Zealand or America, because you miss the things that are at home. And thankfully, back in the day, and you'll have remembered this, when you went away. I remember the first time I went to Boston and I didn't ring home for a week, because we had no phone in the house. And I eventually rang the neighbour and they got somebody at home, and that was the way communication was back then. and the world has changed so much in that period of time. It's like if it changes to the same level, God knows where we're going to be in the next 30 years.
Yeah.
But now people expect, as Stephen pointed out, things instantly. The levels that we live in a fast food culture. Getting news in a day's time is no good to anybody anymore. We want it now, we want it live if possible, and that's what we're looking to try to feed into. This is a huge undertaking for us as an organisation in conjunction with the rally. Thankfully, with all the help of the support crew and everybody else involved, it's gone really well so far. And this is a stepping stone as regards what's next, and we want to raise the bar for Donegal people around the world. This is what we expect from our local media, and hopefully then we can fulfil that role and that void for them.
Yeah, and finally, Stephen, the challenges continue then. No resting on your laurels or saying we've done that very well. You got to keep thinking ahead.
Yeah, it's only the first day, Charlie. We obviously, things have gone well this morning. We have tomorrow and we've Sunday as well, and we'll probably have a meeting on Monday, just to look back and see, where did we go wrong, where could we have picked up stuff and that, because I think. I don't know whether it was Roy Keane who said it, fail to prepare, prepare to fail. So straight after this, we will be getting ready for next year, please God, and have a meeting with the rally maybe in a couple of weeks' time and that, to see were they not happy in certain areas. Because they're not happy, we have to make it happen for those people, because at the end of the day, they are the people who run the rally and make the rally. We're outside players, but we want to make it as good as we can. So it starts again on Monday, Charlie, and it is very much a first year, as John said. It's a project for us. A lot of businesses have come in behind it and recognised it, but we do also recognise we've kind of done it fairly quickly, so there will be mistakes, but going forward it will be even better than next year, no doubt.
Okay, and John, a final word?
Yeah, and not that I wanted more of a final word than Stephen, but I think it's.
You'll just I'm used to
that. I'm married to a teacher, so it's always good to have the final word. But I just wanted to pay special mention to all the sponsors that have rowed in behind us. Without their help, we can't do things like this. They support us throughout the year, and they particularly supported us in the run of this event. So I just wanted to thank them all individually and as a group. And I also want to pay special mention out to the Maguire Media, Bradis and Jackson Media, and yourself and Chris and Tony are out on the stages as well, because realistically, and I'm not going to pretend that I know a lot about rallying and I know enough about rallying to get myself into trouble, but without the expertise of yourself, Chris and Tony, and the team around you, this wouldn't happen. So I want to make sure that people recognise that, and thank you very much.
Appreciate that, lads. Thanks for coming in, and we look forward to a very successful weekend.
Please God.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Charlie.
Stephen Maguire and John Kildea joining us live in studio. It won't be long until we're out and about again with the rally, because they've got the second loop to go. Trenta, Letter League and Corradui. They've got to do it all again. They've been in service, having a little bit of a break. We'll be watching the action very closely. There's an all-ladies team out there, Glenda and Jasmine Boyle. They're the only all-ladies team out on the event, and last weekend we got the opportunity to talk to Glenda about her love of rallying and what it means to be involved in the Donegal International.
DonegalDaily.com, Donegal's largest news website. For up-to-date news, sport and events from Donegal, click DonegalDaily.com.
Well, Glenda Boyle's with me, and herself and Jasmine are the only female crew in the dual Donegal International Rally for 2017. Wee bit of pressure there, Glenda?
No pressure at all. Makes it easier for us. All we've got to do is finish.
Yeah. You're driving a Civic. Just tell us about what class you're in and what sort of competition is going to be for you.
It's a Group N Civic, but because my sister doesn't have an international licence, we're running under national. So we're in, I think it's class 22. As far as I'm aware, there's 3 others in there with us. So we've a wee chance of getting something maybe at the end on Sunday.
Those classes tend to be competitive.
Yeah.
Everybody kind of on an even keel down there. So a finish, first of all, will be a good achievement for you, and to win the class would be a dream come true.
That would be a big dream come true now, definitely. We're in there with Evos and machinery like that, so it'll be good competition definitely for us.
Tell us about your own rallying career so far. How did you get into the sport? What's the big interest? Family, I'm sure.
Well, always went out with my daddy, Martin Boyle, and then my uncles Liam and John rallied as well. And then whenever I was 21, I entered a competition in England for a scholarship for a year, and I actually won that. So that was basically for the year. They drove me around England, and we did the Isle of Man and a few Scottish rallies, the Pirelli and different rallies, but and a wee Peugeot 106. It was supposed to be worth 25,000. I don't know exactly how much it was worth, but it was, you know, it's great. The experience I got from that was just unbelievable.
Sort of full-time rallying.
It was a full year, all expenses paid, just arrive and drive, and it was fantastic. And then after that, I still have the 106 actually in the shade.
Yes.
She hasn't been out in a while now, but my daddy bought me then the Civic, the Group N Civic, and I've been driving that ever since.
Fantastic. Just tell us about your experience in Donegal so far then.
I've had a bit of a mixed bag. Gearbox has been a big issue. Last year we had an entry, but the gearbox didn't arrive in time, so we didn't actually even start the rally, so I had to pull entry. But I've had a few mishaps, shall we say, on the stages, but it's a great rally, and I always come back for more.
There's an unbelievable buzz about the rally.
Absolutely.
As a sport.
Yeah, the buzz around here in the rally weekend is just, you can't get it anywhere else.
Yeah. What would be your best achievement in Donegal so far, would you say?
Coming third in the class would have been the best now, and just finishing, do you know what? Because it's a tough rally.
It is a tough rally. I mean, everybody we talk to will say, if I get to the finish ramp, it'll be fantastic.
Yeah.
If I can get into the top 3 or 4, it'll be even better.
Yeah.
I suppose that's a reasonable goal to set yourself over the weekend.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's Jasmine's first kind of time out in the car as well, so we're just kind of going to take it as it goes, and hopefully we'll get to the end.
You're welcome back once again, and let's go out to Chris McNulty. He's at the end of Special Stage 4, which is Trenta, the second time round. Our coverage is brought to you in association with Divers Hyundai, Canal Road in Letterkenny. Chris McNulty is joining us live from the end of the stage. Chris?
End of 7:45.9 for Manus Kelly. A lot happier that time, Manus.
A lot happier that time, Chris. Just a bit harder tyres in the car, and we adjusted a bit in the suspension, and I felt the car's a lot better. Like, you know.
It's a contented looking Manus Kelly, it has to be said, on there with Donegal Barrett calling the notes in Trenta. That time again, 7 minutes 45.9 seconds. Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy, just to get a quick thought here from Rory Kennedy on his time for that stage.
47.5.
47.57, 47.5 for Rory Kennedy and Gary. How was that one for you?
I'm pretty good there, but the boys done a very good time. The race is definitely on.
There we go. The race is definitely on, says Rory Kennedy. Of course, a veteran competing in his 35th Donegal International Rally this time. But with Connor Foley this time. Connor, time on that one?
It's 7:44.2.
7:44.2, the quickest so far. 7:44.2. That's Connor Foley, who's navigating for Donegal with the big Donegal crest on the bonnet of the WRC. 7:44.2. There was a 7:45.9 for Manus Kelly and 7:47.3 for Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy. Sam Moffat, the next man to come off the stage. Carl Atkinson calling the notes for Sam Moffat. And have we a time for no time yet for Sam Moffat? Just maybe get a quick word. 6:57 there, Sam.
Yeah, we had a bit of a moment in there. There's something wrong with the accelerator, and just lost a wee bit of time there. But no, we'll come back good now in this next one, hopefully.
57.5, that was Sam, yeah? Yeah, 57.5 for Sam Moffat and Carl Atkinson. Here's Alistair Fisher and Gordon Noble, and coming off the stage as well, Robert Barrable, who has Damien, the Dent Man Connolly, calling the notes there, of course, in the Hyundai, the Divers Hyundai, number 7 on the grid. These two men will try and just get a time here off Damien Connolly with 7:59.3. And as we said there, that Alistair Fisher 7:53. That's Alistair Fisher, who's Gordon Noble, an experienced man, calling the notes for him. And here's the other of the Moffat brothers. That's Josh Moffat coming off here. And we're just a big crowd at the end of the stage here, trying to get times off all the crews. And Josh Moffat's time there was 7:59.6 for Josh Moffat. And James Fulton, 7:59.6. Just to recap on those times again, Donegal once again the quickest, 7:44.2, marginally quicker than Manus Kelly, 7:45.9, and Manus and Donegal Barrett reporting that they were much happier on that stage and much happier with their tyre choice, and certainly The two men looking much more contented than they had been that last time they came off here. There was just a little bit jumpy that last time we saw them come off Trenta. We had missed them on the broadcast last time around, but the defending champion certainly in the groove. And as Rory Kennedy says, the race definitely very much on now in Donegal. Rory Kennedy and Gary Jennings with a good time in there. Sam Moffat reported that he lost a wee bit of time at a bit of an accelerator problem in that one, and Sam Moffat's time on that one was 7:57.5. Here's PJ McDermott, of course, a man who knows all about this rally. Niall Burns calling the notes there. Just do a quick word maybe with PJ. We'll just go round the far side here. Kenny McKinstry is with him, of course. PJ, second run around Trenta.
Good. He settled in a wee bit better that time. Guards going bothered. She was given a wee bit of bother last time. There was no go on her, so seems to be started now. So
good stuff. PJ McDermott, good to go, he says, and away he goes. PJ McDermott, of course, from Burt and a regular competitor over the tarmac in Donegal. And here's a name that Donegal people will reckon with: McHale. Austin McHale, of course, a regular competitor around here on the stages today. And here's his son, who's competing this afternoon, Aaron McHale. Might just grab a quick word with Aaron McHale. Donegal so far, how's it been, Aaron?
It's all right. We're trying to just get suspension right in the car, and it seems to be making little improvements. It's a bit better, so far so good. We have to try and get the confidence to push on once we get it right.
There we go. Aaron McHale looking for a bit of confidence. Here's Joe McGonigal and Kieran Guinea. We'll just go around here and see Kieran. Give it a quick time off that, Kieran. 8:14.2. How was that one, Kieran?
Hi, grand. We had a good push to start, and we took it fairly steady where we went off the last time. We could see Aaron in front of us as well, so we're happy enough, yeah.
Perfect. Happy enough there. Kieran Guinea and Joe McGonigal, the Muff and Falcara combination there, back in the R5 car this year. And they had been going quite well in that car in recent times. And the two of them had a bit of a moment on the first loop around Trenta. Ended up in a field for a period, got out, bit of damage done to the front right-hand corner of the car, but have got out and have got back on track in this dual Donegal International Rally. We're just awaiting the first of the national crews. Of course, a big battle on there. Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh led from Declan Gallagher, the milkman, pushing hard with John McCarthy on the notes in the Starlet, and in third place Pettigos, Kevin Eves. We have most of the international crews just gone past us and now awaiting these escorts, and of course that Starlet of the milkman, Declan Gallagher. The quickest of the internationals was the leader, Donagh Kelly. Of course, he had a 9.7 second lead after the first loop of stages, and he's taken another 1.7 seconds out of Manus Kelly. Manus with a good time though in there, it has to be said, a couple of seconds quicker than Gary Jennings, who went into this loop of stages in third spot. There was a big gap then to the likes of Alistair Fisher and the Moffats, Sam and Josh, but both of those happy enough with their time, although Sam Moffat complaining of a little bit of accelerator problem. Slight delay here, I have to say. The big crowd at the end of this stage at Trenta with gravel crews and what have you waiting here, and the crews also reporting big crowds on the stages, certainly as big as they've seen on the Friday part of the Donegal International Rally for some time now. It certainly bodes well going forward for the weekend that the crews all reporting good crowds out around Trenta, Letterleague and Corradoo, and even when we were in around service area, myself and the crew, after that first loop, big crowds watching the action and at service. Still no sign of these escorts, these national boys so far, but can't be too far away because Robert Barabel just passed us there in the Evo and also gone through us there as well. Another man competing there is Stuart Biggerstaff, who's got Anthony Nestor on the notes. PJ McDermott passed us, and as did Robert Barabel and that Hyundai, who's been setting some good times. He's got Damien Connolly on the notes. Damien, if you remember, did last year's rally with James Cullen on the 25th anniversary of his winning of the Donegal International Rally for the first time back in 1991. Of course, James, a famous competitor, and has been speaking with Charlie in the lead up during, and we can expect to hear from him. Just a slight delay here. We might here comes the first of the escorts across us, and it is in fact Gary McPhillips who's the first man down to us here, Gary McPhillips, who has James McNulty calling the notes in there. And we'll just...
Playing quicker than last time, innit?
908.3 for Gary McPhillips and James McNulty. How was that, Gary?
Oh, good run through it, yeah, no bother, yeah. Just come off the start line there, she stopped, and the starter's not working now, so we'll just have to coax her, get her through the other ones, and that's it.
Perfect. Gary McPhillips there. And next up, Jonathan Pringle, who's got Paul Sheridan on the notes. We'll just go around here and see if Paul can give us a time for that stage. 807.3. 807.3 for Jonathan Pringle. 807.3 for Jonathan Pringle and Paul Sheridan. And here's Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh. Mac.
05, Chris. But I think we might be down 2 maybe to Kevin behind us there, so he could be away with the lead there for a while.
There we go. Mac Walsh reckons that Kevin Eves possibly has taken over the lead of the National Rally. We'll just have a quick word with William Lynch to see if we get a time there. 8:03.2 for Kevin Eves and William Lynch. So that's certainly quicker than the time set by Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh. Here's Ryan Moore and Gary Kiernan, Alistair Hetherington. And we'll just go a quick back run through and we'll get a word with the milkman, Declan Gallagher, and this famous white starlet of his. Declan Gallagher, we haven't had a word with you in that car for a while. How's Donegal been so far?
It's good to be back in the starlet now, but we're going well in the morning, but I think the boys have woken up in there now. I think they took brave time out of us in there, so all we can do is keep her at it and not do anything silly and try and get her to the end.
You were really on Damien's coattails after the first loop.
But them boys, I'd say they took good time out of us in there for some reason. We were 7 quicker than we were the first time, but they seem to have upped the pace a good bit there now again, so we'll stay with it.
Good man, best luck. Declan Gallagher there, that's the milkman from Ardra, Declan Gallagher, and he has got John McCarthy calling the notes. So that's their latest from the Trenta stage of the Donegal International Rally. By our reckoning, Kevin Eves from Pettigo has taken over the lead of the national event. Donna Kelly still in front of Manus Kelly, with Gary Jennings in third in the international event. Back to Charlie.
Great job at the end of special stage 4. That's Trenta the second time round. Just to confirm those times that Chris has been giving us for that stage, special stage 4, brought to you in association with Divers Hyundai, Canal Road and Letterkenny. Thanks to Terence and his staff for their support. Donna Kelly and Connor Foley, 7 minutes 44.2, 7:44.2. Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett, 7 minutes 45.9. Very little between them, just 1.7 seconds. Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy, 7 minutes 47.5. Again, very little between them, 3 seconds slower, 3.2 seconds slower than Donna Kelly and Connor Foley. Alistair Fisher, 7:53. Sam Moffat, 7:57.5. Jose Moffat, 7:59.6. Robert Barrable, 7:59.3, and Porrick Duffy, 8:26.1. Aaron McHale, who's in 9th position, 8:32.4, and PJ McDermott, 8:39.2. It all means that at the top of the leaderboard, Donna Kelly now has extended his lead out to 11.4 seconds. 11.4 seconds. Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy are in 3rd position. They're 15.9 seconds behind. 15.9, with Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett, of course, in 2nd position, 11.4 seconds behind. Alistair Fisher is in 4th. He is currently 41.8 seconds behind. Sam Moffat is in 5th position. Sam is 50.2 seconds behind, and then just over a minute behind Jose Moffat, 1 minute 1.4. Robert Barrable is 1 minute 6.5, so very little between those two. And then Porrick Duffy, Aaron McHale, PJ McDermott making up the top 10. Let's go to the national category and how close that was. Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh, a time there of 05.7. That's pretty comparable with their first loop around that stage as well, when they were 5.6 seconds quicker than anybody. But on this occasion, not so much of a gap, because Jonathan Pringle and Paul Sheridan went over Trento the second time round, 8 minutes 7.3. And in 8 minutes 8.3, Gary McPhillips and James McNulty. Now McPhillips and Pringle are second and third respectively on the timesheet that we're seeing, but we expect that'll change because people who are ahead of them are running behind them on the road at the moment. They don't reset the road order until the end of the stage today, and just while I speak, I can confirm now that Kevin Eves and William Lynch have moved up into second spot. They had a time of 8 minutes 3.2 seconds. That was the fastest on that stage, 8 minutes 3.2 seconds. Kevin Eves continuing the great form that he's shown in rallying so far in 2017. And Declan Gallagher, you heard Declan there, the milkman, speaking to Chris, saying it was a bit slippy in there and the grip wasn't great, but he got round there in 8 minutes 12.4. So obviously he had one or two little issues out there on this occasion, but it drops him down from second, you'd have to say, because the gap between Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh and Kevin Eves and William Lynch is 0.2 of a second. 0.2 of a second separates first from second. And just looking at the screen now, some of the crowds that are out there, that's out at Woods Corner, up above Drumkeen, waiting for the cars to come round for special stage 5, of course. Which will be the second last of the day. That's the letter league stage, which they did earlier on. Just going back to the national category again, Declan Gallagher and John McCarthy are down in third position, but the gap is very small. There's only 8 seconds between him and second spot, or sorry, 7.8 between him and second spot, and 8 seconds overall. Gary McPhillips is up in fourth position. Gary Kiernan is in fifth position, and Jonathan Pringle is in sixth position. And just looking at it, a minute and 19 separate the top 6. But there's other people who are still on that stage, or maybe just coming off it, whose times we'll have to check up on, and that might change that the dynamic of that as well, because of course Declan Gallagher's there and Damien Gallagher's there, and we're waiting on Kevin Gallagher and Jared Callan, second position, or up in third position, sorry, so I'll be interested to see what their times are. We're just looking at pictures there, live pictures from stage 4. That's at the Clareman's Corner again, where our camera crew are, and they're watching the cars coming through. That's live footage that you're watching. There they go. That's car number 77 going through there, and that's one of the escorts, obviously, and Chris was mentioning he was waiting for the escorts to come through at the end of this stage. By this stage now, the leading cars will have gone on and be at the start of Letter League for the second time round, so we'll be going live to back live to the Woods Corner to get them coming off there and go down into the end of the stage. Just to remind you, Tony Kelly and the cars continuing to go through, number 58 going through there just as we watch, and just to have a look and see. This is the Trento stage, of course. It's a tricky enough stage, that one. They need to be careful out there, and if there is a little bit of slippiness about, then they have to be very careful. Car number 58 that went through is Lee Hastings, and Lee is actually leading his class. Remember we mentioned him earlier on there. He's in class 20 and was leading that class. That's car 60, I think, going through there as well. Cahir McCourt, and Cahir was up, if my memory serves me right, in third position in that particular class as well. But just waiting, we'll refresh here and see, can we get maybe more times coming in before we go out to Letter League again, and see what's happening there. Tony Kelly is at the end of that stage, and she'll be keeping us right up to date with what's happening. Let me just see, can I get up-to-date score, up-to-date results? But we do know that at the top, Donna Kelly and Connor, another car going through there. That's car number 61. That's William Matfitty. Just going back to the leaderboard at the moment. Some more names popping up into the top 10. Aaron McHale's in 9th, PJ McDermott 10th, Stuart Biggerstaff is in 11th, and Joseph McGonigal is in 12th position. Joseph had some trouble, if you remember, on Letter League, or was it Letter League, or maybe it was this stage, maybe it was Trent actually that he had some trouble on, but he had a very, very good time in there this time, 8 minutes 14.2 seconds. Another car going through, I think it's number 62, that's Brian O'Keefe away through there. In the National Championship, Kevin Gallagher's time now has come up, but he's in 4th position. He had a time of 8 minutes 12.5. Just to show you how close these guys are in the National Championship. Kevin Eves, fastest time, 8 minutes 3.2 seconds. Next fastest, Damien Gallagher, 8 minutes 5.7 seconds. The next fastest, Gary McPhillips, 8 minutes 8.3 seconds. Gary Kiernan fits in there as well, actually, in 3rd position, 8 minutes 7.7 seconds. Very little between them. And on that stage, Declan and Kevin Gallagher, Declan 8 minutes 12.4 and 8 minutes 12.5, just a 0.1 of a second. We're hearing that the 004 has gone through at out at Letter League, so that means that we're not too far away from the competitors going through. We've got 003, 002 and 001 to go. All the official cars are going through, so within the next couple of minutes we'd expect we'll be back up live at Woods Corner to see some of the action up there. Big crowds up in that area watching this event unfold, and our coverage of Stage 4, which you're watching here now, is in association with Divers Hyundai, Canal Road in Letterkenny. Thanks to them for their support. And of course we'll be moving on then to Special Stage 5. But on the bottom of your screen, this is the Claremans Junction up at the top of the Glencar here in Letterkenny, and the cars are flying through there. That's car number 44 going through there. That's John Boner and Lee Jordan, and that's the Dunlow contingent there driving through. And John Boner, of course, is the son of Vincent Boner, the first Donegal driver to win the Donegal International Rally back in 1983. So the tradition of rallying continuing in the Boner family. Vincent Boner and Seamus McGettigan, the first Donegal crew to win here in Donegal all those years ago. So we hear now that 002 has gone through the Letter League stage, and that means there's just one car before the competitors, 001, and then we'll have the competitors going, and we will be going out to live action at Woods Corner. You're still watching the action from Special Stage 4. This is out at the Claremans Junction, and the cars continue to fly through here on Special Stage 4 of the Dual Donegal International Rally 2017. It's been an interesting day so far, as we expected. Tight at the top, very tight at the top. Top 3 separated by a matter of seconds. 14 seconds in fact, 15 seconds in fact, 59 away through there. That's Ashley Dixon and Ryan McCluskey gone through. Just looking back at the times there again, it's 16 seconds between first and third, and in between Donna Kelly and Gary Jennings is Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett, the reigning champions, 11.4 seconds behind the leaders. So very, very tight in both the international and indeed in the national event here on the Dual Donegal International Rally 2017. Just looking at some of the times coming in from the nationals as well. Latest ones coming in: Brendan McDade and Carl Reid, their local crew, 8:45.3. Wesley Patterson and Johnny Beard, 8:46.7. Jonathan Pringle, not going as well as you would have expected Jonathan Pringle, because he's gone very quick. He won the Hills of Donegal event a couple of years ago, and he was very quick here last year, but may have had a problem early on, because he's recorded a time there of 8 minutes 7.3, and that's a very good time on that particular stage. But he's down in 12th position in the National Championship. Such is the pace at the front of the National Championship, you can't afford any errors whatsoever. Damien Gallagher still leads after Special Stage 4, but only by 0.2 of a second from Kevin Eves and William Lynch, with Declan Gallagher and John McCarthy a further 7.8 seconds behind, and then 0.9 of a second behind them, Kevin Gallagher and Jared Callahan. So to put it in some perspective for you, the top 7 in the national championship are separated by 19.2 seconds. Just 19.2 seconds between the cars from 1st to 7th in the national category. That's mostly the Escorts. There's a couple of Toyotas in there. There's a Corolla of Kevin Eves, and there's a Starlet of Declan Gallagher. There's a Darien of Kevin Gallagher, and the rest are Escorts, and Escorts nearly all the way down to the top 15. So it's very, very, very competitive there. Tony Kelly, of course, is at the end of special stage 6. That's Corradui the second time round, and there was a little bit of fun and games in there earlier on, of course, as well. But the speed that people can get caught out in there, and there's no doubt about that. If you're not careful, it's a very, very short stage. Only takes less than 5 minutes, but it's testing in there. You can't afford to take any risks whatsoever. We heard from Chris. Chris will be back in service now, getting the reaction, and we hope to have some of the crews in here in our studio when they've parked the cars in Park Firma a little bit later on this afternoon and early evening as well, just to get their views as to where things are at and what we can expect tomorrow. But as we expected, there's no let up here in Donegal. They've got to keep going, and they've got to keep going, and that's exactly what they're doing. So just refresh again. I know people are tuning in on a regular basis, so I'm just going to refresh the results sheet so far. It tells me that Donna Kelly and Conor Foley lead this event by 11.4 seconds from Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett, with Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy a further 4.5 seconds behind. So 15.9 seconds, less than 16 seconds, separate the top 3 crews after 4 stages. There's a little bit of a gap then of 26 seconds down to Alistair Fisher in 4th position. Sam Moffat is 50 seconds behind the leader in 5th position. Joe Moffat is just 1 minute and 1 second behind the leader. Robert Barrable is he's still in 7th, in fact, 1 minute and 6.5 seconds behind. And then making up the top 10, Porrick Duffy, Aaron McHale, and Aidan Ray has gone into the lead again in Group N. Now, it's interesting that there's a crew missing who were going very, very well there earlier on in Group N, and that crew were Colin Murphy and Don Montgomery. Their name has not appeared as yet on the timing sheet, and interestingly, Aidan Ray has gone into the lead now. Colin was running a little bit further down the field, so we won't rule him out. In fact, he's running at number 38, so he may come into the equation. But on the timesheet at the moment, Aidan Ray is leading Group 4. That's the Group N, of course, Class 4, and he's in the lead there. Gary Cooney is leading Group 7 from PJ McDermott. That's a good run from Gary. You may remember we saw Gary have a little bit of a moment out in Letter League at Woods Corner previously, but he got things steadied up very quickly. And Gavin Kelly is in 15th position. Joseph McGonigal is down to 16th position. So that's the situation in the National Championship. They now are on the Letter League, and that has tested them out. Here we are. There's the action coming now from Letter League, and that's Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett just going through at Woods Corner, and look to be going okay there. This is the live action from the Dual Donegal International Rally on Donegal Daily, Donegal Sports Hub's coverage, and this is Special Stage 5 that the crews are on at the moment, and Special Stage 5 has been brought to you in association with Lurgy Brack Open Farm, a fantastic place for your special family needs, and you can book the farm, the Lurgy Brack Open Farm. There we have Gary Jennings and Roy Kennedy going through as well. You can book the farm on 07491 22683. That's 07491 22683. If you haven't already been out there, I can assure you it's well worth a visit. The kids will love it out there. There's loads for the things for them to do out at the Lurgy Brack Open Farm. So get in touch with them. It's a great day. It's a great place for a family day out. That's Donna Kelly and Conor Foley, the race leaders, going through there. As I said, they don't change the formation they go out in until such time as they regroup tomorrow, and then the leader will go out. But at the moment, Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett are first out on the road. We just seem to have lost our visual there at the moment. We're still live on the pitch. Just with the monitor in here, I think. So you're still seeing it. We aren't at the moment. But what you're watching is you're watching the action from Special Stage 5, Letter League, second time round today, and Car 5 has gone through, I'm told, as well. So that's Sam Moffat who's gone through there, and safely through the first. Well, we're waiting just Ali Fisher to go down. Yeah, I can tell you that Tony Kelly is at the end of that stage, and she will be bringing us a reaction from the end of the stage. Lurgy Brack Open Farm is sponsoring our coverage of Special Stage 5. That's Letter League, the second time round today. Second last stage of the day, one to come, Corradui, before they come back into service, and we'll be getting action and reaction. So you're watching the action from Special, there it is. Spectators, loads of spectators out there. You can see the big crowds of them over there. There's a good spot, very popular spot for viewing out at Woods Corner. And there we go. And we will be joining Tony very shortly, Tony Kelly at the end of that stage, to bring us more news of what's happening. Colin Murphy and Don Montgomery have now appeared on my screen, and it looks as if they lost a lot of time in that stage, Special Stage 4, 12 minutes 11.2. So obviously they had an issue on that stage. So from leading Group N, they've dropped down to third spot now, and it means Aidan Ray is leading Group N. Yes. And I'm going to hand over to Tony Kelly. Tony is at the end of the Letter League stage, so let's go out there and see what reaction Tony can get for us. Tony Kelly.
Donna, how did that stage go?
Good, yeah, but a good run. I think we equalled Mandy on it, something like that. So tight going, great. So
You'll be very, very happy to get to the end of the next stage.
yeah, it'd be nice now. We can have a good clean run in there and start tomorrow morning fresh, you know.
The car must be absolutely unbelievable. You are playing a blinder today. Like, the times are unbelievable, Donna.
Yeah, the car was always good. I think the boy driving it maybe was a bit sleepy, so going good.
Good man, Donna. We'll let you go. Thanks a million. We see Sam Moffat in the distance. He seems to be out of the car changing a puncture. So I heard on the last stage that one of the big problems that when I was listening to Chris there was that Sam had lost a bit of time, and he was hoping to gain it back on this stage. If they've got a puncture to sort out, then I would think that the time obviously wouldn't have been clawed back. They mightn't have lost too much time, but I wouldn't think that they could claw back what they did lose in the last stage, even though they still had an okay time. So we'll see whenever he gets back up here. But now I've got Alistair Fisher here. Alistair, how'd that run go the second time?
Yeah, it felt okay. Maybe would have liked to have been a wee bit faster, but just sort of nice and smooth, no mistakes, and nothing too serious.
You're having a good day so far, anyway. Like,
yeah, it's been a good start to the event. It's nice to get batted in, and I feel confident with the car, and it's been a good day so far.
And the tyres are holding out better this time and ready for the next stage.
Yeah, I just went a wee bit harder there, so they're holding out well. There's temperatures up there, and the road's very abrasive, so it's okay.
Good man, thanks a million, Alistair. We're going to let Alistair head on, and we will get to the next driver, hopefully. Again, I can see probably maybe about 300 metres down the road in front of me. It's a nice straight road. And as I said, Sam Moffat is in the distance. He seems to be jumping back into the car now. So hopefully he got everything sorted out. Alistair's quite happy there. And again, everybody else, Gary Jennings and Malis, give us a thumbs up as they headed on. So everybody's quite happy. Donna Kelly's absolutely delighted. So with Sam Moffat here now, we're going to try and get a quick word with him. He mightn't be too delighted to stop after. No, he's not stopping. I was just going to say there that he wouldn't be too excited about stopping after losing a bit of time to get out of the car and actually do a wee bit of fiddling around at it and kind of working to get the car ready for the next stage. So they threw the time card out the window nearly, and they're heading on. We've got Josh here now, and we'll just see if Josh will stop with us. Plenty of smoke hanging out of coming off the end. They're heading on too. And we have the next of the Fiestas, which is Park Duffy. So we'll just see if we can get a quick word with Park. How'd the stage go for you that time?
Yeah, very good, very good. We're heavily committed there, but we came across Robert there on the road, slowed us up a little bit, but not too bad.
But everything looks okay. Everything looks okay for yourself.
Yeah, good.
Good man. That is Park Duffy in the next start 5. So the big bit of news there that we had was that he just had he had a little bit of time there with trying to get around Robert Barrable. But I think in the distance, no, I thought it was actually the Hyundai that I could see in the distance, but it is not. It is actually the Citroen of Aaron McHale. So we're just going to get a quick word with Aaron. But as we've heard, Robert Barrable seems to be off, but everything's looking okay. It just could be they could be stopped or whatever. Aaron, how does that run through?
It was a little bit better. We were a bit quicker than the first time, but we made a change to the car, and it's definitely improving it. So we're heading the right direction. So we're starting to get a bit of.
It's just today's the start of a long weekend, basically.
Yeah, and I suppose we're coming back from it. It's been a bad old year to start, and we didn't really have time to get the car set up right, but we're starting to get there. So I'm keep pushing on.
Good man. I'll catch up with you at the end of the next stage. Thanks a million, Aaron. So that's Aaron McHale, and we've got Joe Morongo here now, so we'll get a quick word with Joe. Joe, had you a better run in that time?
Oh yeah, I was steady enough on stage 4. Probably was good, and then once we got the near where it went off, I was a bit steady then. It turned out I made a mistake in the recce. The pace don't was wrong. But we were good in there, I think. Sorry to see Rob out, but of course that's rallying.
And is Robert out because of the car breaking down, or does it look like an off?
Oh, he had a big, not a big crash, but he went off at high speed. I'd say he lost it in the bumps, so.
But the OK sticker and everything right?
Yeah.
That's perfect for them. Not too exciting, but at the same time, on your own rally, you're trying to get to the next stage and look forward to get to the end of the day.
Yeah, we get through this next one. We'll have a bit of fun tomorrow. Kieran says I'll be able to use a handbrake now, going up knock all the hairpins, which you don't do if you're trying to go quick. So.
That's it. That's the spirit to my Joe. So that's Joe McGonigal and Kieran Gady gone past there. So there we have it. From Joe and Kieran, Robert is definitely out. He is out because of an accident, and it sounds to be high speed. We can't speculate too much on it, but as long as the OK boards are out and the driver and co-driver are okay, that's the main thing. Highly disappointing. Absolutely devastating for them, but at the same time, very much rallying. And you wouldn't know, they might be able to get the car back on the road by tomorrow. So fingers crossed. What I'm going to do now is hand you guys over again and make my way now to the last stage of today, Friday of the 2017 Jewel Donegal International Rally. And just on that note, I'm making my way to the stage, but just the usual message, guys, if you're out and about and if you are actually spectating and listening to this at the same time, to stay safe and slow and get to the stages and get in between stages and everything nice and safe, and just keep up the good work to all the spectators and the officials and everything. We're going well so far, so it's just heading out to the last stage of the day, and I will catch up with you then.
Thanks very much, Tony, and very good advice there from Tony Kelly. Keep the rally safe and just be responsible. Yeah, we're watching the action here from Woods Corner on Special Stage 5 Letter League, the second time round, in association with Lurgy Brack Open Farm, and the cars flying through there. So it's some good action. Unfortunately, we hear from Tony that there may be a situation in relation to Robert Barrable. It looks as if Robert's rally could be over himself, and Damien Connolly went off, but both are okay, so that's the good news, but that's disappointing for him. He was going very well in his first Donegal since 2010. Just let's confirm some times then, as Tony mentioned there. Very competitive on that stage, very, very competitive. I'll tell you how competitive it was between the top two. Donna Kelly and Conor Foley's time was 6 minutes 35.6. Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett's time 6 minutes 35.9. Just 0.3 of a second between them, and it means that Donna extends his lead out by 0.3 of a second to 11.7. So there's a gap of 11.7 between first and second. Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy had a time of 6:39.7. That means they are now exactly 20 seconds behind the leaders Donna Kelly and Conor Foley. So Gary Jennings, Rory Kennedy, 20 seconds behind. Alistair Fisher and Gordon Noble on that stage led our league, number 2. 6 minutes 50.4, 6:50.4. They are now 56.6 seconds behind the leader, and not far behind them Sam Moffat and Carl Atkinson, 6:43.7, 6:43.7. So they've closed the gap now on Alistair Fisher and Gordon Noble to just 1.7 seconds. Nothing between those two crews in their Ford Fiesta R5s. Josh Moffat in his Ford Fiesta, 7:39. Slow time for him, he'll be disappointed with that. Porrick Duffy, 7:12. Good time there for Porrick. Aaron McHale, 7:13.3. And PJ McDermott, 7:23.0. Now, one of the Moffats, obviously, Josh Moffat, had a puncture on that stage. I think I heard Tony say, so that's the reason that his time is obviously higher than the rest, 7:37. So he obviously lost a fair bit of time there. Joseph McGonigal, 7:02.7, 7:02.7. He's up into the top 10. But Donna Kelly continues to set the pace here, as he has right from the start of the event back at Trenta, first time out this morning. And Donna Kelly continues to lead, but the lead is a narrow one. It's a very, very narrow one. It's 11.7, 11.7. And then Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy a further 8.3 seconds behind. That leaves them 20 seconds behind the leaders. So 20 seconds covers the top 3 crews. Donna Kelly, Conor Foley, Manus Kelly, Donald Barrett, and Gary Jennings, Rory Kennedy. 20 seconds separating them in that order, with Manus Kelly 11.7 seconds behind the leader. Fisher is 4th. The Moffats are 5th and 6th. Sam and Jose. Porrick Duffy 7th. Aaron McHale in 8th. PJ McDermott 9th. And Joseph McGonigal makes up the top 10. We're looking at the footage here. If you're just tuning in live from the Dual Donegal International Rally, it's special stage 5 over Letter League, and it's brought to you in association with Lurgy Brack Open Forum, a fantastic place for your special family day out. Telephone 07491 22683. Thanks to them for their support today. That's Woods Corner, just up off the main road between Ballybofey and Letterkenny. If you're heading in the Ballybofey direction from Letterkenny, you take the right turn just opposite what we knew as Elvin's shop on the main road there. So that's where the action. You can see quite a number of spectators up there watching the cars coming around. Here we have them still coming. Early stages of this Letter League stage. I think that's car 38. That's Colin Murphy and Don Montgomery, who lost that time obviously on the last stage. Their time was 12 minutes something, and certainly that wasn't what they were doing all morning. They were looked very impressive, and they went into the lead on that class, but lost a bit of time. Now we have new leaders. We have new leaders in the national event. Kevin Eves and William Lynch with a time of 6:54.3. 6:54.3 have taken the lead in the national category. Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh, who led for the first 4 stages, a good time of 7 minutes dead, but they are now 5.5 seconds behind, 5.5 seconds behind Kevin Eves and William Lynch. Declan Goller and John McCarthy had a time of 7 minutes.3, so they're 13.8 seconds behind. Gary McPhillips had a time of 7 minutes 2.7. He's now 18.8 seconds behind. Adrian Herlington had a time of 6:59.9, so he got under the 7 minutes as well. He's 38 seconds behind. And Jonathan Pringle, 7 minutes 2.8. He's in 6th position, and he's a minute and 28 seconds, a minute 28.1 seconds to be precise, behind the leaders. But Kevin Eves and William Lynch, who've been having a very, very good rallying year in 2017, have taken over the lead in the national category from Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh, who'd led right through the opening 4 stages. They now find themselves 5.5 seconds behind. That's a magnificent time by Kevin Eves and William Lynch of 6:54.3. 6:54.3. They were 5.6 seconds quicker than anybody else on that stage. Second fastest with the times in so far, Adrian Hetherington at 6:59.9. So we're watching the action, and just allow you to watch some of the action here from Woods Corner as the cars continue to come through. That was Martin McGee and David McGee, his nephew going through there, his brother going through there. The McGee's from Downings. Okay. Cars still coming through here, thick and fast, on stage 5, letter league. It's car number 48 going through there. That's Gary Cooney. Gary had a little bit of a moment on that same spot last time round, but got through it safely, and you can see him heading down towards the end of the stage. The end of that stage is only half a mile down the road from there, so fast finish required. There we go, another one going through. It's car number 38, I think. And that's Colin Murphy and Don Montgomery, who we are pretty sure had a problem on the last stage that dropped them from first to third in Group N, Class 4. Loads of spectators out there at Woods Corner, very, very popular spot for spectators. That's number 49 there going through, Barry McLaughlin and Aidan Gallagher from Kerrygart. And their Escort Mark II. So this is the second last stage of the day one of the dual Donegal International Rally 2017. There's been plenty of thrills and spills out there so far today. We do believe that we've lost Robert Barrable and Damien Connolly in their Hyundai i20 R5. They were going well, they were in 7th position and holding their position very comfortably and starting to put up good times. But obviously there was a problem and they went off the stage, we understand, stage 5, and are out of the rally. Earlier today, Brian Brogan and Damien McGettigan went out very early on. But we see the escorts flying through there now, loads of spectators, good day for viewing the rally, and the forecast is very good for the weekend as well, which will please most. Dry conditions make the tyre choice much easier. Suits the bigger cars perhaps with more speed as well. The leading cars now have headed for the final stage of the day, Corradui. That's just close to Stranraer Golf Club up into just outside Convoy. It's a very short stage, and then they'll be back into service, and we hope to talk to them in service. Chris McNulty will be there for us. Chris McNulty and Tony Kelly out keeping us up to date with what's happening. And I'm told that Tony will be joining us shortly. It'll give me an opportunity just to confirm the national category again. Kevin Eves and William Lynch have gone into the lead for the first time after special stage 5. Fantastic time there. They went round in 6 minutes 54.3. They lead from Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh, with Declan Goller and John McCarthy third. Gary McPhillips and James McNulty are up into fourth position now. Kevin Gallagher and Gerard Callahan are in fifth position. Ryan Loughran and Gareth Doherty are sixth. Adrian Hetherington and Ronan O'Neill are in seventh position, and Vivian Hamill and Andrew Greenan are in 8th position, and just 44.7 seconds separate those top 8. There was a mistake by car 55. He's going to have to straighten himself up again and get away, and car number 55 is John Devlin and John McCarthy. So a little bit of action there from the County Down men in their Sunbeam. Just miscalculated and had to do a quick turn there at Woods Corner, so a little bit of excitement for the spectators as well, but some time lost there for John Devlin and John McCarthy. So just to confirm again, 44.7 seconds separate the top 8 in the national category. Kevin Ease and William Lynch are the leading crew there, going very, very well, and Damien Gallagher led for 4 stages, but Kevin Ease was closing the gap and finally went ahead after special stage 4 there, or special stage 5, excuse me. So the action continues. Special Stage 5 Letter League. Still loads of cars going through. This stage begins, of course, out near New Mills and finishes up near Drunkeen. That's car number 77. Just going through there, that's Peter Wilson and Brendan McElhinney from County Meath. Ideal rallying days, a rallying day I should say out there. Much trickier when it's wet, but the roads have been dry today. A little bit of rain around this morning, but not since. That's car number 59 flying through there. That's Ashley Dixon and Ryan McCluskey again. And our coverage at this stage is brought to you in association with Lurgy Brack Open Farm. Car 69 going through is Marty Gallagher and Dean O'Sullivan, and Marty was in second place in his class the last time. I think young Callum Devine in that class as well, class 2, had gone ahead of him. I'm just looking at some more of the times coming through here. Frank Kelly, who finished second here last year in the national event, 7 minutes 9.5. Barry McLaughlin, who we saw going through there with Aidan Goddard, 7 minutes 12. Eugene Megan, 7 minutes 8.4. Jonathan Pringle, 7 minutes 2.8. As car number 61 goes through there, that's William Mavitti. Damien Toner, 7 minutes 15.5. Martin and David McGee, who we saw finish ahead for the end of the stage, 7:22.2. Paul Purtle and Paul Kelly, 7:27.5. Brendan McDade and Carl Lead, 7 minutes 28.1. Okay, we'll be going to Tony Kelly at the end of special stage 5 in Letter League, at the end of special stage 6, Corradui, the final stage of the day, and of course it'll be interesting to see that all the main crews have got through. That's John Boner and Leon Jordan going through, and they're quickly followed there by car 62, Brian O'Keefe and Sean Hayde, and they've gone through. So still plenty of cars coming through Letter League to finish. The leading cars, we're expecting them to the end of special stage 6 very, very shortly, and our coverage of Special Stage 5 in association with Lurgy Brack Open Farm, and our coverage of Special Stage 6 will be brought to you in association with Jared McCluskey Communications Networks, and Jared and his son Niall are out there with our crews this afternoon making it possible for us to bring back those pictures. So thanks to Jared and Niall for that support, and thanks to Jared McCluskey Communication Networks for their support over this weekend of the rally. Car 165 has gone through. That's one of the cars that got a late entry, and it's Ivan Stewart, who's been rallying up here for a long time, and Timothy Devlin. They got a late entry and they've just flown through towards the end there of Letter League. So we're watching the action from the cars. Well down the field now, coming through. There's number 46 going through. Should have been further up. That's Paul Kirkley. Okay, let's go to the end of Special Stage 6 in association with Jared McCluskey Communication Networks. It's the final stage of the day, and Tony Kelly is standing by with a report.
And up first, there's a massive media scramble here. Manus, how are we getting on? You're glad to see the end of that stage?
Aye, well, I'll be honest with you, I enjoyed that loop, Tony. It was a great loop. A harder tyre in the car. The boys adjusted the dampers in the last service, and she's a completely different car. She's just class, like. But I really enjoyed that.
Exactly. To you as the driver now, this is what it's all about, enjoying the car and kind of bedding in now.
Definitely. Now, the two boys are not easy shaked off now. Donna's on a great pace there, and Gary's right on our tail. So, it's a great race, and that's what you want, isn't it?
And I mean, for spectators and for the likes of us reporting on it, like, that's exactly what you want. But from your point of view now this season, man, it's like, are you enjoying it, and whatever comes and you're delighted with everything, or are you going to really push it into tomorrow?
Look at Tony, we're on a race here, so I'll not be sitting back, put it that way.
The competitive edge never leaves.
Well, never does, and I'm sure if you were here, you'd be the same.
I would have to say, someday, maybe someday, Manus. We'll let you go. Thanks a million, Manus. Just going to walk around the other side of the car here now, just passing Rory Kennedy, and we'll just get a quick word with Gary Jennings. Gary, you'll be glad to get to the end of Friday.
Yeah, it's good. I'm just saying to Rory, I really enjoyed that today. I know we've had our troubles, but we're just holding on to these boys with their coaching no more. They're going very, very well ahead of us, but I'm really enjoying it. Brilliant. It's dry, we're sliding about, and I think everybody's enjoying it, and they're all wagging on the hedges, which makes it even more exciting for us. So it's great to be in the battle.
Brilliant. Great to see you back here on the Friday evening, Gary, and we're going to try and get a quick word now. So that was Gary Jennings, and now we're heading down here to try and get Donna Kelly. I'll actually just go around to Conor Foley and see if I can get any time. Donna is just speaking to somebody else at the moment, so we'll see. Any times there, Conor? Have you a time there in that stage?
3:39.6.
Brilliant. Perfect. 3:39.6. I think he's the second up, so that's good for Donna again. And we're just going to get a quick word with him. Donna, end of Friday evening, the sigh of relief.
Yeah, it's great, it's great to be having such a big battle here with Mandy. It's frantic, and we're coming off the stages, both of us smiling, it's nip and tuck, so long way to go though.
A long way to go, but I mean, it has to be a great feeling.
Yeah, it's great, great start, best start I've ever had to Donegal, so hopefully we can maintain it tomorrow.
Fingers crossed. Thanks a million, Donna. That's Donna Kelly, absolutely delighted, and I mean, an absolutely brilliant battle already today. Never mind for what the rest of the weekend has for us, but I mean, an absolutely amazing battle so far, and it's just so excellent to see another Donegal man in the lead, and the other two guys, Gary and Manus, chomping at the bit. So it's just brilliant. Like, it's just so good to see the whole event taking place the way it is. We heard James Cullen earlier on talking about how good it is to see the battle unfolding. We have Josh Moffat here. Josh, you flew past us the last time. How are you getting on this afternoon?
We're getting on a lot better now, yeah. I think we took a second out of Sam in there, so that's good. But we're just tipping away at our own thing, and we're enjoying it here. Unfortunately, we dropped a right bit of time there in stage 5. We flew past Robert Barable's accident, and we had a reverse up the road, and James was out of the car just making sure they're okay, and we went on after that. But hopefully the club will fix the time anyway, so it mightn't be too bad.
Fingers crossed. Thanks for talking to us, Josh. We're going to get a quick word here with Park Duffy if we can. Park, I'll squeeze in and see if I can get a quick word. How did that go for you? You're glad to get to the end of Friday?
Oh, yeah. I always like to try to finish, but
we're impressing ourselves. We're coming along nicely, let's just say. So we'll do our best tomorrow and think we push on another bit.
It'll be exciting to see if you can impress yourself tomorrow morning as well.
Yeah. Hopefully it's not damp or wet, but I don't really mind. Whatever comes.
It's all good crack.
Yeah, great.
Good man. Thanks, Park. That's Park Duffy. We're going to have a quick word here with PJ McDermott. PJ, is Niall Byrne sitting on with him? How is the weekend going for you so far?
We're struggling, Tony. The car is not going right for us. We're down in power, so we're just trying to work with it to get it there,
And I mean, that's obviously very unsettling as a driver as well, and when you're trying to go hell for leather and the car's not working with you.
Very, very much so, yeah, because you have no control on it when she's out and she's down in power, So far, so good. I think we're
You're still here anyway.
That's it, yeah.
Thanks, PJ. So that's PJ McDermott and the Subaru Impreza WRC, sponsored by Greyland Hotel in Burt. And we're just going to get a quick word with Joe. Joe, here now, and we're finally at Friday evening.
Yeah, just unfortunately Aaron crashed in that stage, Michael. So, I'd say we'll get a scratch time with the stop, so they're okay. Looking forward to tomorrow.
Thanks a million, Joe. So that's another bit of information. Difficult and not exciting information, but that's Aaron McHale off again. Crew completely okay. I think I'm not sure what sort of shape the car's in, but the crew is okay. Very disappointing to be so close to getting to the end of the first day of the Donegal Rally, but such is motorsport. A long weekend ahead of them. So I think everybody that is getting to us this afternoon here and stopping to have a word with us is just over the moon to be able to get the car back into Park Fermé this evening. They have a quick service now, so anybody that the likes of PJ or any of the other crews that are having any difficulty with the car will get to do a little bit of work on the cars now, and then they will park up for the evening. And it'll all start again tomorrow, first thing tomorrow morning. We've just got Damien Gallagher in the distance here. We're going to try and catch a quick word with him just to see how his event is going. I mean, he's having a cracking event so far, but I mean, I actually haven't had a chance to speak to him just to see what his point of view is and how he's been getting on in his own words. There's another few cars behind him, but we'll get a quick word here if we can. So it's Damien Gallagher in the red Mark II, car number 21, with a time of 56. Damien, you're having a cracking day.
Yeah, very good so far. I mean, brilliant to be on the page, brilliant to be leading it for a while. It's the first time I've ever led it, and we're over the moon with a day's work. Perfect.
Good man. I mean, we heard James Cullen chatting earlier on. You obviously didn't when you were in the car, but he was saying that a lot of people underestimated you for long enough because in that loop you were leading. I mean, just must be so exciting to have been leading at one stage.
That is, to be fair, like me and this man, there's always been, I suppose, a bit of talent there, but just having the machinery, and this is probably the best year we had, the best car for us. So, hey, but there's always some young boy coming up, isn't there? Kevin's put up some fight, fair play to him.
There's a long weekend too.
Oh, definitely. I mean, that's just the rally's going to start tomorrow.
Good man. That's Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh. And as James Cullen said earlier on, it is probably the same story as James throughout his rallying career. Always had the talent, but never had the machinery, unfortunately, the very odd time. Just had the right car and got caught the luck. But hopefully this is Damien Gallagher's weekend. But as he said, Kevin's putting up a great fight. Kevin's actually after passing us there now. We have another few of the cars in the distance, but I can't see exactly who we have. I'm trying to just catch a wee glimpse of who is in the distance. It's definitely a total Scarlet. It is Declan Gallagher. We'll get a quick word with Declan now. All these guys, I think they're all just so happy to be at the end of the stage and kind of get themselves sorted out. They're all jumping out of the car and ripping off helmets and putting on hats and drinking water and stuff. So I think it's just very good to get to the end of the day. So we'll try and get a quick word with Damien here, see if he'll stop with us. And then we have Eugene Megan. And Eugene is quite shy. He might not stop at my eyes wait, but he's not stopping. Wouldn't be like him. So that's Eugene Megan. He's actually doing incredibly well in the national championship this year, the Irish Tarmac Championship, that is, and the national section. So an exciting event. So I have all the top guys gone through there now. Unlucky for Aaron McHale so far. That's the only kind of mishap we can hear of him at the moment. But what I will do, guys, is head back to Letterkenny and back to the studio and catch up with you guys in the studio this evening. But I'll hand back to Charlie now and see if we can get any more information from the service in Letterkenny.
Okay. Okay, great action there from both stages that we've been covering. That's the Claremans corner there. The drone coverage from that as the cars enter and fly out of it. And of course then we have up at Woods corner up above Drumkeen, the stage 5 letter league. So well done to the crews out there, doing a great job out there and seeing some of the beauty of the Donegal hills today, and it'll be even better tomorrow perhaps when we get down to Knockalla and see some of the lovely pictures down there. The drone will be in action down there tomorrow as well when Knockalla is run. Carrygort starts us off tomorrow morning, special stage 7. Then it's Knockalla, then it's service, then we repeat Carrygort and Knockalla, and then it's service again. Then it's Cairnhill and Garton, back to service, back to Cairnhill and Garton. So some classic stages to run tomorrow. But I'm looking forward to the drone action from Knockalla tomorrow. It should be spectacular. Okay, we've got times in from special stage 6 of the Dual Donegal International Rally 2017, and it looks these are provisional times. I want to emphasise that again. These are provisional times, but we expect these ones to be pretty close to the mark. So according to what we have provisionally at the moment, the leaders after day 1 are Donna Kelly and Conor Foley. They had a time of 3:39.6 on that last stage, and they lead the Dual Donegal International Rally after day 1 by 12.2 seconds. 12.2 seconds from Manus Kelly and Donal Barrett. The defending champions have had an outstanding first day as well. A lot of pressure on Manus and Donal today, coming back to defend their crown, but they're making a good fist of it. Just 12.2 seconds behind. Their time on that stage was 3 minutes 40.1. So they were just, well, what, half a second behind Donna and Conor. That's the sort of race it's been. Gary Jennings is still there as well, a time of 3:42.6. Little bit off the pace of the first two, but not by much. 23 seconds behind Donna Kelly and Conor Foley. So the first three are separated by 23 seconds after 6 special stages today. Just 23 seconds separate them. Then there's a little bit of a gap then of another 39 seconds before Alistair Fisher and Gordon Noble come in 4th position. Sam Moffat and Carl Atkinson are 5th. Jose Moffat and John Fulton are 6th. Porrick Duffy's moved up to 7th now with the demise of Michael Barrable and Robert Barrable, and Damien Connolly. The crew's fine, so that's good news. Up in the 8th position, PJ McDermott and Niall Burns. In 9th position, it's Stuart Biggerstaff and Anthony Nestor. And in 10th position, making up the top 10 in the international category, Joseph McGonigal and Kieran Guinea, a time on that stage of 4 minutes 7.9. Very good time, very, very good time there for them. Porrick Duffy and Kevin Glynn had a very good time in there as well of 3:58.8. And also a very good time from Jose Moffat and indeed Sam, 3:45.7 and 3:46.4 respectively. Alistair Fisher, 3:45.4. So really good times in there on that particular stage. Very little between any of the top crews. Moving back to the national category, and Kevin Eves and William Lynch will take a lead into the the end of the first day, they had a time of 3:53.4. That's 3:53.4. Damien Goller and Mac Walsh, 3:56.4. Declan Gallagher and John McCarthy, 3:53.8. So they were just 0.4 of a second behind Kevin Eves. Gary McPhillips and James McNulty, 3:54.6. Adrian Hetherington and Ronan O'Neill, 3:53.5. Eugene Megan and Sarah Whelan, 3:59.5. And Jonathan Pringle and Paul Sheridan, 3:57. So that means in the National Championship, after 6 special stages today, the leaders are Kevin Eves and William Lynch, and their lead over Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh is 8.5 seconds, 8.5 seconds. A further 5.7 seconds behind Declan Gallagher and John McCarthy. So 14.2 seconds separates the top 3 in the National Championship. Just 14.2 seconds. In 4th position, Gary McPhillips and James McNulty, they are 20 seconds behind the leaders. Adrian Hetherington is 38 seconds behind the leaders. So the top 5 in that separated by just 38 seconds. A little bit of a gap then of 44 seconds back to Eugene Megan and Sarah Whelan. Jonathan Pringle and Paul Sheridan are a further 9.4 seconds behind. But there's still more times to come in. When we refresh, there might be other people coming into contention there to move themselves up the leaderboard. I just confirm that for you now. Indeed, Ryan Loughran and Gareth Doherty, who are running a little bit further back, car number 31, 5:56.9. And they have moved themselves into 5th position, and they're just 27.6 seconds behind. So the top 6 are separated by 38 seconds. Wesley Patterson and Johnny Beard are making up the top 10 there, behind Jonathan Pringle and Paul Sheridan. So that's you up to date. Just in terms of the Irish Tarmac Championship, Sam, not all the competitors are in this championship, but just to let you know, Sam Moffat leads that championship after three events: Galway, West Cork and the Rally of the Lakes. And at the moment he's just behind Alistair Fisher. Alistair Fisher is 2nd in that championship, but they're separated by a number of points. Sam Moffat has accumulated 43 points, Alistair Fisher 32.5. Joe McGonigal, who's in the top 10 here, is on 27. Robert Barrable won't be picking up any points, he was on 26. Jose Moffat was on 25. So the leading drivers in the Tarmac Championship, the top 5, were all going well here until Robert Barrable unfortunately went out. But Sam Moffat, although he's behind Alistair Fisher for this event at the moment, there's very little in it. I'm just looking to see 2.7 seconds between them. So that's easily made up over the next 14 stages. But in the modified driver in the National Championship, Kevin Eves is the leader after those 3 events in Galway, West Cork and Rally of the Lakes, and not insignificantly, he and William Lynch are leading here. So Kevin Eves could increase his lead in the Irish Tarmac Championship over Eugene Megan. Eugene at the moment is down in 8th position, so that's quite a gap between the two of them. Kevin Eves picked up 12 points in Galway, 17 in West Cork and 17 on the Rally of the Lakes. So that'll just show you how consistent he has been this year. Very, very consistent indeed. And he's in a good position here, although he only has a lead of 8.5 seconds over Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh, and a lead of 14.2 seconds over Declan Gallagher and John McCarthy. Very little in it. Live updates, of course, from Stage 6 were brought to you in association with Jared McCluskey Communications Network, and Jared and his son Niall are out there helping us, of course, to bring you back the live pictures that you're looking for from Woody's, and the pictures earlier on from the Claremont's Corner on Stage 1 Trenta, Woody's Corner, of course, on Letter League, and still some of the cars going through there. So well done to our crews who are out and about. Chris and Tony have a bit of work to do yet. They're going to be back in service and back in studio with us in a little while. But I'll just take this opportunity to just let you see some or hear some of the messages we've been receiving here from all parts of the world. Stephen Young is watching us live out in Thailand. James Johnson says it's brilliant coverage, well done. Angus Mattison is sitting in West Australia and he says it's excellent. He's watching this. Excellent. Thank you very much, Angus. We appreciate those kind words. Brian Gallagher is in Italy, and best of luck to Manus, says Brian. tuned in. The Web Rally, a comment from them is, this is the way all rallies should be covered, and that's in the Azores, so many thanks for that. And we have other messages of support and good luck coming from Sweden, the United States, England, Portugal, Spain, and a number of other countries. We're delighted that so many people are tuned in and watching us and listening to us. It's fantastic. It's a great thrill for us that so many people from so many parts of the world and locally are tuned into our coverage here on Donegal Daily, Donegal Sport Hub at the Dual Donegal International Rally 2017. I'll take this opportunity to thank all our sponsors today as well. We've got great support from our sponsors today. Donegal Powder Coatings were sponsors Stage 1, Highland Motors, Mountaintop Letterkenny on Stage 2, the Oasis Bar where you can watch all the action live on their big screen and in the beer garden. They looked after Stage 3 for us. Divers Hyundai, Canal Road, Letterkenny, great supporters of Donegal Daily and Donegal Sport Hub. Thanks to Terence and his staff, they looked after us on Stage 4. Lurgy Brack Open Farm, thanks to them for their support on special Stage 5. Give that place a visit if you haven't already been there and take the kids out for a wonderful day. And of course on special Stage 6, as I said, thanks to Jared McCluskey, Communication Networks, for his support. Also, just to remind you that our service reports today were brought to you in association with Kelly's American Diner at the Mountaintop in Letterkenny, and you can have your all-day pit stop up there at Kelly's American Diner. Thanks to Marching Kelly and his staff for supporting us with our service reports. We'll have more action from and more reports from service when the cars come back in, and we're hoping that we're going to be joined in studio by some of the leading crews here as well. But thanks to Kelly's American Diner for their support throughout the day. We have loads of action, or loads of supporters for tomorrow as well. I also want to thank Uptown Calf, and Aidan Cannon's been looking after us here today with food and drink and all sorts of stuff and everything else you can think about. So thanks to Aidan, thanks to all the staff at Uptown Staff, and of course thanks to the Furniture Liquidator for the lovely furniture that they made available to fit out our studio here. We really appreciate their support. They're on Pierce Road in Letterkenny, and you can telephone them on 07491 20604. And of course, we can't forget Tailored Facility Solutions, our studio location here for the weekend. Thanks to Manus and again to Aidan for their support here and making this wonderful facility available for us to bring this live coverage of the Dual Donegal International Rally for 2017. And Tailored Facility Solutions are a provider of facility management, recruitment and logistics solutions to clients throughout the northwest of Ireland. You can email them at info@tfsireland.ie, or you can telephone them on 07491 77660. We really appreciate their support for this weekend. We're coming to the end of the day, but we will be going back to Chris McNulty, who's in service down at Letterkenny here. I'll just have another look and see can we update some of the class places for you. This will be going to Chris. Yeah, I'm told we're going to Chris in about 6 or 8 minutes, so that might give me an opportunity just to have another look in and see is there any changes. All the times we're giving you is provisional, of course, but we're pretty confident that they'll be very close to the mark. Earlier today, of course, we had those strange times coming in for both Gary Jennings and Donna Kelly, but as it turned out, as we suspected, they were indeed strange times and they were adjusted then, and Donna Kelly is leading the event. Gary Jennings is in third position. So we'll just watch some of that action from the Claremans corner there at the top of your screen, and from Woods corner, the cars going through, and we'll be back to you very shortly with some reaction from the service area with Chris McNulty. Yeah, welcome back again. We'll be going very shortly into the service area. Chris McNulty is standing by. Just before we do that, just to remind you that on Donegal Daily website tonight, you can see our highlights package of day one. That'll be available from 9 p.m. tonight. So don't forget to tune in. If you haven't been in all day or you haven't been able to watch us, highlights package at around 9 p.m. tonight will be available, and indeed will be available tomorrow night and Sunday night as well. Okay, let's go to Chris McNulty. He's down at the service area and he's joined down there by the clerk of the course, Eamon McGee. Over to you, Chris.
Okay, we're here at the end of day one with the clerk of the course, Eamon McGee. Eamon, happy with how the rally's been going so far?
Very happy so far. First couple of stages of the day, we had massive crowds out there. Everything went according to plan. We had plenty of help there to counteract the crowd, but it was unbelievable the amount of people that were out there in the first loop of stages.
Sometimes maybe slow for crowds to come on a Friday, and it really bodes well for the weekend, doesn't it?
It does look, it seems to do. We would be expecting more evening, but presumably the year now it's just been full house from the start, from the word go, like, you know.
And the event itself, great battles already.
It's shaping up. I didn't see how the times are working, but I know that Donna and there are just clipping away at stuff there now, and it's going very well now at the moment.
Two Donegal men at the head of the leaderboards in the international and the national overnight.
That seems to be, well, that's just they're just hopefully that will continue for the next couple of days.
And logistically and stuff, Eamon, happy enough with how your own side of it and stuff's going?
I'm very happy with it, very happy now. Like we look for help there today, and we got a massive amount of help out there today, which tomorrow will be the big test for us tomorrow and on the evening stages. Like, but hopefully we have set out our stall, and hopefully we'll fall into place for us.
Good man, that's Eamon McGee there, the clerk of the course of the 2017 Dual Donegal International Rally. Happy with how his lot has been going so far. The crew's just coming in here now to the second service of the day here. We're over on the Neil T. Blaney Road in Letterkenny, and a few of these crews, you might just try and get a couple of these crews for a word. Here's Joe McGonigal at the end of day one. Joe, verdict at this stage?
To be fair, we're kind of lucky to be here. You know, we're in the field in the first stage, lost about 3.5 minutes there, and yeah, we were lucky to get away with just panel damage. So look, we'll see where we line out tonight and see how far up the order we can get. You know, it's a long way to go, and men have been on fields before and won this rally, so I'm not saying we're going to win it, but I think we'll be able to get well up the order again.
Yeah, and I suppose you're still standing and no big damage done, which is a big thing.
No, just broke a front bumper. That was it. So we were lucky enough that way. When we were going into the hedge, I was sure we were in trouble, but we just went through it and landed in the field, and our biggest problem was getting back on the stage. So we lost. That's where most of the time went.
And what's the tactic now for tomorrow morning, Joe?
I think just push on. You know, we were in a good enough pace this evening. Kind of steady-ish, you know, not taking any big chances, but I think we'll go a bit quicker again tomorrow and take it from there.
Good man. Joe McGonigal there, the muff man, of course. He's got Kieran Guinea calling the notes for him back in the R5 machinery this year, and of course had a couple of pretty good runs last year. We'll just go over here. Wesley Patterson's car sitting, and a very relaxed looking Johnny Baird is sitting enjoying a Mars bar here. Johnny, how's the day been going for you so far?
Chris, 100% enjoying it. Still here, you know. Another 14 left to do, so get around it. That's the main one. Everything's looking very good at the moment, you know.
Is that it? The Mark II escort battle, Johnny. We expected it to be tight. We expected it to be tough. It's been all of that.
Oh, that's surely how the boys up the top are flying. The pace is mental at the moment, but hey, it's a marathon on a splint, you know. So hopefully we'll get to the end of it, and that's the main one.
How have you found it yourselves?
Well, I stepped down to the 2-litre class this year the weekend, Chris, and getting on nicely, bedding in nicely. Times are starting to get better. That's the main one, you know. So keep on pedaling. That's the one.
Good stuff, Johnny Baird there, calling the notes for Wesley Patterson and the escort, one of many Mark II escorts in Donegal this weekend. We always have big battles with those Mark II escorts in Donegal, and as we can see from the times at the top of the leaderboard, this year is no different. Those Mark IIs absolutely flying it around in Donegal this year, and certainly Johnny Baird and Wesley Patterson, two men always on the pace, and a couple of big results they've had, of course, so far. And Johnny, of course, his home event here, Letterkenny man, well known around the town, and there's Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy just leaving the service area, it appears, and making their way to Park Ferme. Of course, the top crews will be joining Charlie in the studio. We can expect to hear from Donna Kelly, Manus Kelly, and of course Gary Jennings, the top three in the international field at some stage in the not very distant future. Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh in there at service as well, and they've had a pretty good run on it so far, and the service crew just in and around the escort there. Of course, Kevin Eves from Pettigo in a big battle with the two guys there at the head of the leaderboard in the national event. We had news as well that Damien Tourish, one of the early followers as well, the McGettigans, Kyle and Dale, we had news that they're also gone out of the rally at this early juncture. and Kevin Eves' crew just in here at service as well, and we might just try and get a word with them. Just get a quick word with Kevin Eves here. The Terrigal man, he's a happy looking man at this stage. Kevin, so far so good for you?
Yeah, we've had a good old day, so what more could you ask for after day one? We're leading, so but it's still all to play for. There must be 7 of us, I think, within 20 seconds, so it's nice to be where we are, but there's 2 full days of racing to go yet, so.
You were fastest on the last 3 stages there. Basically, when you come out of service here, you were fastest on the next 3. Was that the plan, just to go hell for leather in those 3?
Aye, well, we were hoping to kind of speed up a wee bit, and was threw on a set of new Michelin's on the back, and the way we went, I went out on the stage and felt confident, and we just pushed on. We got where we got. So
Damien and Mark are putting in a big effort there, but you've 8.5 seconds overnight.
Yeah, we've 8.5 Bob, which is Damien and Mark on that. There's a whole heap of them. Hey, one mistake, spin out of the junction, you could be in 5th place very handy. Like there's nothing in it. Hey, the pace, it's a mental pace. There's every top driver in the country here, so it's just going to be a big pace from Friday to Sunday.
You've had a good year so far, but this is the one you've been targeting.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. Hey, our kind of whole intention all year was to be on the ball for Donegal, so we're here and we're on the ball. So we definitely, hey, we got West Cork, we got Killarney, but this is the one we want. So we're not here for anything else.
Man, Kevin Eves there from Donegal going very, very well indeed at the head of the national leaderboard. He's got 8.5 seconds of a lead to his nearest rival. That's Damien Gallagher, and of course is Mac Walsh, as always, calling the pace notes there for the big battle. And of course, as Kevin said there, he's had a fantastic year so far and a couple of big victories, but this is the one that he has been targeting. And Cal might just pull Cal McGettigan in for a quick word. Cal McGettigan had a big birthday last weekend. His 60th. Cal, enjoying the stages of Donegal?
Good day altogether. Powerful day. It was a really good rally. Just unfortunately the sun went out, but we'll get going again, please God. It was a good day.
Big battles all through it, from the international, the escorts, everything.
Wild pace there altogether. God, it's so massive pace there at the moment. But I hope well, everything goes well.
Good stuff. That's Cal McGettigan, of course, of McGettigan bus had a big birthday last weekend. He celebrated his 60th birthday, and Cal, of course, a big fan of the Donegal Rally over the years, and always comes out to support it and out to watch it. And to see the Moffats here, we might just grab a quick word with Sam Moffat maybe just before he goes back to Park Ferme here. Sam, of course, the championship leader. Day one?
Yeah, day one's been good. 2.5 seconds behind Alistair now going into day 2, and yeah, just kind of where we want to be. It's good to get into the feel of it, and getting into day 2 now is going to be exciting times.
Real tight battle there between yourself, Alistair, and Josh.
Yeah, tight battle. That's what you want. We're really looking forward to it. You know, there's nothing in it there, and it's all to play for.
Good stuff. All to play for. Sam Moffat there, of course, a former winner of the Donegal International Rally, and Josh Moffat just coming out past us here in the service area as well. We're just off the Neil T. Blinny Road in Letterkenny, the second of the day's services. See, might just grab for a quick word here at service at the end of day 1. Carl, your verdict from the first 6 stages?
Well, typical Donegal, a lot of attrition, a lot of men on the wars. We had a big accident here last year, myself and Brendan McDade, so we're just betting ourselves in again. 2 hard days rallying ahead. But definitely they're a big pace there down the modifieds. Everybody's going hard.
And how are you sitting so far?
I think we're lying about 18th or 19th there in the national. But like the quality of it, there's probably 20 people could have won that national, really, you know, the way the whole thing. Like you take last year, David Bogey was 30-something seconds down here and in 10th on the Friday evening. And end up with won the rally, like, you know, so it's a long way to go yet.
Nothing between them,
you know. I think when we left here last time there was 10.8 seconds between 8 cars at the head of the national, and that's some better racing. Like, just unfortunate Brian Brogan's gone, you know, but anyway, that's the luck of the draw, as the man says.
The luck of the draw is right. That's Carl Reid, of course, has been clerk of the course for a couple of events up here in Donegal over the years. See another all Donegal crew. And beside us there, Patrick McHugh and Pádraig O'Donnell, an all Donegal crew. Might just get a quick word with one of them. Patrick just coming over here, just as the escort parked up for the night, day 1.
Yeah, day one's over. We had a disaster start to the day now. The first 3 stages, the car wouldn't rev past 3,000 revs, so we lost 3 minutes. But she's starting to go a bit better now. We're starting to climb a bit of time. So hopefully tomorrow now, as long as we can, we'll have plenty of time to catch up.
Yeah, you've plenty of time tomorrow and Sunday to make up some ground.
Yeah, like tomorrow's the best stages and they're long and fast. So hopefully, if we get everything running in the morning, good, we should be far away. Should be far away tomorrow evening, hopefully.
Good stuff. That's Patrick McHugh, of course, as Pádraig O'Donnell calling the notes on the escort. Then from down Dunlow direction, and another crew who are regular competitors here in Donegal, and some of the crowd favourites, of course, in this Donegal International Rally. They're here every year and always out to entertain. See Declan Gallagher in here at service as well. Of course, we might just grab Declan for a quick word. Declan, serious pace out there.
Oh, there is. The pace is hard, right? Fair play to Kevin Eves there. There's no touching him, like, so we'll just do what we're doing and try and get it in Sunday.
Nothing between you at the top there?
No, it's close, but it's enjoyable. Like, we really enjoyed them stages and glad to be back out in the starlet. Like, and we're enjoying it. All the hard work paid off.
Good stuff. Good to see Declan Gallagher back out in that wee white starlet, of course, and certainly well on the pace this afternoon in the first 6 stages of the dual Donegal International Rally. He sits third in the national event, just 5.7 seconds adrift of Damien Gallagher, who sits in second place behind the leader, Kevin Eves from Donegal, who we heard a few moments ago from the top of that national rally, which is perhaps the crowd favourite here in Donegal. All those Mark II escorts that started, of course, of Declan Gallagher, one of the iconic vehicles that drives around this event over the years, and certainly the fans coming out, and we can expect big crowds on stages tomorrow, because the word from the stages from today was that the stages were in places packed with people up around those 3 stages that we had this afternoon before we came in here, and certainly the crowds coming out. We can see them around here in service as well. Big attendance of people. I'll just go down here to another Letterkenny man, try and get a word with Gary Cooney, of course, who is another regular competitor here, and of course Letterkenny businessman. With Gary, we'll just grab Gary Cooney here for a very quick word at service. Gary, the end of day one, how has the first 6 treated you?
Yeah, it's been great. We've enjoyed it. The roads are dry. Seems to be a lot of spectators out there. So, yeah, so far so good. These guys are giving out to me here. Hit a bail.
Could have been worse.
It could have been worse. It could have been worse. Yeah. No, we're. I think to finish on Friday and to be able to go out again on Saturday is it's a great sense of achievement. There's a lot of guys, unfortunately, aren't there to go out, and hopefully nobody's got hurt. But tomorrow now, another big day. There's a big race on at the front, and we're having our own little one at the back. So
tomorrow's the big one, isn't it? Though.
Yeah, I think to be a big push on tomorrow. There's a lot of time got to be made today in that second stage, but I'd say now with the stages on tomorrow, like there's good stages, and lead to an epic battle in Glen on Sunday for Manus and the guys, so we'll keep going. The support act.
That's a lot, Gary Cooney there, of course, Letterkenny businessman and well known throughout rallying circles as well. And Gary, just glad to see the end of day one and looking forward to a big long day tomorrow. Of course, tomorrow the crews out and about from morning to night, tackling those stages, some of the famous stages, of course, to come tomorrow, and we'll be bringing you all the action. That's about it from service here. A few of the crews just in a rush to get back to Parc Fermat. We'll be having the leading crews back in with Charlie in studio in a while. Of course, Donna Kelly, just to recap, leads the international event from Manus Kelly with Gary Jennings in third. And what about this in the national event? Kevin Eves has an 8.5 second lead to Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh, and just 5.7 seconds back to the milkman, Declan Gallagher and John McCarthy in the startup. It's back to Charlie.
Yeah, thanks, Chris McNulty, doing a fine job there at service, talking to a lot of the drivers. and giving us a good summary of where we finished up after Special Stage 6 on day 1 of the Dual Donegal International Rally 2017 here on our coverage on Donegal Daily, Donegal Sport Hub. We're delighted that so many people have been able to join us today, and we're going to look forward to many more people joining us over the weekend. Just to give you a summary of the situation, we'll start with the international event. And as you heard, Donna Kelly and Conor Foley are leading that after day 1, 12.2 seconds ahead of the defending champions, Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett, who are certainly putting up a very strong defence of their title here. 12.2 seconds is the gap after 6 stages, so you could say 2 seconds a stage advantage to Donna Kelly. Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy are still very much in contention as well today. They will probably feel that they could have done a little bit better with some of the times, but they're within 23 seconds of the lead. So nothing too much to worry about there. They're just 10.8 seconds behind Manus and Donald in second spot, and 23 seconds behind Donna Kelly. So 23 seconds separating the top 3 crews. Then we go to the other places, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. They're all filled by Class 5 cars, the Fiestas, the R5s of Alistair Fisher and Gordon Noble. They're ahead of Sam Moffat and Carl Atkinson, who are just ahead of Jose Moffat and James Fulton, and they're just ahead of Porrick Duffy and Kevin Glynn, who are having a very, very good run. So that's the top 4 in that particular section, and not a lot between them. Aidan Ray is up into 8th position overall. Very, very good drive again by Aidan and co-driver Kieran McGrath, and they are leading Group N. That's Class 4. They're leading Group N. In second place in Group N are Kethan McCourt and Stephen O'Hanlon, and in third position in that class are William Maviti and Martin Connolly. Just looking at some of the others in the top 10, great drive here by young Callum Devine. Fantastic performance by him and his co-driver Brian Hoy. They're out in the Opel Adam, which he's made famous over the last couple of years, and he leads Class 2 from Marty Gallagher and Dean O'Sullivan, having a good drive as well, with in third place William Cretan and Liam Regan. But it's young Callum Devine, who's 9th overall, leading Class 2. Looking further down, Class 7, PG McDermott and Niall Burns, who are 13th overall, dropped a few places there in the last couple of stages. They're leading Group 7. And in second place in Group 7 is Gary Cooney and Dara Mullen, a local crew there. In third place, Stuart Biggerstaff, who started very well along with Anthony Nestor, but obviously had 1 or 2 little problems along the way. Class 6 is led by John Coyne and Stephen Joyce. They're in a comfortable lead there. And then we go to the National Championship, and you heard how close it is there, with 49.9 seconds separating the top 8 crews. Kevin Ease and William Lynch, who've been having a fantastic year, as I mentioned earlier on in the Tarmac Championship, continuing that good form. They have an 8.5 lead over Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh, who were out of the traps very quickly this morning and set the fastest pace in stage 1 and held that lead for 4 stages before Kevin Ease got past them. Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh are in second spot, and a further 5.7 seconds behind Declan Gallagher and John McCarthy. The Milkman, again, a little bit of a slow start. Bit of a poor time on Trenta the second time round, but he made up for it over the last couple of stages, and he's up into third position, just 14.2 seconds behind the leaders. Then it's Gary McPhillips and James McNulty. Kevin Gallagher and Jared Callahan were right up at the top there, but again lost a little bit of time, but they're only 22 seconds behind the leaders, so still well in contention. Then it's Ryan Loughlin and Gareth Doherty, Adrian Hetherington and Ronan O'Neill, Vivian Hamill and Andrew Greenan. Frank Kelly and Michael Cody are up into 9th position in the National. Eugene Megan and Sarah Whelan are in 10th. Barry McLaughlin and Aidan Gallagher are 11th, and Jonathan Pringle and Paul Sheridan are in 12th position, and just behind them Damien Toner and Denver Rafferty. So it's really tight at the top. Cormac Phelan is leading Group 13 from Peter Wilson, with in third position in Group 13 Columba Heaney and Glenn Armstrong, who we spoke to last week. They've got better as the day's gone on. They're up to third position there now. Glenn, of course, has come all the way from Australia to take part in this event. Just looking at some of the other classes, in Class 20, Lee Hastings and Alistair Wiley are still leading there. a good run for them so far. Moving down the classes, looking for some leaders. There's loads of local crews in well contention. In class 11F, it's Adrian Sweeney and Shane Buckley who are the leaders there. In class 11R, I'm just looking to see who was leading there. It's Johnny Jordan and Gary McNairn who are leading there. The Logues were leading earlier on, but I just don't see them on the leaderboard at the moment. But it's the leaders there in 11R are Johnny Gordon and Gary McNairn. Look further down, looking down the field, 11F, Adrian Sweeney and Shane Buckley, as I said, are leading that particular class. And class 12 has been led by James McDermott and Tony Martin Kern. They're in the lead in class 12. Just in JP Logan, James Logue, I see them now. They've gone down to second in 11F. And they must have lost a bit of time there somewhere because they were leading, but the lead wasn't too big, so they're down into second spot. Adrian Sweeney and Shane Buckley are ahead of them. Lots of crews still making it. We've had our casualties. Robert Barrable, of course, and Damien Connolly went out on letter league the second time round. Earlier in the day, we lost Brian Brogan and Damien McGettigan, and of course, unfortunately, due to the sad passing of Grace Duddy, the boys were unable to start today. Declan and Brian, Michael Boyle and Dermot McCafferty didn't start either. But at the top of the leaderboard, Donna Kelly, Connor Foley, Manus Kelly, Donald Barrett and Gary Jennings, Rory Kennedy. Much as expected. If the boys were going, they'd be expected to be in the mix there as well. Much expected, that would be expected. Those three would really be contesting it. But the Fiestas, well, they're putting up a good show. They've lost a bit of ground over the second loop there. Alistair Fisher, Sam Moffat, Joe Moffat and Porrick Duffy, they're all having their own little battle. And particularly the first three there, very, very little between them. And that'll be a battle, I think, that'll go right to the end. If we just look at it, Alistair Fisher at the moment is in the driving seat because he's got a 3-minute lead, it would seem, has he? He hasn't got a 3-minute lead. Of course he hasn't got a 3-minute lead. He's got a 3-second lead, 2.7 to be in fact. So that's going to be a real battle tomorrow. And Joyce Moffat is only 17.2 seconds behind, so anything could happen there. And as we said earlier on, so many crews covered, 8 crews covered by 50 seconds in the National Championship. Again, we saw it last year in both the international and the national. It went right to the wire, and nothing that we've seen so far is going to suggest that it's going to be any other way except that. Just to remind you that the highlights will be on tonight, the highlights package from around 9 o'clock on Donegal Daily website. And tomorrow, of course, we move to Milford for service. The Milford Mart has been traditionally the service area for many years on a Saturday and a Sunday, and that's continuing this year as well. Tomorrow morning, there's a slight change from last year. Last year they went straight to Knockalla from service in the Milford Inn, in the Milford Mart. This year they're going to Carrygart to do Carrygart. Then they go down to do Knockalla, and that'll be spectacular. We're looking forward to the drone pictures from there tomorrow. Then we're coming back into service, out to do Carrygart and Knockalla again, and then we switch then south and head down to Cairnhill, in and around Ballyar, Ramelton area. Spectacular stage, it'll be some great action in there. And then of course we finish off tomorrow with the Garton stage, and they repeat Cairnhill and Garton to make it 8 stages in total tomorrow, to bring us up to 14 in the international event. There's those stages tomorrow capable of catching out, as they have in the past, even the best of the best. So it'll be very, very interesting to see what the tactics are. Certainly for Gary Jennings, it would look as if he's going to have to put a bit of a squeeze on tomorrow, a bit of pressure. Manus Kelly will probably be very happy where he's at after day one. And Donna Kelly, who's never won the Dual Donegal International Rally, well, he'd be happy that he's leading, but he'll know that there's a lot to go. Anyway, as we've been saying all along, it's great to get through day one. It would appear that everything's gone very smoothly, as you heard from the clerk of the course, Eamon McGee. But safety is of a paramount importance in this event. And just to remind you again with our safety message, keep the rallying to the stages. Everybody else, be very sensible. Take note of the safety message.
DonegalDaily.com, Donegal's largest news website. For up-to-date news, sport and events from Donegal, click DonegalDaily.com.
It's a very important week for the county here with the dual Donegal International Rally coming in. Loads of things to think about, and of course safety is a huge aspect for everybody involved.
It certainly is, Charlie, and we want to send out a Céad Míle Fáilte to all the people who's going to come to Donegal this weekend. But we want them to come here and enjoy the rally and to enjoy it responsibly. And what we're saying to that there is that there's a time and a place for everything. There's a time and a place for the rally, there's a time and a place for enjoying yourself, and there's a time and a place for looking at what we have to offer here in Donegal. So we're saying to people coming here to Donegal this weekend is, yes, by all means, come along, enjoy the rally, park the car and go for a sociable drink if you wish, but always act responsibly. And at all times, treat everybody in whatever area you're in the county with the utmost respect. Yeah. And we're asking people to do that there this weekend.
Yeah. An important partnership, the one between the Donegal International Rally Committee and of course the County Council. The committee themselves are so into the safety aspect of it. Everybody enjoys what happened on the stages, but we want the main action to happen on the stages, Jerry.
Oh, certainly, and I have to commend the organising committee for the great work that they do around the safety of the rally and what they put in the stewarding the event right around all the stages. And what I'm asking alongside them and indeed the Gardaí is that people listen to the stewards, listen to the Gardaí and act responsibly at all times.
Busy weekend, but a pleasurable weekend. We look forward to it every year. We work with Donegal County Council, the Joint Policing Committee, Donegal International Motor Club to put on a rally that's safe, one for the people that are involved in it, but more importantly to the spectators and indeed the people that live and work in Donegal. So it's a great weekend.
Lots of people coming into the county, David, and a lot of them rally enthusiasts who behave themselves impeccably right through the weekend. Unfortunately, in the past we've had one or two people maybe coming in and not being as responsible as they should be. What's the message for them this weekend?
Well, generally what I would say is the general rally spectator is a superb person. They're here for sport. Like all sports, there's always an element that are here for the wrong reason. And we don't want to tarnish the decent supporter with that image. But I'd ask people that are coming to be respectful of our county. It's a beautiful county. There's going to be a great sporting event and to work with the community and the Garda Síochána to have a successful weekend.
This is a great weekend for the county and it's great economically for the county. And we have so much to offer. The beauty of Donegal is for all to see. And what I would ask people also when they're out in the stages in the rural areas that they act responsibly in relation to their litter. That they don't dump litter all over the stages, that they take their litter home with them or use the bins provided. But let's all have a very enjoyable weekend. Let's all look back on this rally of this year as a magnificent event that was well run and it was safely run and that everybody acted responsibly to ensure that happened.
And we know that the Garda will be very mobile this weekend from previous experience. Lots of your people out around the county and out around the areas where the stages are being held.
That's right. We've liaised with the community, we've liaised with the Donegal International Motor Club and the Joint Policing Committee and the County Council to put together a policing plan for this event. We're hopeful that it will meet the needs of the policing of this event, but to do that we do need the support of the public, and I would ask the public if they see anything untoward, please contact their local Garda station. The theme this year is Let's Rally Together, and to back that up I would say let's kill speed and not anybody else.
You're welcome back. Well, day one of the Dual Donegal International Rally has pretty much been completed. Some of the times are still coming in for the crews towards the back of the field, but we do know that Donna Kelly and Conor Foley have had a very good first day, and they lead the event by 12.2 seconds from Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett, with Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy in third position, a further 10.8 seconds behind, 23 seconds in total. And we're going to go now to Chris McNulty, I think is in service, and I believe that he has Gary McElhinney with him. Over to Chris.
Service area at the Neil T. Blaney Road is a hive of activity after 6 special stages of the 2017 Dual Donegal International Rally. Battles for honours all over the leaderboard, up and down in national and national events. And local action of course centres on the battle of the Mark II escorts, and we're joined here by one local man, that's Gary McElhinney, who has Emmett Brosnan calling the notes in this silver escort behind us. Little bit of clutch trouble, Gary, but day one's been going well.
Day one's very, very good. We enjoyed the first loop of stages. We're probably a wee bit slow, but on that second loop there, the clutch started to slip on the second last stage, but thankfully we got through it and back in service here now.
I mentioned those battles of the escorts. One of the highlights of the weekend, really.
Oh, unbelievable. You take the modified thing there. Look, Milkman in the starlet there, and Johnny Jordan in the starlet and all them boys. Like, it's the Mark II escort's a big thing, but them starlets are going as hard now.
What does this event mean for local guys like yourself?
Oh, sure, listen, we look forward to it all year. Like, it's our Christmas in June, as they say. So, sure, all you want to do is do Donegal Rally. And there's 35 people on reserve list that couldn't get doing it. So, thankfully, they give me an entry again this year. So, I'm delighted.
A lot of people have said about it how it's a marathon, not a sprint and stuff. You're at the end of day one with relatively minor trouble, so that's a good day of rallying in Donegal.
Definitely, it's a very, very tough rally. Like, it's 3 days, so I mean, Friday's only really the warm-up. Tomorrow's a very big day, and Sunday's a big day as well. So we try to bet ourselves in, but the pace is frantic, so you can't be too sleepy either. You need to be at it.
What now is the tactic for tomorrow morning? Because it's a long, long day between you start in the morning and you get back here in the evening time.
Well, first thing we need to do is change the clutch. The boys are going to stick it in the morning in Milford. It's going to take them probably half an hour to do it, so hopefully that goes all to plan. After that, then we just look forward to getting up Knockalla.
Very good. That's Gary McElhinney there with Emmett Brosnan calling the notes in the escort, one of the many local competitors here. And as he said, Christmas comes early for all these guys driving the escorts, and indeed all sorts of machinery for those members of the Donegal Motor Club. That's Gary McElhinney. We'll be hearing from some more of the local competitors here at service in the 2017 Dual Donegal International Rally. It's back to Charlie.
Welcome back, and thanks, Chris, for that. Gary McElhinney with them there in the service area. Just to update you on the national situation again, Kevin Eves and William Lynch take a lead into tomorrow, but it's a very narrow lead over Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh of 8.5 seconds. Declan Gallagher and John McCarthy are in third position. They're a further 5.7 seconds behind, so just 14.2 seconds separate the top three. In fact, just 49.9 seconds separate the top 8. Declan Gallagher and John McCarthy are in third position, as I said. Gary McPhillips and James McNulty fourth. Kevin Gallagher and Jared Callahan are in fifth. In sixth position, it's Ryan Loughran and Gareth Doherty. Adrian Hetherington and Ronan O'Neill are seventh. And Vivian Hamill and Andrew Green are in eighth position, and they are 49.9 seconds behind the leaders, Kevin Eves and William Lynch. Frank Kelly and Michael Cody are ninth, and Eugene Megan and Sarah Whelan make up the top 10 in the national event. Jonathan Pringle is just behind Barry McLaughlin. Pringle in 12th, Barry McLaughlin in 11th, and Damien Toner is in 13th position, just ahead of Cormac Phelan. Peter Wilson and Lee Hastings are in 15th and 16th respectively. Johnny Jordan is in 17th. Columba Heaney and co-driver Glenn Alcorn, home from Australia, are in 18th position, and Michael Carbon and Conor Mohan 19th, with John Boner and Leon Jordan in 20th position in that particular class. And I'd like to thank all our sponsors today. We really appreciate the support that they've given us right throughout the day, and Jared McCluskey Communications Networks has been working hard with us today, and we really appreciate their support as well. Thanks to Jared and Niall, who've been out with our crews, out at stages and of course in service as well. So many thanks to both of them for their support. Milestone Productions, and they're streaming the event, so thanks to them. Milestone Productions as well for streaming the event. So big team, big crew out there, and they're all doing a fantastic job. It's a fast-moving event, this of course, and keeping up with it can be tricky at times. But hopefully you've enjoyed our coverage of today, and you'll join us over the next couple of days as well. We're still hoping to have maybe one or two people into studio, so bear with us. Yes, and we'll have reaction to today's events, so that should be interesting to hear what the crews have to say about how they found it out there. And of course, there's loads of crews out there working hard in their particular classes. As I mentioned, Lee Hastings and Alistair Whitey are leading Class 20 there. Cormac Phelan and his co-driver are leading Class 13. And further down, we have others who are leading their classes. Adrian Sweeney and Shane Buckley are leading Class 11F, and a Class 11R that's been led by Johnny Jordan and Gary McNairn. And certainly all these crews doing a great job out there to get to the stage. Liam McFall and Matthew McKenna, who were late entries in, they got in off the reserve list. They're leading their class as well, Class 22. And Jean McDonald and Emma Kelly, they're leading Class 9, so well done to them. And it's competitive down there as well. Those guys are all driving for their lives to get on the podium, to win their class, to get on the podium. It means an awful lot to them to be able to do that. So it's not all about the teams in the international event, although they of course make it very exciting and at the speeds that they go at, but further down the field everybody else is keen to really make an impression as well. There's no doubt about that. So in case you're just joining us, I know a lot of people are just maybe tuning in after work today and having a look for the first time. We've had an exciting day on the Dual Donegal International Rally 2017. Dara Kelly, Donna Kelly and Conor Foley are leading by 12.2 seconds from Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett, with Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy a further 10.8 seconds behind. They are 23 seconds behind the leaders in third position. A little bit of a gap then of nearly 40 seconds before Alistair Fisher and Gordon Noble come into fourth, Sam Moffat and Carl Atkinson fifth, Joyce Moffat and Kevin Glynn, are in seventh position. Aidan Ray and Kieran McGrath, they're in eighth position. Callum Devine, great drive from young Callum, and Brian Hoy in ninth, and Richard Tannehill and Elaine Kelly in 10th position. Just remember, you can see our highlights package tonight from around 9 o'clock. So tune into that if you haven't been watching the action today. Some very good action. Okay, and the National Championship, Kevin Eves and William Lynch, after a very, very impressive drive. Damien Gallagher and Mac Walsh set the tone over the first stage and the next three stages, but Kevin Eves ate away at the lead and got into the lead over the last two stages, and he has a lead now of 8.5 seconds over Damien Gallagher and Max Walsh. Declan Gallagher and John McCarthy, they're a further 5.7 seconds behind. They're 14.2 seconds behind the leaders. But listen, that national 50 seconds covers the top 8, and anything can happen there when the pressure comes on tomorrow. And we're going to go back to the service area where Chris McNulty is speaking to Brendan Friel. Chris.
Back here at service area on the Neil T. Blaney Road, and we've got Brendan Friel, who's navigating for JP Boyle in this red Toyota Corolla behind us. Been a good day for them so far. They're sitting third in the class, and well, the drivers get a lot of the credit and a lot of the airtime here, but this time we've gone for the navigator. Sorry, Brendan, how's the first six? Third in the class?
I'm third in the class, yes. It's going not too bad there. Just glad to get it over there, get settled in now for tomorrow morning.
Couple of your home stages tomorrow?
Aye, hopefully now. I said that last year, but I didn't make it that far, so hopefully now I can get out to my home stage tomorrow evening.
Big crowds out on the stages so far?
Aye, they're a great crowd out watching there. Everybody, everybody's standing in a good safe place, so no, it's enjoyable now, so it is.
And what's your aim now for tomorrow? You're third in the class, I suppose, trying to make up a wee bit of ground there.
My aim is to try and stay where I am now to tomorrow evening and wait till I get to my home stage and then see where it takes me then.
Big push on?
A big push on, yes. Thank you.
That's Brendan Friel there, of course, from Termond, with us. The red Toyota Corolla behind us here, and one again of those many local competitors here competing in the 2017 Dual Donegal International Rally. Charlie.
Theo. Welcome back to studio. That was Brendan Friel talking to Chris McNulty over in service, of course, and Brendan out there trying his best on the rally, as you heard there. Good to see the commitment that those guys give. And I'm just looking down at the classes. Class 22 has been led by Liam McFall and Matthew McKenna, who we mentioned, car number 163. So they were on the reserve list and got in at fairly late notice to the event. And they're leading Dennis Ferry and Donald Connolly, who are down there in class 22 as well. Bit of a gap between them, but certainly it's good to see Dennis and Donald doing so well. In first position in class 12, Vincent Collins and Jane Collins in their Ford Escort Mark II in class 12, they're leading there. And in second place, James McDermott and Tony Martin Kern. In third position in class 12 is Michael McDade and Dara Maguire, and in fourth position in class 12, Anthony McCarn and Damien McCarn. And that's the situation in that particular class. One of the other classes we'll look at is class 20. Lee Hastings and Alistair Wiley are leading in that class. and they have a narrow lead there over Michael Carbon and Conor Mohan, and further down the field in third position in Class 20, Declan McGrory and co-driver, so not that much of a gap between them altogether, but they certainly are going well. Some of the local crews still going out there. You heard from Gary McElhinney there, of course. Liam Doherty and Dermot McGettigan in Class 11R. They're in 9th position in that class at the moment, and Andrew Hegarty and Owen Kelly still going in Class 14 there. Some of the other names to pick out, Roy Baldrick and Dermot Freel, they're still going in their class. They're in Class 13, again a very competitive class there, and Kevin Kelly and Keith Harris are also still going in Class 13. William and Billy Vance are in Class 15, and then we have Dennis Ferry and Donald Connolly, who I mentioned earlier on. They're in Class 22 and they're currently second at the moment. We're going to have couple of guests coming into studio now. Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy is going to be joining me in a moment or two, and of course it'll be interesting to hear their take on the day's action, because at the moment they're third overall after 6 special stages, and well within strike distance, but it'll be interesting to see what they have to say. They're 23 seconds behind and of Donna Kelly and Conor Foley, and we're just going to go to the interview we had with Glenda Boyle, who's along with Jasmine Boyle, is the only all-female crew on the event, but it's a very important event for them, as you can hear.
DonegalDaily.com, Donegal's largest news website. For up-to-date news, sport and events from Donegal, click DonegalDaily.com.
Well, Glenda Boyle's with me, and herself and Jasmine are the only female crew in the dual Donegal International Rally for 2017. Wee bit of pressure there, Glenda?
No pressure at all. Makes it easier for us. All we got to do is finish.
Yeah. You're driving a Civic. Just tell us about what class you're in and what sort of competition is going to be for you.
Well, it's a Group N Civic, but because my sister's doesn't have an international licence, we're running under national. So we're in, I think it's Class 22. As far as I'm aware, there's 3 others in there with us. So we have a wee chance of getting something maybe at the end on Sunday.
Those classes tend to be competitive.
Yeah.
Everybody kind of on an even keel down there. So a finish, first of all, will be a good achievement for you, and to win the class would be a dream come true.
That would be a big dream come true now, definitely. We're in there with Evos and machinery like that, so it'll be good competition definitely for us.
Tell us about your own rallying career so far. How did you get into the sport? What's the big interest? Family, I'm sure.
Well, always went out with my daddy, Martin Boyle, and then my uncles Liam and John rallied as well. And then whenever I was 21, I entered a competition in England for a scholarship for a year, and I actually won that. Yes. So that was basically for the year. They drove me around England, and we did the Isle of Man and a few Scottish rallies, the Pirelli and different rallies, but and a wee Peugeot 106. It was supposed to be worth 25,000. I don't know exactly how much it was worth, but it was, it's great. The experience I got from that was just unbelievable.
Sort of full-time rallying.
It was a full year, all expenses paid, just arrive and drive, and it was fantastic. And then after that, I still have the 106 actually in the shade. Yes. She hasn't been out in a while now, but my daddy bought me then the Civic, the Group N Civic, and I've been driving that ever since.
Fantastic. So. Just tell us about your experience in Donegal so far then.
I've had a bit of a mixed bag. Gearbox has been a big issue. Last year we had an entry, but the gearbox didn't arrive in time, so we didn't actually even start the rally. So I had to pull entry. But I've had a few mishaps, shall we say, on the stages, but it's a great rally, and I always come back for more.
There's an unbelievable buzz about the rally.
Absolutely.
As a sport.
Yeah. The buzz around here in the rally weekend is just, you can't get it anywhere else.
Yeah. What would be your best achievement in Donegal so far, would you say?
Coming third in the class would have been the best now, and just finishing, do you know what? Because it's a tough rally.
It is a tough rally. I mean, everybody we talk to will say, if I get to the finish ramp, it'll be fantastic. Yeah. If I can get into the top 3 or 4, it'll be even better. Yeah. I suppose that's a reasonable goal to set yourself over the weekend.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's Jasmine's first kind of time out in the car as well, so we're just kind of going to take it as it goes, and hopefully we'll get to the end.
You're welcome back, and we're joined here in studio by Alistair Fisher and Gordon Noble, and a number of the other drivers and co-drivers will be joining us shortly. It's been an interesting day out there, Alistair. You're lying fourth at the moment. You're ahead in the R5, so would it be fair to say happy?
Yeah, it's been a good start to the event. Sort of typical Donegal, everybody's pushing really hard from the word go, so we had to do the same. We've 2.5 seconds on Sam, so really there's nothing in it. And we were fourth overall, so the world cars are out of reach really on this event, but we're very pleased to be leading R5.
Yeah, it's almost like a race within a race now. We've got the top three, and as the day went on the gap got a little bit wider, but I suppose we'd have to expect that to happen.
Okay, I think whenever you look at the overall times, Dona's approximately a second a kilometre faster, so I suppose really that's the difference between the R5s and the world cars. But we're certainly pushing very hard in the R5s and carrying as much speed as we can everywhere. So it's I think we're just as spectacular to watch as the World Rally cars, but obviously in the overall times we're a bit behind.
Yeah, Gordon, have you got a job holding them back a little bit, because if they're chasing these World Rally cars, that could run them into a bit of trouble maybe?
Holding back, it would be sort of the wrong thing to be at Charlie. Here we have to try and go flat out. If you don't know what I mean, there's Donegal's renowned for being a race from the start to the end. There's no point in trying to relax. It used to be years ago. People talked about Friday was the day you sort of bedded in, and you get better on sort of Saturday and Sunday. But that's now gone. The competition is so tight. You have to be at it from day dot. You have to be at it immediately.
Yeah, you've been here in all sorts of weathers over the years, Gordon. A perfect day for rallying today, I might suggest.
It was a good day, yeah. It was dry. We were kind of concerned for a while that the clouds were coming. We thought the rain was going to come, but thankfully it hasn't. And it makes it so much easier for us. It makes it easier for spectators, for marshals, organisers, everything. Whenever everything's dry, it makes it consistent for us. So, and we certainly enjoyed when it's like that as well. Certainly.
Yeah. Alistair, the battle of yourself and the Moffats has become sort of like a derby, Liverpool or Everton or City and United now, because every rally you guys go out and you're right there joined together at the hip nearly.
Okay, yeah, every weekend, as you say, it's very close, and the cars are very even. Obviously, the same specification from M Sport, the Ford Fiesta R5, so it's nip and tuck, even half a second or a second here and there. So you certainly you can't afford to stall on the start line or a half spin.
Yeah,
you'd be too far behind.
Couple of stages tomorrow. You know them well, Gordon. Carrigorton, Donegal to start off with, then Cairnhill and Garton. Those stages will be doing you no favours.
Well, they're notoriously difficult stages, not because there's anything wrong with it. They're very spectacular views, very welcoming countryside, but there's always plenty of corners to catch you out. Some are the stones sticking out of the edge of the road that I found last year, and one of them got a flat wheel. But they're a challenge. They're a fantastic challenge for everyone. I mean, Donegal in sort of general is a big challenge, but Carrigorton, Knockalla first thing in the morning will be a good wake up and a good measure of how the day will go, I would say.
Okay, so you'll be looking just to stay ahead, Alistair.
Okay, as long as we'll have to be there to finish. Ideally we want first place points here in Donegal this weekend with 2 rounds left on the Ulster and Cork at the end of the year. So just need to keep going. It's good to get through today, but hard 2 days ahead of us.
Okay, we'll be watching the action tomorrow, boys. Thanks for coming in. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's Alistair Fisher and Gordon Noble with us. We're going to have Donna Kelly, who's leading the event, just join us now. Thanks very much, lads. We've got them out there. Donna's there. I don't know whether he's Connor with him or not. He has Connor with him. I thought you dropped him off somewhere there, Donna. Listen, Donna, very much along the lines we expected. Unfortunately, we lost Declan and Brian for reasons that we all know about earlier in the day. So that brought it down to maybe you 3 guys going to go out there and then arm wrestle for 6 stages. You set the tone early and maintained it right through the 6 stages today.
Yeah, well, it's been a good start to the event for us. The last 3 now has been pretty frantic. Mandy is definitely putting it up to us, and it's great. The enjoyment out of a close race is what shows what the spectators enjoy, but even as drivers, that's what we enjoy. We just love a good battle, and we're definitely getting it.
Yeah. Connor, we were panicking a bit in here because I'm not sure which stage it was. The times came in and you guys had lost 2 minutes and Gary and Rory had lost 2 minutes, and I kept saying these are provisional times because we were watching the live stuff. It was actually at our league, I think, wasn't it? And we saw the cars come through and there was very little time between you. So what happened with that situation?
I think there was some breakdown in communication from the fly and finish down to the actual stop car, but thankfully it was rectified going in on the road section in the first service, so we didn't have to put in any queries or anything like that. So thankfully it was resolved.
It came up fairly quick. Listen, Donna, we said when we spoke to you last week, you got to be going from the start, and that's been proven because there's 23 seconds between the top 3 crews, and if you ease off at all, you're going to get left behind.
No, absolutely. There's no room to ease off. We're being separated now by hundreds of seconds. A half spin, an overshoot, anything, your lead would evaporate. So tomorrow will be, I'd imagine it'll be just as frantic as today, and our plan is to go out in the morning on a big push.
Yeah. Any moments, Conor, today at all of concern?
No, I think we were quite comfortable all day. We definitely went very hard, but no, with no heart in the mouth moments, thank God.
Yeah. The Saturday of the International Rally hasn't been overly kind to you in the past, Don. I hate to remind you about these things, but I have a responsibility to do it. Does it make you a little apprehensive going into tomorrow, or just that's rally and you got to take it whatever comes?
I think the Gary Gore stage in the past certainly hasn't been overly kind, but I always go fairly fast on it. This is the best start I've ever made to the rally. We have 6 fastest times. The lead is quite small, but we're a good frame of mind, first in the road tomorrow. But these guys are going to be hunting us down, and Gary, I don't expect him to go to sleep either, So look, it's a long way to go. We're not even a third of the way through the event, so we're certainly not. We're happy where we are naturally, but you're not going to be getting excited yet.
Okay, great watching you today, boys, and we'll look forward to tomorrow. Thanks for coming in so quickly today. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Donna Kelly and Conor Foley, the rally leaders. Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett, the reigning champions, in defence of their title. And he got a smile on his face here as we put him down. Both of them are smiling here because I would suggest to you, Manus, no matter how long you've been at this sport, there was pressure on you two guys going out there this morning, lead car off the ramp, reigning champions, great crews behind you. You got to be very satisfied with the way the day went.
Yeah, definitely, Charlie. I suppose we treated the number 1 on the road as more of an honour than pressure. It was just great to be leaving in Grayland Theatre this morning, your home rally with number 1 on the door. As regards the performance today, we settled in well to the car, probably settled in better than we expected, as quick as we did. So, we're fairly happy with our performance so far.
Yeah. What was the chat this morning, Donald, before you headed out? People are always interested in hearing behind the scenes, and you two guys, have a very close relationship, but there's no messing when you come to the conversation. What was it like, say, in the hour before you got to that start?
Actually very relaxed, Charlie. It was we never prepared better for a rally than all the rallies we ever did. So I think when you prepare well, you're kind of relaxed and more confident. So Manus actually said they never seen me as relaxed. So as Manus said, we seen it as a huge honour to have number 1 on the side of the car, and we didn't. We embraced it really, and went out and settled in and went as hard as we could.
Yeah, I mean, Donna was fantastic today, and you guys were right there with them right through the day. Manus, there was so little between you in each stage. I mean, looking at the times, there was something of a second in several of the stages.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, hats off to Donna. I mean, had a great day at the office. 6 fastest times. Gary's in there too. He's just on the bumper, and I didn't expect there to be much in this race anyway, Charlie. And the great thing about it is that we're all still in the race. Yeah. Albeit that we're missing one wee man today, unfortunately. It is, and our condolences to Declan and Michelle and all the family. But as I said, it's great that the boys are all at the race. Donna's in great pace. I expect Gary to come hard tomorrow as well. So tomorrow's another day, and we're delighted so far. Right?
Well, you are stuck in the middle of those two, Donald. So what can we expect from Manus and Donald tomorrow?
I think more of the same, really, Charlie. Tomorrow, everyone knows that you go at a very good pace on Friday, but everyone raises it a notch on Saturday. So hopefully we can raise it another notch and push on, because I'm sure Gary and Donald will up at another notch tomorrow. But yeah, Saturday's good for us.
Well, it wasn't.
Well, it wasn't last year.
I was going to make that point. I had to remind Donna that it hasn't been great for him. It certainly was. It was eventful for you last year, Manus, Saturday.
Yeah, definitely, Charlie. But I suppose what we took from last year was our inexperience with the car, and we definitely, the recce caught us out. We didn't realise we'd been carrying as much speed, and that's how we ended up in that field. But last year's last year, this year's this year, and I've had a few rallies in the car now, albeit they've been spaced out, but you get more familiar with the car, and I'm just delighted to be able to get on the pace as quick as I have. And sure, Saturday's another day, and we'll attack it and see how it goes.
You'll be looking forward to seeing that field as you pass it rather than going into it tomorrow, Donald.
I hope to be not looking at it.
Listen, lads, great day one in the defence of your title. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks.
We look forward to the action tomorrow.
Appreciate it.
Reigning champions Manus Boyle and Manus Kelly and Donald Barrett there, and Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy kindly coming to join us as well. Thanks, lads, for coming in. And 23 seconds behind, but I just know to look at the two of you, you're a wee bit disappointed there. Gary, I'll start with you.
Oh, damn. No, I wouldn't say disappointed, Charlie. I am happy to be here. A lot further than it was last year. Look, hats off to the boys. They're going very, very hard. I'm at a nice pace. I'm enjoying it for a change. I'm not feeling any pressure, but I'm just holding on by the tail and nothing else at the minute. But no, I enjoy it. I'm enjoying it, and it's a sport at the end of the day.
Yeah, Rory, a nice pace is not going to be good enough given the way the guys ahead are going. You're going to have to push a bit tomorrow.
No doubt about that, Charlie. We're going to have to push the boys. Like the boys put on some show today there. And fair play to Donna. He's really on the pipe from the beginning, and the same with Manus. So we're still in contention. We're 20 odd seconds behind Donna and 10 odd behind Manus. So it's all still to play for. A lot can happen in a very short time in this rally. So we're going to push on and. We'll keep them honest and as best we can.
Yeah, I mean, Gary, the pressure's going to build. If you guys can go out tomorrow and make an impression, it's going to build the pressure on Manus and on Donna ahead of you. And it's going to be that kind of, I'm using the word arm wrestle a few times, but you guys are at the top of your game in this sport, and that's what it's about. Somebody just getting a slight edge on the others.
Oh, definitely, Charlie. And it's a different position for us. We're usually 10 or 15 or 20 seconds ahead.
Yeah.
This year is completely different. We're the ones doing the chasing. I think we're up for the chase. I can't see why not. The cars are all nearly identical, we'll see tomorrow night.
Was there any wee thing today that you could say that just wasn't the way it should have been? I can improve in that situation.
Probably the first stage, Charlie. I just wasn't committed enough. But I think the reason for that was not being over the stages last year.
Yeah.
And these boys knew where they were going after doing them last year, and I just thought after the first stage, I should have went harder in certain places. Could at least match the boys, not to drop 2 seconds or 4 seconds, but. Stage 3 we broke a drive shaft. Lucky it was only 2-3 kilometres in the end. What did we lose? 4 or 5 seconds. Nothing massive. But if it would have happened anywhere else in the rally, we were out because we would have had to do 3 stages. So in one way we're unfortunate to get a broken drive shaft. We're very fortunate where it happened. So there's no damage done to the car, which is the main thing, and we're fit to continue.
Yeah. What was the conversation like as the day went on there, Rory?
Well, Charlie, when you're chasing it a wee bit, you're chasing the game. You have to try and steady the ship as well a wee bit. Because there's no point pushing too much if you're. When you're on your game, you can do that, and it's clear the day that Donna's definitely on his game. Manus right up there. We had a couple of wee issues, and we weren't just hitting it perfectly. So we sort of steadied the ship a bit, and we said, right, okay, we'll hang on here as best we can. Tomorrow's another day. We've gotten Gary Gordon, Arkalla, Karen Hill, and Garton. So big challenge tomorrow, and with a bit of luck, we'll be there. And we spoke yesterday, and the whole thing was that we'd all stay in the rally. Have a very good race right away because it's brilliant for everybody then.
Yeah.
So we look forward to that tomorrow.
I was going to make that point to you finally, Gary. You've got a big responsibility because you know that everybody watching the event and ourselves covering the event want the 3 of you guys to be at it right through to Sunday. So we want to see you going out tomorrow now, and I want to be reporting here. Gary Jennings, Rory Kennedy have gained a few seconds here and a few seconds there.
Without a doubt, Charlie, and it's plain to be seen on the stages today. They're out wagging us on, and that's, at the end of the day, it's a sport. We're out there to enjoy it, and it's up to the people watching to enjoy it as well. And there's no point anybody having minutes leads. It's very, very tight.
Yeah.
They're out wagging us on. I must say, fair play to the people out watching. After all, today's Friday. When the big crowds out there today, and it's great to see them at all the junctions wagging us on. And that's what it's about, and that's what makes us smile. That's why we're enjoying it so much.
Yeah. And a final one to you. You're a good man with the stats, Rory. Manus Kelly was further behind going into Sunday than you two guys are behind going into Saturday. So that you got to have hope.
Well, that's what you hang on to that sort of thing, Charlie. That's what keeps you going. I think if we're maybe correct in saying this, Manus was 5th starting on Sunday last year, and he ended up winning the rally. It was a wee bit extreme that. Now them circumstances don't normally happen, but we're going to push on, Charlie. We're going to be right there. If there's any slip up, and if we can gain a wee bit, we'll be doing it. And the same with the boys. So all I can say is that the race is far from over yet.
It's never over. It's over. Thanks for coming in. I really appreciate Gary and Rory. And good luck tomorrow.
Cheers, sir.
Gary Jennings and Rory Kennedy joining us live in studio here. I think we're going to have a wrap up with Tony. Thanks, lads. Tony and Chris just before we wrap it up today. Great to get the leading crews in here. We really appreciate them taking the time to come over to us. These two guys have been out and about today. And look, none the worse for it, I'd have to say. Tony, I'll come to you first. When the boys went out this morning, in unfortunate circumstances before the event could start, we felt it would be down to these three crews with the R5s maybe having their own battle. That's the way it's shaping up. You heard the boys talking to us there, different points of view the way it's gone, but it's set up for a cracker starting tomorrow morning in Kerrygart.
Unbelievable. Like, I mean, I know last year was very exciting, and I know every year is very exciting, but I was actually just thinking about it. Yourself and James Cullen were talking about it earlier. It's just so exciting the way it is at the moment. Like, it's unbelievable. You couldn't have planned for better. Like, because, you know, myself and yourself had a discussion earlier on this morning, Charlie, about Donegal, and we discussed how, you know, out of the top 4 or 5, he was the only one who had won it and stuff. Like, and he's out and he is playing a blinder today. Like, he is just on the money. Like, he's working so hard for every second he's got, and it's so exciting. Like, you know, it's a wee bit annoying for the rest of course, but it's great from our point of view.
Absolutely. You were in about service there, Chris. What sort of a sense were you getting from the crews about where the thing was at and what's tomorrow morning going to be like?
Do you know what I got, Charlie? And I haven't seen it in Donegal for a long time. Like, we spoke earlier on about the great days in 06, 07. There's a wild excitement about the thing that you don't maybe normally see on the Friday. You know, Friday's normally a wee bit more, not subdued, but just getting it started. Let's get going here and get to the evening. But everybody already is starting to look at, you know, the battles at various stages of the leaderboard, and like even out at the end of the stages, you know, there's just everybody's out already. You'd almost think you were coming to the end of the rally. When I went to that first stage at the end of Trenta, I'd never seen the volume of people, not even media, but just the volume of general people at the end of the stage, and with a real buzz about them. And it's great to see. And over service over there in the Neil Blaney Road, it's absolutely heaving with people, Charlie.
Brilliant. Listen, we talked to the top three there for obvious reasons, because they are really setting a huge pace. But Tony, in our preview, we've talked about the national situation, and you know that these crews better than any of us do. There's I think it's 49.9 seconds from first to 8th. There's a matter of half seconds between some of them. Damien Gallagher this morning was out of the traps. I don't know. I looked at his time. I had to look twice at it. But Kevin Eves has been having a fantastic year, and that was reflected the way he fought back. But again, there's 25 seconds between the top 5 or 6. It's a battle and a half.
Oh, like, that's exactly what it is, like a battle and a half. You literally couldn't describe it in any other way, you know. And I mean, I spoke to Damien at the end of the very last stage there, you know, in Convoy, and he was saying, like, hats off to Kevin. Like, I don't know where he's getting the time out of, but he seemed to be delighted with the fact that he was finally getting his you know, the credit that he was due, because he has always been there. And again, James mentioned it earlier, he always hasn't had the machinery, but himself and Mac have always been in and around there, and they've always been so talented, you know, but they finally have the car this year. And I mean, at the end of the day, you know, Kevin went very well towards the end of today, but I mean, there's still Saturday and Sunday, so who knows where it'll go. And I mean, that would be brilliant for Damien, you know.
Chris, I know you mentioned Kevin East to me at a stage there a week or two ago, because and I just looked up the Tarmac Championship. He has been the consistent man in the modified section, and he's carried that right through to Donegal, where obviously being a local man, there's a bit of extra pressure on him.
It's a kind of funny one, Charlie, for somebody that's been going so well all year. He still somehow managed to come into Donegal kind of under the radar. I don't know, maybe it's a tradition thing that when we looked at that national leaderboard, that we're all the time looking at the Milkman, looking at Brian Brogan, looking at, you know, your Wesley Pattersons, Gary McPhillips, that he suffered because he's not sort of within that group traditionally. Yeah. And it's maybe stood to him, and you know, here he is today. He's had an absolutely fantastic start to 2017, but I remember reading a thing about him a couple of months ago after he won an event. Already at that stage he was talking about, and he was preparing for Donegal, and it's kind of showed today, because when he came in here to service, I had a very quick word with him out there, and he wasn't happy at that stage, and I think there was only maybe 2.7 seconds between him and Damien Gallagher, and he went out and set the fastest time on the next 3 stages, and you know, he is really a guy to watch now over the next couple of days.
Declan Gallagher, Kevin Gallagher, very much there as well.
Yeah, you see, that's it. Like, I mean, there's just no way of telling who's going to go where in Donegal. You know, everybody that's up in the top 10 has talent. They've all got the ability to do what they're all here to do. So it's just very exciting, for ourselves as, press, and obviously for the spectators. Like, it's just unbelievable. It's so tight within the top 10 for national and international, and it really does make it a magnificent rally, a great weekend, and great sportsmanship between all the boys
Absolutely,
as well. Like,
absolutely. Aidan Ray's leading Group A, and Colin Murphy was going very, very well. Must have had a wee bit of an issue somewhere along the line because he's dropped down. But Aidan has shown the consistency that we expect from him. I mean, he won it here last year, and he's always thereabouts.
I think for me, in the last couple of years, the big disappointment has been maybe how the Group N battle has gone down sort of in priority. And you go back a few years ago, Charlie, the Group N battle was right up there with the international and national. Now, it's probably the thing that's come in with the difference now in the WRC and the R5 cars, that the Group N cars have gone down, but it hasn't lessened the battle. And it hasn't lessened the quality either of the men that are driving the Evos like Aidan Ray. And again, it's something that we'll be keeping a very, very close eye on, because the margins there probably over tomorrow will get thinner and thinner.
Absolutely. And Tony, final point, Callum Devine, he's up in the top 10 in that Opel Adam. I mean, how does he do it?
He's just like, Callum's just, there's no way to describe how he drives it. He's brilliant. Like, he just has a sheer passion for the sport, and he just really, really loves the driving and the competing, and I mean, he just gets the very best out of that Opel. I mean, you mentioned earlier on how he has actually put the Opel Adam on the map, because you literally associate Callum Devine, Opel Adam, and he just really, he wrings the neck of that car. Like, he gets every little bit that he can out of it, and it's paying off for him this weekend. Like, and I mean, again, he's just one of those names that you've got to watch coming up in the future.
Absolutely. Okay, you two guys will be out and about tomorrow, sending back the news. So we'll look forward to that. Thanks for your coverage today, Tony Kelly and Chris McNulty, part of our team here. And just to remind you, our highlights package will be on at around 9 o'clock tonight. The best of the action from today. It's been a fantastic day, a great opening day. We've had people from all over the world contact us, and from America, from Canada, from Australia, from Thailand. Loads of places in Europe, the UK and Ireland as well, all out there listening and watching. It's fantastic to have your company, and hopefully you'll be able to join us tomorrow as well. So that's just about it from day one of the Dual Donegal International Rally for 2017. It's been exciting. The top crews are all still in there. You saw them here in different maybe moods and different opinions coming out, but one thing's for sure, when the flag drops tomorrow on the opening stage at Carrigart, they'll be at it. The National Championship is really going to be fantastic. 49 seconds separating the top 8. You can expect some great action there as well. So that's it from our coverage here on Donegal Daily, Donegal Sport Hub, for day one of the Dual Donegal International Rally. We'll be back tomorrow morning to bring you Carrigart, Knockalla, Garton and Cairnhill, or Cairnhill and Garton, whatever. And of course on Sunday we still have to go to Fanet Head, Atlantic Drive and Glen. There's lots more great action to come. Thanks to all our sponsors, everybody who's helped to bring us this coverage today and over the weekend. We'll see you tomorrow morning.